Sod it. Had a few seconds left, but I thought I'd jump in now. First of all, can you hear me? And please, let's leave the no, I can't, if you can. I'm stressed enough as it is with this. Yep, yes, lovely jubbly. Hello, cool. Turn up a touch more on the sound. Thank you, Gareth, appreciated. Okay, does it sound a bit louder now? I've just realised if that wasn't there, it looked like my head's just floating. I'll put a black sheet over that next time, and I'll just sit here and make it look like my head's floating around. How's everybody doing? Hope you're all good. No 3 barrels tonight. No. I don't mind having a bit of fun now and again, but I'm not going to be getting on a bender every time I do a live stream, because that's just not going to do me any good. I'm sorry, the numbers are not on the lot. No. Right, I'm gonna have to turn the Skype off if people are phoning, because the lines aren't open yet. Right. I think that's the volume right down on it anyway. Lines are open when the number is on the screen, folks. Otherwise, it gets a bit messy and everybody gets confused. And when I say everybody, what I mean is I get confused. So when you see the number, you'll see the number across the bottom of the screen. Hang on, which way? There it is. Across the bottom of the screen. Oh my god, I'm back to the front and inside out here. Then oh fuck it, the number shows up down here somewhere anyway. Once the lines are open, my face is looking very shiny at the moment because I'm still having trouble with the camera that I brought for some reason. I've had to contact. I've sent it back. Oh fuck's sake! Now I've gone blurry. This is what's pissing me off about this. I've spent £800 on a fucking camera and I can't use it. Fuck's sake! Right, come on, zoom back in. Don't be a prick. Take your fingers out your ear, then, Lucifer. That's because I'm using this fucking. The webcam cost like fucking 80 quid, like last year before, and it's shit. If I didn't have to watch it, I wouldn't mind so much, but because I've got to fucking see myself. This is really annoying. Come on. Right. As if you think I'm sitting that close to the fucking camera. No way. I ain't got enough room to move here as it is. And now my face is even brighter. Fucking hell. I can't win, can I? I seriously can't win. You know, if we were doing, you know, if we were doing as well as say Live Free was, like fucking, he had loads of AB. The amount I assume that they're making on adverts would be enough for me to pay somebody to come in, sort this whole fucking thing out for me, and we'd be able to get on with it. But as I was saying, I've had to get in contact with Canon because I've sent this back to them once under the warranty because it stopped working. It's now stopped working again, so I need to get. I've been in touch with them. And I'm waiting. It says, "Oh, you've got to wait 3 to 5 days." Well, today was the 5th day, and they still haven't got back to me. So I will be chasing that up hopefully tomorrow and trying to get that sorted out because it's ridiculous. Don't pay that kind of money. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean that was paid for out of the kindness of this channel supporters. Which is why it's annoying me because I want to get it up and working properly. Do you know what I mean? Because you guys have helped me get it and it's not working and it's really pissing me off. How you doing, Rex? Thank you. Much appreciated. Joe Public, how you doing? I've got coffee. I haven't got tea. I've got coffee tonight. I've got no brandy either. Which is a good thing. Which is a good thing. To be honest, I've not even set myself up properly this evening. I was in a bit of a rush. About 3. No, was it? Yeah, about 3:30. That weren't. It was 4:30. 4:30. I was feeling knackered, so I thought to myself, right, I can either stay up and definitely be in time for the live stream, or I can risk getting a couple of hours sleep. So I've got 15 alarms on my phone, which I've set up to make sure that I got up in time for this live stream. And I jumped into bed for a bit at 4:30. And I got up at just before 7:30. ready for the live stream. So here we are, but it hasn't leaving me enough time to get myself all set up properly. So just bear with me a second, because the chat in StreamYard, it's okay if I want to do something like that, but I can't see all of the comments that are coming through, so I need to open the YouTube one and pop out the comments. Yeah, you're not wrong, Bumblebee, and that's what it is. It's since the stroke, and I know it's been a year now since the stroke, but thankfully, I'm not. I've not been left disabled as such, shall we say, and I've not been left with many, or with any physical outward signs that I've had the stroke. But the fatigue is hard. It's really hard work to get through, and when it hits you, it can proper just wipe you out. Andy Oakley, I'm not sure, to be honest, what's on the agenda tonight. I think we're going to get we're going to open a panel up. It's not going to be a late one tonight, everybody, by the way. We're looking at around 12ish, maybe a little bit after, but it's going to be around 12 o'clock finish tonight. Excuse me. And as you probably all noticed as well, there's been a video every hour since 9 o'clock this morning until 7 o'clock tonight. Now, those were the videos, because I didn't finish the week, did I? I'd was it Thursday or Friday? I didn't feel so well, so I didn't put anything out. Me being me, I hate leaving gaps. Absolutely hate leaving gaps. So rather than just forget about the ones that have come out, because if I left all of them till Monday, plus do the ones that have come out over the weekend, plus do the ones that come out on Monday, I would end up massively behind. So I got up early yesterday, and I done, what was it, 15 videos I think I done yesterday, 8 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock last night. Writing, recording, and editing videos. It was a long, busy day, and I should have been out enjoying myself, but me being the dick that I am, I don't like, as I say, leaving gaps. So I've done them, popped them out now today, so that tomorrow I've got a fresh week with some fresh content. So there we go. Now, I was going to do something and I still haven't done it, so let me do it now. Pop out chat. Chat. Print that up. And there we go. I think we are there. Right. How you doing, Paul? Well, the text says yes so far. Nunya's gone, has he? Right. When do we start hating on the police? What do you need? Do you need somebody to tell you when to start? I thought everybody did anyway. Right. Crafts and other stuff. You can say anything you like. You know what I'm like on this channel. If don't matter what you've got to say what you want to say. The only time that I have to restrict what people say is if it's harassment against someone else, because I don't want to have the channel shut down, and obviously I don't agree with breaking the law. And also if it's inciting some kind of crime. But other than that, say what you like. And you are absolutely welcome. You are absolutely welcome. Tina's a top lady. I've spoken to her a fair few times now, and she is a very generous and very caring person. And I'm glad that she's helping you. Right. Some of you may or may not have noticed that I have popped the link to the stream in the chat in the comments. We'll get that. We'll do a couple of hours, I think, on here discussing and taking the piss out of people and whatnot. And then we'll do a couple of hours with the phone lines open. Yeah, I think that's the way we're gonna play it today anyway. So hello, Bob K.
Hello, Dan.
Right, I can't hear you.
Could you hear me now?
Can anybody hear Bob?
Hello, Dan.
Let's bring in TC as well. Right, TC, say something.
Hail the snail.
Right, I can't hear you either. Give me a second. Give me just a second.
I could hear him. TC.
Now then, Bobby.
How are you doing, mate? You all right?
Yeah, not too
This
bad,
is gonna
you.
cause a problem.
Yeah, I'm good.
Just what I need. Right, give us a sec.
Typical professionalism of Dan the man.
That's all okay. Oh yeah. That's right. What's going on? Hang on. Right, I think I know what's happened.
Poor Dan, he needs his brandy.
I don't need my brandy.
Hey, you can hear me now.
I can now. Yeah, that's the
Can you hear
way.
me, Dan?
Yes, mate, I can.
Dan,
Yeah, I can
How
hear
are you, lad? Are you all right?
Yeah, not
Dan.
so bad, guys. Bad. Yes, mate.
You need to go and hail the snail.
Hail the snail.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to explain.
Well, because of your consumer rights, it's down to a little snail. It found its way into a bottle of ginger beer in 1928. And we ended up with consumer rights because of it.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Well, I know these things have to come from somewhere, so but it's interesting to know where these things where these things come from that give us our rights. Well, the rights that we have left anyway.
Oh,
Uh,
one second, Dan. I'm sorry to interrupt before I forget. I've been trying to get Aldi for the last couple of weeks, which I appreciate you're busy. But I did say to you,
Right.
I'd sling stuff your way. Dear, this detective sergeant has just been up in the High Court to try and get his job back, and he's been told to go and fuck himself, basically. I've sent you the link in Messenger. I am not going to put
Right.
that on my channel. It'd be very interesting for you to read it.
I want to try. I need to try and find the time because I want to go through that Alex Belfield's judgment still as well. Plus, I've got some work away from. Well, I call it work. It's not work, but I've got to help somebody away from my normal PAP report. So I've got to find time for that as well. And it's an absolute pain in the arse at the moment trying to find the time to do everything. But yeah, keep, obviously send me the stuff through. I will get to it. I promise you. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just trying to keep up with everything that's going on. And as you know, I do everything on my own. And it is a bit of a pain in the arse.
Hey, I know what that feels like, bud.
What, pain in the arse?
No, trying to do it all by yourself.
Hello, Janine.
Have you heard anything from Brownie, Dan?
No, I haven't yet. No, not yet. Hello, Crofts.
Lady on our screen.
I can see you, but we can't hear you yet. Say hello. No, can't hear you. Try the settings. I don't know if you're using a tablet or a phone. There should be a little settings button on the screen somewhere. You should be able to change your microphone input.
How come Bobby's got one of your police abusing power things spinning around on his screen?
That's because Bobby loves me.
The story power gets
I might be able to move it actually and put it on yours, TC. But I won't.
Hey, feel free, fella. Although man's just got your logo at the bottom with his finger sticking up.
Who's the what?
Man's just got your logo at the bottom with the middle finger sticking up.
What, up the top? No, it's not at the top, is it? Hang on, I'm confused.
Well, that don't take much to do, does it, mate?
No, not these days, no. Hello, Janine? Can we hear you yet?
Danny's the man from Scotland.
What, DJ Sonic?
Yeah, is he on? Oh.
No, but if you want, I'll send him a text message and tell him to come on.
I want to ask him if Scotland's open up yet. Or are they still in COVID restrictions?
No, it's still all locked down.
Okay.
Hello, Tiffany. Hiya, Tiffany. John O'Malley. Do I get hassle from the police for running the site? No. No, I don't, to be honest. In all fairness, I rarely go out, to be fair. The only times I really go out is if I need to go and get some fresh air and clear my head from, several weeks worth of reading the shit that I have to read. Someone's making an awful lot of weird noises there.
Yeah, it's me. I'm drinking, Dad. Sorry. It's the ice machine.
Right. Fuck my machine. So I don't get any hassle from them, unless I get some of them hiding in the comments somewhere being dickheads. But other than that, I'll get left alone.
Hey, I got a comment, Dan. I got a comment from the old Bill Dan on man telling me that I shouldn't be putting up these kind of judgments because it's making their jobs harder.
Did you?
Yeah.
What video was that on?
High Court rules. High Court rules that we can use. Oh, hang on a minute. I can't remember the name of the title. 1 second.
Listen, I'll tell you what. You know you're doing something right when the police try and stop you.
Well, I'll put it this way to you. I messaged him back and I said to him, well, if you didn't abuse your powers and you didn't fucking break the law, I wouldn't have the material to put up. I left it about half an hour and thought, I'll go and check his reply. His comment had gone.
just tell them to go fuck themselves.
I just don't give a fuck, mate. It's did quite well, actually, because it only got put up a day ago.
It's not me, Spence. It's not me making things hard for myself. If the police, as TC just said, if the police do their jobs properly, then I wouldn't have the material. So, it's their own fault. Right. Sorry, TC, go on.
It's called, the High Court ruled on the right to resist an unlawful arrest.
I saw that today, actually. I haven't watched it yet, but it popped up. I popped it on my to-watch list.
There's actually another one on there, Dan. It's a Scottish one, but it refers to a lot of the English cases. So it's relevant in England. And that was, get this, 2 police wanted to go and speak to a woman about an alleged assault. So she said, no, not interested, go away. They forced her way in, attacked her, she defended herself, and the High Court judgment described the police like this. Although they are public servants, although being dressed in uniform, they have no right to carry on like that.
The police got this some hidden agenda. I don't know what it is, Dan. That they think that they could do anything.
Yeah, it's not an agenda. That isn't the agenda, right? The agenda is generally political, right? The whole thing about them doing what they want is because they've been allowed to for so long. It's because of things like these programs you get on Channel 5 that show the police, screaming in people's faces, tasering people, making people think that is the norm. So when people see it out in the streets, they ignore it. They think it's normal, and it's not. We know it's not.
I reckon they should get rid of the police and maybe bring the military in or something similar, because they're not fit for purpose anymore, are they? If you think about it.
Well, the problem is with what? We used to have a cast iron defence against the assault of a police officer when he wasn't executing his duty. Well, now that's been changed. It got changed in 2018, 2019 under the legislation of assault of emergency worker.
Yeah.
Now, basically in there, I haven't put the ruling up on my site, but I'll give you it. I'll fling it your way so you can have a read of it, Dan. Now, basically, in this High Court ruling, they've ruled it doesn't matter whether the police are acting illegally or not. If you assault them, you're going to jail.
Mm. Yeah,
and that's because of this new legislation that's been brought out.
And you've got this whole police covenant. You've got the College of Police, and you've got the what's the other one? Polfed. You've got all of these places that are acting to protect the police from any kind of repercussions for their actions. Look, I get it. So any police watching, I understand that sometimes the job can be difficult, right? I understand that you have to deal with dangerous people. I get it. I totally understand that. But the problem is when you go around and you start tasering people just because they're running away and you can't be asked to chase them, or beating people just because you're too fat and fucking lazy to subdue them with your hands, okay, and you start hitting them with your asps and all the rest of it. This is where it's all going wrong, okay. So but I understand if somebody was standing there with a gun or a knife, okay, and you need to disarm that person before you can go hands on in order to protect themselves, yourself, and other people. I understand you might need to taser them, you might need to spray them with acid spray. When you're using that shit on members of the public who are protesting or who are simply running away from you rather than chase them, then you're a fucking pussy.
Well, police are pussies anyway, Dan. All they think is hide behind the badge. If it wasn't for the badge, they wouldn't fucking do what much they do anyway.
Yeah. Look, we all had the job many years ago. We all had the job as members of the public to police each other, right? The reason that we've got the police force that we've got now is simply because everybody, look at it this way. Look at jury duty. Everybody gets invited to do jury duty. Everybody used to get invited to do police for a period of time. Okay, but the rich people realised that if they were doing that, then they couldn't run their businesses and they were losing money. So what they did instead is they were paying people to do the job for them. Okay, so if I run a big company and the government said, right, it's your turn to be police, I could go to somebody and go, right, listen, I'm going to pay you some money each week. Go and do that job for me so I can run my business. And that's where paid policing came from these rich folks paying other people to do the job for them. But we all, as members of the public, still have a duty to make sure that other people are following the law.
So all the police now seem to me, Dan, is that they bashing the white man. Everything that they come out with now, it's the white man's fault.
Mm-hmm. Dan, I'm going to send you a link on Facebook Messenger. Just read out section 26 of it. Yeah?
Right.
And this will answer all your questions you've just said. Everything you've just said then about the police and about the public, yeah? This will answer your questions undeniably. All right? I'm going to send it on the PAP one.
Okay.
You will like this, and so will everybody listening. Read section 26 of it. Read section 26 of that, mate, and giggle to yourself.
Not found.
Yeah. You might have to copy and paste it.
Copy link address. Paste. No, not found.
Hold on. See
Oh, right. No. I've got it. Facebook puts a load of shit at the end of the link. I've just deleted that, and it's worked.
Brilliant.
Right, what am I looking for? Page what?
Number 26.
12, 16, 22, 26. Hang on. Is this the right one? Scott HC, is that the one?
Got HC. 1 second. No.
Right. That's the last one that's come through.
On the PAP?
Yeah.
No, it can't be. I'll send it again. Copy. You could do something on your channel with it, actually, Dan. You could do something on your channel with it.
Yeah, that's the one you've just sent me. That's the same one.
Right, is it when you click on it, does it open up like a PDF file in Bailey?
Yeah, this is Rebecca McCallum against Procurator Fiscal.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So,
26.
I can't remember if it's 26 or 28. I'll just have a quick look. No, it must be 26 then.
Fucking hell, Bob, what are you doing? What's all that noise?
I'm drinking whiskey, lad.
Yeah, 26. read number 26 on then, see what you think to it.
Right, the concessions begin to put the matter into a proper context. The appellant was attempting to thwart the illegal efforts of 2 intruders who were determined by whatever steps were necessary to physically remove her from her home in her nightclothes at almost 10 p.m. and take her elsewhere, leaving her 14-year-old son alone in the house. That they were uniformed public servants did not alter the facts of the situation. It was the appellant's right to stop them from achieving their aim. CF, the position in France and the concept of rebellion as described by Glanville Williams' textbook of
The rest
criminal
of that's irrelevant. He's referring to the two police officers.
Right. Yeah. So it's the same as it's the same as Bob the other day, isn't it? Bob White. The police,
Yeah.
as soon as they started acting for a civil matter, they are no longer in as a police constable.
Just so you understand this, I know now two court cases this year that this court judgment, not this one that you've just read, but a court judgment I'm going to tell you about in a second, has had two people walk out of court scot-free. Remember the farmer that tipped the car over out of his field, and as he turned around, this fox led the guy out?
Yeah.
That judgment got him out of there, and it's the same judgment Bob White used to get him off. And that judgment is a 1604 Lord Court judgment.
Right.
I have it in PDF. I'll send you it if you can try and understand it. And basically what it says is, every man's house is his castle and they have a right to defend it. If anyone enters it illegally and ends up dead, that's their problem. The bloke can't be charged for murder.
Right.
But there's been a lot of cases where burglars has entered a property and the household took action and he was found guilty. What's that something for where the fella got found guilty for murdering the burglars?
No, that was I know the one you're on about. He shot him with a double barrel shotgun, but he shot him as they was running away off his land. That is the difference. That's the difference. Now, if he'd have shot him inside the house, then he wouldn't have ever been found guilty of murder. But because they'd already left the house and was running away, and he shot him, where the courts viewed that was excessive force, and he got done for manslaughter.
This is why I've always said, and by the way, people watching, especially the police, I'm not advising anybody do anything like this, but I've always said if somebody comes to my door, they're going to get dragged in. They're going to get dragged in across the threshold, and then they've got to prove that I didn't drag them in.
But if you think about it, Dan, it's nowadays they're more concerned about the criminal than the victim.
Oh yeah, well they have been for ages, haven't they? I mean, they go on about this. They've got the right, not the right. They've got a duty of care and all this kind of stuff, but they've taken it too far. Absolutely taken things too far. Let's do it that way.
I tell you what, you took too far, Dan, is this women's rape and all this business. Now, if you think about it, there's only 34 to 35 million women in this country, and there's only 85,000 rape allegations. I'm not being nasty or horrible here, Dan. I just think that's like a teardrop into an ocean.
Yeah, how many women did you say?
There's 85,000 last year.
That's less than half the amount of men. No wonder I'm finding it so difficult to find one.
Well, actually, let me explain something to you, and I will give you the link and the signing details for it, Dan. But I won't do that over air, okay? Because it's my details, and it's to a paid site, a legal site. All right. There's nothing you can do on there other than to do like I do, so don't worry about that. I'll trust you with the details to be on there. Now, I can go on there and pick all the Crown Courts in the country and pick what kind of offence it is I'm looking for, right? Yeah. So let's just say I choose sexual assault, yeah? I can choose by male or female. And this year alone, there's been more female charged with sexual assault they're male.
You're right there, TC lad.
And it tells you the name, what court it was dealt in, and what sentence they've got, and all the rest of the crap. It doesn't give you the full judgment. It just tells you the bare basics.
You're right.
Now, I'll give you that. I'll speak to you during the week sometime, Dan, when you're not so busy, and I'll give you it and explain to you how to use that piece of the site. And when you're doing your videos, it'll be very helpful for you.
I'm getting tangled up.
Yeah, I think, if memory serves me right, Dan, if memory serves me right, I think it was 189 females charged with sexual assault this year to about 89 males.
Right. Is that, as somebody's as English Bulldogs just put there, is that because men are now saying that they're women? And like my report the other day, police across half the police forces in the country are allowing people to self-identify when they're rapists or when they're sexual assault.
It's funny you should say that, Dan, because I'm weary of putting this judgment up. And it's a High Court judgment of a transgender that was put in a female prison, and he raped one of the women. And the court actually stated, the judgment actually stated, there isn't actually a law against a transgender raping someone. It's merely a guideline.
Right.
Now, I'm wary of putting that judgment up because of the Belfield judgment, all the shit I got off of that. So I know that I will be super attacked if I put that one up.
Look,
so what happened to Alex Belfield, this court case?
What was that,
Alex
Belfield in his court case?
Belfield
court case up.
Yeah, well, Alex Belfield has told everybody that certain things are happening, but what he didn't tell people is in his videos is that he's up on how many charges? 12 charges of
stalking and harassment.
And harassment, and he didn't tell anybody that. And I'd like to know how the guys managed to get over to America for the second time this year, considering he doesn't have YouTube anymore. Well, he does, but he doesn't, not the numbers he was getting, and he's been asking people for all sorts of money. I mean, if you guys if you guys helped me out with like as you have done in the past, and I'm eternally grateful for things like the equipment. If you saw me a week or two after you lot giving me some donations, if you saw me on fucking holiday in the Costa del Sol, you'll be doing your bollocks. But his supporters don't seem to be fucking bothered about it, and I would be.
Well, I'll put it quickly, Dan. Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. That don't
pay for it to look what he's been saying. So I think he's an older bollocks myself.
Listen to this, ready? And this might make some smile, and this might make somebody's blood boil. But I know for a fact, when I put that judgment up, he lost over 10,000 subscribers because of it. I know that 100%.
I just think he's a bit of a fucking twat, to be honest with you. It's all him.
Well,
here's a fact. Here's something for you, ready? He released the video after I put that video up, saying, "No, I've been told there's a video going around that I'm meant to have lost in court. It's a load of bollocks. It's false. It's blah blah blah." Right? But then he also goes on to say something about someone else, and he turns around about this other person saying, "My lawyers will have a field day with him," but he never once tried to threaten me with suing me over that video. And you've got to ask yourself, why isn't he threatening that with me then? Because he knows the same as I know that judgment is 1,000% correct.
So did he get found guilty then on the judgment?
No, what it is, it was set for that day. It's a libel case, and it was set for that day, final hearing, and everybody had to have all the shit together. Well, he turned up at court with nothing, saying, "Oh, I don't want to produce me evidence because it might perjure my criminal cases, blah blah blah." And the judge turned around and said to him, "You was told, Mr. Belfield, it won't perjure your criminal cases." So basically, what had happened was the judge could have gone both ways with that. He could have dealt with it there and then, which I think personally should have done, or he could have actually adjourned it, which he did. But because he adjourned it, he ordered Belfield to pay 25 grand of the other side's costs.
And I wonder where we got the 25 grand from.
Fucking hell.
You know what I mean? Somebody was mentioned on that video about it, actually, because there was obviously a Belfield fan. And they said to me, look, I like Belfield, but some of the stuff he's saying is a bit iffy and so on. What is actually true? So I says to her, as a female, so I says, well, what you need to ask yourself is this. He put a video out saying he made over 400k off donations to pay for his legal cost to fight the BBC. Now, there's no papers ever been put in from him to about the BBC to the High Court. You can phone them and ask them that, and they'll tell you that there's no case whatsoever. So why isn't the case being submitted? And here's another question: why is he flying around the fucking world first class, going on 3 5-star holidays, paying his legal defence for his criminal cases and paying a defence for libel cases? That is what the money has actually been spent on.
He's got a thing about Jeremy Fine as well. I don't know what the situation was.
Well, Bobby, that's what this judgment is about. He had to pay Jeremy Vine 25 grand.
Fucking hell. I just think he's a bit of a bellend myself. I used to watch him quite a lot, but I haven't bothered watching for a while now. I think he's fucking a bellend.
He's definitely got a hard on for Jeremy Vine. Absolutely.
But have you noticed he's stopped putting the Carol Vorderman flipping videos up?
I've got to say though, that Carol Vorderman
watch it,
well for fucking whatever old she is. And
I don't watch him neither, Dan. But it's obviously what people say in the comments.
Yeah.
Since the libel case, he's never ever put any more videos up of Carol Vorderman.
Smudge, stop it.
I think he's
anyway.
Because he's asking people for money to go on the site to listen to his podcast, whatever it is. And I think we're not paying fucking money for something that I don't like or I can't stand anymore. I used to watch him every so often, but now I just fucking blank the cunt.
Let me just say this to everyone who's listening. Now, you can take this as a 100% cast iron guarantee. Where Belfield goes wrong is when he puts his videos up, whatever he says it as if it is a matter of fact, right? Which makes him open to libel. Now, there's 3 magic little words you should put in front of everything you ever say, and that is, in my opinion.
Or allegedly.
And
that way you can never be done liable.
But he's supposed to be this big star. And up to a few years, well, last year, I never heard of him, anything about him. He's supposed to be a BBC warm-up star or all this crap. But I've never heard anything about him since last year or so. And I started watching his videos.
Why would you trust a former BBC employer, especially one that treasures his photographs with, well, I won't say the person's name, but a former BBC presenter?
Did you watch that programme the other day about Jimmy Savile, Rolf Harris and Stuart Hall? It's quite interesting.
No, I don't watch TV.
Don't know. It's quite it's quite interesting. It sounds like the BBC is full of pedos.
Right, listen, hang on. Right, we're going to come off this subject anyway. We don't want to spend all day or all night talking about that bell end. I want to ask people who are watching, anybody who's already signed up to the mailing list. Remember that the mailing list, all I ever send is a notification when a video is up and ready, or in advance of a live stream. You will never on that list. You will never receive any other kind of emails whatsoever, ever. Can the people that are in the comments that have signed up to that list, can you just let me know if you've been getting all of those notifications, just so I know that they are? Yeah, on everyone. Yeah. Yeah, cool. I know it can probably be a little bit of a pain, especially when I put out so many in a day. If I sort of do like I have today, 11 videos today, I think it was. So when you get 11 emails, obviously they all collect into one email. And I do realise it can be a bit of a pain, but at least I know that people are receiving notifications every time. And that's the main point of it. Obviously, people don't have to sign up to it, but it certainly helps people know when there's a new video out. What about old Kevin Phillips? Tossing himself off in the park.
Something doesn't seem right there about that, you know.
Something fishy about that, Dan. I just think, why was the fella or woman ever filming it? And why is all of a sudden, it's every day now, there's something about a man being either caught wanking or caught raping. There's something fishy about that, I think.
Yeah, well, I said about the person being in the bushes, but somebody replied to me, and I do get it, and I you know, and I understand where they're coming from. If you saw a copper doing something like that, I mean, I think there's two courses of actions you're going to take, isn't there? Either you're going to stay quiet, you're going to film it because you're so outraged and shocked by what you're seeing that you want to prove to people that that's what you've seen, or at least prove to the police that that's what you've seen, or you're going to lose your bollocks and you're going to go out there and fucking start tearing strips off them. Although I wouldn't want to touch him after seeing where his hands have been.
But I wouldn't want to shake his hands afterwards, Dan.
No. Well, I said about in the video, I said about Charing Cross would probably be high-fiving him if he was part of that station, but obviously not until he's washed his hands. But you're right about the fact that there seems to be something almost every day that puts men in a bad light. And granted, men are more likely to commit crime. Okay. However, this seems to be at the moment. There seems to be this tsunami of men are bad crimes. You know, not somebody doing some shoplifting to feed their kids because the cost of living's gone up so much. This is all major incidents, disgusting incidents that are all directed at men.
But if you think about this, Dan, I do believe this. I believe the police are trying to kick the bucket to somebody else. Because if you look at it, the last 2 years, you've got the Sarah Everard's murder and every other crimes committed by a police officer. And I believe that they was just trying to pass the buck. As in, I've sent you a link that it's not just men, it's white men. It seems to be the baddies nowadays.
Do you know what I think we should all do? I think we should all get a campaign going to get something called Sarah's Law, where if a copper breaks the law, he gets at least double the sentence if you or me did it.
There's already a Sarah's Law. We'll have to call it Pap's Law.
But no, you understand what I mean, don't you? In the wake of what that copper did to Sarah Everard.
You're 100% right. Because I think these police officers now, that they don't give a rat's ass about the law. If they want to rape, murder. And if you think about this, Dan, that the police officer killed Sir Everon. Nickname was the rapist. There was women, other police officers used to call him the rapist. If they were so truly fear for women's rights or fear for women's being raped, murdered, etc., why don't they clean house before they clean anybody else's house?
Because there'd be none left.
Yeah.
They'd be panicking because they're going to need more than 20,000 more coppers if they clean house and they got rid of everybody that had a, don't get me wrong, right? I get that some people have done shit in the past. Yeah, they might have done some shoplifting or whatever it might have been, right? Or stolen a car or whatever. Now, in order to be the police, I don't necessarily think that you have to be absolutely 1,000,000% squeaky clean. All right. We can all have done stuff in the past that is going to affect our future, and we complain about too much noise going on somewhere.
It's coming back through Bobby's speakers.
It's the ice machine. Sorry,
Right.
I'm topping the glasses up with ice. Sorry.
So the oh fuck me, what was I saying?
We all have a path. We've all got.
Right, we ourselves as normal members of the public, right? We screw when people use something against us from our past, right? And quite rightly so. But if it's a serious offence, that's going to follow you around the rest of your life. If it's something stupid that you've done, and you haven't committed a crime for the last 10 years, you haven't done shoplifting or whatever for 10 years or whatever, then there has to be a sort of cut-off point for minor crimes to say, look, we'll forget about that, okay, because it's been so long now since you've done anything like that, or you've done it before you were 18 or whatever it might be. So I understand that. But there is so many in the force now that have got not just convictions, but loads of them that have got that have been questioned or suspended over abuse allegations, but yet they're all still in the police force. Bobby, that noise is doing my nutting, mate.
What is it?
Yeah, it's feedback coming through your speakers, Bobby. You've got your volume on.
Oh, big there. Give me 2 seconds and switch it off. Oh, it's off. I'm a bit sorry.
No, all right, no worries. It's just coming back through. That was all. So I get that we can't say that every copper has to be 1,000,000% squeaky clean, but there has to be a cut-off. There has to be like a level. Okay, right. You've not committed an offence for X amount of time, a minor offence, mind you. And I'm not sticking up for police here, by the way. It has to be a minor offence. If they've committed a minor offence and it was, say, 10 years previous, then fine. We've got to give people a chance, the same as you and I. If it was a serious offence and they've done any time, okay, if they've done any time whatsoever, then they shouldn't be a copper. Right, number one. If it's a serious offence, even if they haven't done crime, but it's a serious offence, then they shouldn't be allowed to join the police force. But they are letting anybody in. They're so desperate to get these 20,000 police back in and bolster the ranks again that they are literally taking on anybody. And it's not even just the crimes that they may or may not have committed. It's the fucking hell, what was I going to say?
The nature of them, to be honest with you, that's what I think.
And also that they posing with dead bodies and all sorts, that they're doing silly stuff like that. They want us to trust them and respect them. Respect is earned. It's not given. My granddad used to say.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just going through some of the comments. People still saying they're getting feedback. Have you got headphones in, Bob?
No.
Bobby.
Have you got?
One second, Dan. Bobby, can you can you, when you're not talking, can you just mute your microphone, then unmute it when you want to talk?
All right, I will do that. Okay, get me headphones.
Yeah, headphones would be better.
Give me 2 secs.
No worries.
Oh.
Yeah. So anyway, that's what I think anyway. When it comes to the police and potential previous records and stuff, it's the same as I say. It's exactly the same as us. We'd expect to be given a chance if it was a very low level offence that we were convicted of, and we wanted to move forward with our lives. So we have to be fair, and that has to be an offer to everybody. But again, as it's if it's something that's yeah, I think so. Yeah, I can't hear the background noise at the moment, so I think that's better.
I'm just in the office, Dan. I'm just like you see it. It's all talking about it. I have vitamin D.
No worries. So anyway, and he's back. So what was he talking about?
Sorry about that, Dan. Are you ready for this? I don't know if you can see this, but you know that site I was telling you about, the female sex offenders? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell me if you can see this.
Sort of. Let me make your
how can I turn this bloody camera around? This is what I was trying to do.
Oh, I had the same trouble when I was doing the live stream at the BBC. And I still can't remember.
I can't remember how you turned the fucking camera around, but I'll try it again. Are you ready? Tell me, because I can't see the screen. Can you see my screen now on the monitor?
Yes, I can see it. I can see it.
Right. Let me see if I can do it like this. Right. Here is the result. 199. Yeah?
Right.
All sex offences. Every single one. Gender. Female. 199. Do you see that now?
When's this from? Since what year?
2022, 2022, 2022, 2022. All 2022.
190. 199 in 2022.
All female. I could scroll through it and you'll see every single one's a female because that's all I've got it chose to pick between male and female.
Right. Fucking hell.
Now, they don't tell you that in the newspapers, do they?
No, they fuck. It's just that.
And if you look, I don't know if you'll be able to work out. I don't know if you'll be able to work out, but look, that is the indictments on them. Sexual assault of a child under the age of 13, abuse of position of trust, sexual activity, 2 counts, custodial sentence, and that, as you can see, I don't know if that shows up properly on the screen for you.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
Right, well, that's who I have it, who I get it all the information from. It's a proper legitimate law place.
Right.
Yeah. Now, like I said, Dan, I'll give you the sign-in details for them if you want, mate. And you can do it by any pharmacram you want. And it'll bring it all up, whether it be male or female that you're looking for.
And when does this go back to? How can you put like a year to start?
You can put years from and to. So, for instance, Adam, let's just say you went from 2020 to 2022. It'll bring all that up. Or if you go from 2022 to 1st of January 2022 to 31st of March 2022, it'll just bring all that up.
Right.
So I'll give you, like I said, Dan, I won't do it over air, mate, but I'll give you all the details and explain to you how to, my login details, and explain to you how to use the site.
Sounds. We'll have a discussion of that during the week. Just give me one second, please. So, Janine, Joe. I see what's happening in the comments there. Just ignore each other, please. I don't want people to fall out in the comments and fucking have issues, right? And make people feel unwelcome, because everybody's welcome here. If we don't get on with somebody, let's just ignore them, just block them, and just get involved in the conversation rather than getting back at each other for whatever reason. All right, because that's not what this channel's about. Especially, well, not on the live streams anyway. So let's please, let's just keep it, adult and reasonable, please. Right. Sorry, TC.
Yeah, no worries, mate. But now I have a lot of legal resources like that, Dan, that you may be interested in, that will help you when you're doing your videos, where you can go to the data and say, look, this is 100% correct.
Right.
When you look at the mainstream media will even put that out. It's just to beat the male. It's not even beat the male, it's beat the white male. And if you look at the
I'll tell you what, if you want, I'll change that from female to male and we'll see how many male comes up.
Yeah, look.
1 second, I'll change it from female to male. Click back.
You know, Manny, what's the percentage of this, Dan? White males, black males.
Say again, Bob.
You know what the percentage is between white males and black males in rape cases?
From what the hell am I doing here?
So, Bob, I'm sorry. A comment just popped up as you was talking there. So my apologies. Can you say that one more time, please? I am listening 100%.
Do you know what the percentage is between white and black male? Percentage of the rape cases are.
Here you are. I've done it. Are you ready? I'll put the camera on so you can see. I can't remember how many I can't remember how many females there was. But are you ready for this one?
199.
Do you see that?
110.
What gender?
Yeah.
There you go. Again, so you can all see. There's the courts it was dealt in. And I say I can scroll, well, I can't because I'm nowhere near my mouse, but I can scroll down on that and you can see it all for yourself. But
Janine, I'm not stopping people from putting their points across or putting their comments in the comments. I wouldn't do that, okay? But all I'm saying, and I'm not blaming you and I'm not blaming Joe, I'm just saying, okay? I'm just saying your both your names because you're the two people that I saw in the comments. All I'm saying is if we can't reach an agreement with somebody, rather than getting ourselves upset by backwards and forwards fighting with them in the comments, and the best thing to do is just to try and ignore. And the best way to do that is to block them and not have to look at their comments. That's all I'm saying. All right. So I'm not having a go at you. I'm not having a go at Joe. I'm just asking us both to try and ignore each other if possible.
And another thing you'll find interesting on that site, that you can actually click abuse of powers only. So anybody that's been in a position of place, you can click, like abuse of powers, and it'll bring all them cases up for you.
Right, Mike, the web link, you have to be a member of the site. I think you have to pay. Is that the one you have to pay for, TT?
Yeah.
So it would be a waste of time putting that link up on, well, unless you want to pay for it.
How much is it, TC, to get on the site?
That one wasn't expensive. I think it was about £150 a year.
So, random 10 in a month.
All right. Joe, but that's not her fault though, is it? Joe. If she goes into a police station and records them and gets away with it, that's not Kraft's fault. It's the police. So you shouldn't be having to go at Janine for something that the police are guilty of doing. Anyway, what was I going to say?
But you see, think about this, right? Not only is the males or females, but either gender is normally helps the person that done the crime. It's like if somebody gets raped or something like that, their parents always stick by them. Oh my, this boyfriend, girlfriend, wife, husband would never do that.
See, this is why I don't trust the media, because you never see it in the media about females doing these crimes, but yet you hear it and see it all over the fucking internet about males, and it really grates my gears.
Well, I stand. This is one of my gripes. I can't stand this. It's like it's bashed the male. It's constantly. And I tell you for a fact, every civilization before us, as the feminist and it overtakes the maleness, that the civilization goes down. Like the Babylons, the Greeks, the Romans, doesn't matter what it is, it's that they always crush down.
Dan's sat looking at it as if it's like really concentrating on something. It looks like it's froze.
No, I've not froze. I'm still here. So I just want to make sure that these comments are remaining friendly.
I believe that if you're on this site, Dan, you like everyone's the same, looking for the right answer and right justice. So why aren't they arguing for?
But it's nature, in it. Nobody likes to feel like they've been hard done by. And when by the looks of it, somebody's being treated in a way that somebody else hasn't been treated, and it seems to have caused a bit of an upset, based on what I can work out from the comments. But
I hadn't seen the comments, Dan. What was it about?
I haven't seen the comments either.
I'm to be honest, I'm not going to get into it because I'll have to mention names, and I don't want to mention any names at the moment. So it's just.
But that is just to throw the dice. If you look against the police, fine. If you're not, it's just one. It just depends who you are, what you are, and if you face fits with the police, you get away with murder.
Yeah. Or your uniform.
Yeah. Sorry about this, Dan. I'm a bit pissed. So I might talk jabberish.
No worries. Good night, Tiffany. Thanks for jumping on. Mike, it is in the public domain. It's just got a paywall as such.
What has?
The information is probably what I think he's talking about, the site that you were showing. I think the information is probably out there in the public domain. It's just that the way that it's been done, they're charging people because they're spending time updating and keeping updated a database. And I think that's where the charge comes in. But I would imagine
you're right there, Dan. You're right there, Dan. Let me explain. Basically, every single form of court case, whether it be magistrates, Crown, High Court, no matter what it is, employment tribunal, no matter what it is updated every single day of every single case that's ever took place on that day. So yeah, it is a lot of work, whoever's doing it.
Yeah, which is why obviously they charge for it. But I would imagine that all of the information that's in there is out there somewhere. but it would be a fucking nightmare going through trying to find it all.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is.
But then it wouldn't be any matter anyway, because the main media wouldn't bring this to public attention anyway. And if you say on a channel like Gentleman Fine Show, if you were to give the same stats or TC does give, you get either cut off or get laughed at.
Yeah, because people don't want to talk about it. People don't want to talk about it. You know, when somebody comes on the radio or whatever, they say something. We use the radio as an example. Okay, somebody phones up the radio station and wants to talk about something, and in the end they laugh at the person, they ridicule the person, and they try and make out the person stupid or a conspiracy nut or all of this kind of stuff. And the problem is, it only takes that one person's voice to say this is a nutcase for a vast majority of the listeners to believe it. Okay, so it's easy to dismiss people and they're not just their claims but their opinions. But I think that's dangerous. Dismissing people's opinions is dangerous because it drives those opinions underground, and they don't come up to be debated. So people that could potentially be able to work out their own mind from what either side is saying, they don't. They just get to hear it from one side, and that causes, I think, it causes sort of radicalists.
And also, Dan, they said that 1 in 60 rape cases go to court, but they don't tell the reason why that they haven't gone to court. As a majority for pedos abusing young girls. Now, when they go to court, they get charged with more serious offence like underage sex, etc., etc. But the rape charges are still there. So when they go to court, they get done for underage sex or sex with the minor. And also, as well, Dan, is that it's called domestic rape as well, that they don't go to court because it's hard to prove. And do you know the majority of rape allegations are made by which type of woman?
The thing is, Bobby, the reason why it's so difficult to prosecute what you and I would class as a paedophile.
Yeah.
And Dan has actually read that piece out of a Supreme Court judgment, which I sent him a few weeks back. I don't know if you'll recall it.
I listened to you there last week.
Where Dan read it, because I sent Dan the link, and he read the paragraph out in particular. And it's a Supreme Court judgment that says, even though we know this is going to make it a lot more difficult to prosecute, we feel it's the right thing to do.
That's wrong. I think it's wrong. And he say, I can say to you, do you know who's the most the women in that reports rape is prostitutes and smackheads. Now, it's very hard to prove a prostitute being raped, because if you look at it, if a woman has had more pricks in it than a second-hand dartboard, it's very hard to prove. I'm not saying a prostitute can't be raped, far from it, but that's what I'm saying. It's hard to prove a rape in a court of law because normally comes down to one word against another. That's where people fuck up, because these women men are violent against women. Men do this and do that. It's bullshit, because if you look at the facts, that if it's 1 in 60
well, Danny, you're on about sorry, Bobby, you're on about you're on about why so many people don't get charged for it, or why they don't say why they haven't been charged for it. Yes. I can give you a prime example. Now, if you have a look on my channel, you'll see psychopath doctor, and this is still a doctor that works for the NHS as to this very day.
Yeah,
was in a custody battle with her children, with her husband and her children. Now, it wasn't going so well for this female doctor, So she started crying rape
Rape.
and child abuse, only to be proven it was 100% lies.
That's what I'm saying to you, TC. That's only 3 reasons why a case of rape won't go to court. A, the police messed up. B, there's no evidence. Or C, that the woman's lied about it. Now, I remember a case, as I think you might remember this, a few years ago. A student said she was raped, but the defendant proved that she sent text message to him saying, come round to mine for a bit house your father. See, that's what I'm saying to you. This so-called witch
The
hunt
thing is, it's
about
too easy. It's too easy for a female to cry rape. And don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. If a bloke has raped a woman, he wants fucking castrating. No two ways about that.
Definitely. And I'm going to tell you something else, CC. In the last 2 years, I have had sexual contact with about 200 women. Now, just imagine, I'm scared now to go with the one because I can be accused of being getting accused of being a rapist.
Hang on, how many women?
And I can prove that, Dan, without a shadow of a doubt. I can prove you without a shadow of a doubt. I've got proof on my phone.
Nah, Danny's really got the 2 zeros the wrong way around.
You shouldn't be saying. Hang on, right? Hang on a minute. Bobby, wait a minute. For any police watching, none of this can be used against him because he's drunk.
But I can say to you, Dan, I can prove without a shadow of a doubt. And I've got proof on my phone. It's about over just maybe 200 up a bit of women. I've had that's from
Bobby.
What?
You can't really class having a sexual relationship with a woman you've got to pay.
Take it from me, lad. I don't need to pay for it.
That's an expensive social life.
So what you're saying, they pay you?
That's wife. I'm sick of paying for it.
So what you're saying, Bobby, they've been paying you?
No, not like that, lad. But I'm telling you, TC, I can prove without a shadow of a doubt.
Oh, come on, mate. Come on, fella. We're toying with you.
I know.
Just don't offer to.
I could be accused of being a rapist from them women.
Just don't offer to send me the videos.
I'm telling you this, I got into it, Dan. I said about the teacher a few years ago that she used to film me banging it, basically. And she used to give me an essay afterwards. And I got into it about 10 years or so. But I can prove without a shadow of a doubt, Dan. Trust me.
I've got no reason to disbelieve you, Bobby.
That's what I'm saying to you, Dan. Women are. If I dare anybody, and your listeners or your subscribers, do one night on a door. You see how women are. Because I saw a woman
Right, hang on a minute. 1 minute. Remember, first of all, people in the chat, remember that Bobby's had a drink, and this isn't a bad thing about you, Bobby. I'm not cussing you or nothing like that. Okay, Bobby's had a drink, so when you've had a drink, you say the words come out.
Normally say.
What Bobby, I think, means is when he says women, he doesn't mean all women. I'm pretty sure of that.
Some women are fine, Dan. Don't get me wrong. Some women are fine.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that people in the comments aren't assuming that you're talking about all women, which obviously it comes across in that way sometimes.
Some women are fine, Dan. Some women are angels, but you get women who I saw a woman stick traffic cone upper.
What he's calm down.
Now,
To get
and that's a side you want to see.
Well, not really. No.
That's what I say to you, Dan. This nasty women and this nasty men. Doesn't matter what gender you are. You can get some bastards and some angels on both sides. But it seems to me on now the media, the police, and also these other organisations, it's bashed the male. That TC just proved that it's women as well. But you don't hear of anything about that, Dan.
Yeah, no,
Did you know?
of course.
Did you know? Sorry, Dan. Bobby, did you know a woman cannot commit rape?
I know that they tried it in 2000, I think 2016. You've got to penetrate a woman to commit a rape. Now,
Right.
a woman could put up whatever up another woman's private part. It's not rape.
Right, guys. Let's guys. I want to change the subject now because we've been on this for about 10 minutes now, talking about rape. And first of all, YouTube probably aren't going to like it too much. And secondly, I've got to acknowledge that there are going to be people in the comments who may not like to hear about what's being spoken about. So I've got to give a chance for you guys to talk about
some of your listeners, Dan, that I truly feel sorry for. I wouldn't name names, but this one I truly feel sorry for. That if you abuse a woman, you're not a man. If you hit a woman or sexually assault a woman, you're not a man. In my way of thinking.
And I agree. Listen, I'm going to bring Tottenham Beef in. Okay, so let's give him a moment to say hello.
Hello.
How you doing, Beef? How you doing, mate?
Hello, Dan. How you doing?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good stuff.
I'm an avid watcher and supporter of your channel.
Hi, Tottenham Beef.
It's nice to meet you, man. Nice to meet you. We've not spoken before, have we?
I was the one that sent a message through saying that I got arrested for trespass at my partner's house, and the police basically evicted me at the house illegally.
Right.
She didn't tell them to kick me out. We had an argument, and
Right.
she was staying at her mother's house, and
Okay.
the neighbor downstairs locked me out one morning, early morning. I went to go and get some stuff from the shop, and when I got back, I found that the bottom lock had been locked. So when the lock, that's my partner. Sorry.
No worries.
So I couldn't get back into the flat. So I had to ring on the girl's bell, and she said, "Don't knock on my door again, or I'm going to call the police." So I called the police. The police came, and they asked her to open the door and to come to the front door and have a word with them. She says, "I don't know him. And basically end up causing a whole load of a scene. The police said to me to call the locksmith. So I called the locksmith. Right. The locksmith gained entry. When I got in, the police got called again somehow. I don't know if it was a fire brigade or the neighbor downstairs. I'm unsure. And ended up coming back there. And what they did is they told me to come downstairs. I said, "I don't want to come downstairs. There's no reason. I'm in the house now. Why do I need to come downstairs?" They goes, "Well, we just want to have a word with you." And I said, "Well, you can have a word with me from down there." She lives on the second floor, right? And they're downstairs at the front gate. So they're trying to beckon me to come out. And there's no reason for me to come out now because I've gained access to the property now.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, this police officer started to get onto the radio. There was 20 police cars outside my partner's house. They cornered off the road. They called the fire brigade. They doused me with water. They broke into her house. They broke the communal door. They broke her front door. They wet her whole house up with one of them fire hoses. They stole our dog. They took our German Shepherd. They smashed my partner's TV. They tased me. They brought me out onto the street naked. I was naked because they basically tased me on the stairs. This is after they wet me with a hose from the fire brigade because they lied and said that I was trying to burn the house down and I'm threatening to burn everyone. These all lies, yeah?
Right, yeah.
Finally, I woke up. When I woke up in the hospital because they tased me and I've got a back problem and my body don't work the way it used to. And so far, I'm back in court for a trial on Thursday. This Thursday coming now. This happened on the 2nd. No, this happened on the 21st of September of last year. This
is a trial you're a defendant in.
That's right. So what happened is that at court, originally the police decided that what they were going to do was try to stop me from getting bail. They said I got done for arson. Hear this. Trespass was the first charge. Arson. I've got all the paperwork here.
Can I just ask you a question there, big fella?
Go on.
Who called the police and what for?
This is what we're still trying to find out. And till this day, I still haven't seen none of the witness statements. I haven't seen none of the body worn evidence, the BWE. I haven't given them my statement. They haven't taken my partner's statement. They dropped most of the charges. So they dropped the trespass charge. They dropped criminal damage because it was them that smashed the door. They smashed her door and then blamed me.
Right. When they forced entry, what section did they use? Was it a section 17?
I have no idea. They just said that I'm trespassing. I said, how am I trespassing? I've got all my stuff in her house. I've got my passport, my driving license, my TV, my PlayStations, my PC. I had everything, my clothing, my chairs. I had so much things in her house. So,
but the only time police can be involved in trespass if it's aggravated.
There was no look. The girl downstairs called the police on me because she said that I was breaking into the house. But I had already called the police and I had asked them, what should I do? They told me, and this is on the 999 call, to call a locksmith. So now when I called a locksmith, the police came back again. And when they come, now what they're trying to say is that I'm a trespasser. But I wasn't trespassing because I had the key to get into the house. The only problem is I didn't have the key to get through the front door. I had the key to get to the front door. I just didn't have both of the keys. I didn't have the bottom lock. I had the top lock. And the girl that lived downstairs, which has got nothing to do with us, she locked the bottom lock. Now my partner, me and her was having arguments at that time, so I couldn't gain access to the house. So I called the police instead of calling my partner because me and her are in arguments at the moment. You know, she wants me out. And I had nowhere to go at that time. I've got my own place now, but at that time, I had nowhere to go. And all my stuff was in the house. So it's not that I wasn't going to leave. I just couldn't leave at the time that she wanted me to leave. Now, she stayed at her mother's house around the corner until I could leave. But that had nothing to do with the police, and it had nothing to do with the girl downstairs. They took it upon themselves to kind of get involved, and I got illegally evicted. I was assaulted by the police. Yeah, I was tased.
Bobby,
with water.
Are you having a piss, Bobby? Sorry, Tom Beef. Are you having a piss, Bob?
Sorry,
Listen, man. You need to pause it when you're not. You need to mute it when you're not talking. The noise is doing my nutting. Sorry, Tottenham Beef. So, what's your name, by the way? First name?
Anthony.
Anthony.
So is man. So, do you prefer Anthony or Tony? Which one? Anthony or Tony?
Anthony.
Yeah, but do you prefer Anthony over Tony?
Anthony.
Yeah. Where I prefer Tony over Anthony, because my name is actually Anthony, but I prefer Tony.
Oh, this is Anthony, man.
And Anthony, so when you was arrested, when you was released, did they give you any paperwork at all?
Yeah, I got all my bail forms here.
Right. What about your I mean, your bail forms give you conditions of what you can't do, but did you get your custody record?
I haven't got no custody record. I just got.
Right.
Wait,
A custody record will give all the information as to what as to why they've nicked you.
You mean the charges like this? The charges?
No, an actual custody record.
No. The charges will be different from your custody record because in most cases they'll arrest you for something and they'll charge you for something different. So what I always say to people now is that if you ever get arrested, and I hope you don't get arrested again, but if you ever get arrested, before you leave, tell them you want a copy of your custody record. So when you leave the police, because they'll use if you ask them at time to leave, they'll fuck about and they'll keep you waiting for ages and they'll hope that you'll piss off because you want to go home. So ask them before you leave. So when I leave here, I want my custody records, and they'll print it out for you. On that custody record, we'll have any information as to what they arrested you for at the time. It'll have some other information on there. Some of it will be useless, some of it will be useful, but it's better to do that at the time rather than to do a subject access request later on. Do you have a brief?
This is the thing. The lawyer that I had was actually a police lawyer that was given to me from in the police station, right? Right. I don't want to say their name, right? But anyway, what happened is that they had actually got most of the charges dropped. So the next day, because the police didn't want to get me bail, they wanted me to go to jail, right? And at court the next morning, they dropped most of the charges. They dropped the arson because that was a lie. They dropped the arson. They dropped the criminal damage because it was them that damaged the door. They dropped the trespass because my partner can clearly be heard on their body-worn camera saying, "Don't break off my door. You ain't got no permission to go into my house." And they still broke into her house. So that's 3 of the charges that was dismissed. So there's I'm being done for racial abuse for calling the black police officer a stupid nigger. That's because in my view he was, and it wasn't on a racist thing either. Let's just get that straight. It wasn't a racist thing. Where I come from, we say nigger a lot to each other. That's just the way of speech that we have with each other, you know. Whether we're angry or happy or sad doesn't really matter, you know. So I said so and it was said more in an ignorant way than a racist manner kind of thing. So I said, like, shut up, you fucking stupid nigger. That's what they did. It'd be
the same as me going, fuck off, mate. Who do you think you are?
Yeah, in basically. In that kind of way. It wasn't in a racial way, but they latched onto that because I called him a stupid nigger.
Yeah,
Anthony.
So that's racist. So I'm being done for racial abuse, and then
Anthony.
Sorry.
We need to establish what grounds they entered the property under.
I have no idea.
If we can establish that, hold on. No. I know you don't. No, I'm not having a go. Listen, please listen. If we can establish that, then I can give you court precedences to prove that you are innocent.
Yeah.
If we can establish what grounds they entered under, that's all I'm asking. Was it Section 17? If so, what part of Section 17?
I'm not a lawyer.
You see, no, I know you're not. I know you're not. But what I would say is maybe contact the police and ask them on what grounds they entered under, and they will tell you. And they'll tell you what part of legislation and what the reasons was. Now, I'll give you, for instance, I had my house forcibly entered by police under Section 17 for a welfare check, right?
Yeah.
And then I got charged for assault of a police officer. I walked into a courtroom, laid an high court judgment down in front of that judge, and she turned around and said to me, "You're free to leave, Mr. Cox." Because there's no grounds under the Section 17 for a welfare check. Now, this is what I'm saying. If you can tell me what grounds it was they entered under, because this is what I do for an hobby. This is my hobby. I daft as this sounds to you, where people like to read books, I like to read court judgments.
Okay. All right. Let me just finish off my story and just try to explain what happened, right? Because this is the most scariest thought to me. I'm in trial. I got a trial on Thursday, and I have no lawyer. And the judge ordered on the 4th of February, which is my last appearance, that if I don't have, I got the blame. If you can believe this or not, yeah, I got the blame for my lawyer not contacting me. How's that my fault? The judge was clearly angry at me for something that had nothing to do with me. I contacted the lawyer. The lawyer said that she was going to contact me back to take down all my instructions and the incident, right? The lawyer never did call me. So now when I get to court now, I'm explaining that to the judge through the court lawyers, and the judge looked angry at me like I done something wrong. And then he gives a judgment saying that I've got 14 days from the 4th of February. So the 4th of February just gone, yeah? I've got 14 days to get myself a lawyer. And if he doesn't get something on the legal aid to say that I've got a lawyer, then he will then appoint one. So I've done everything in my power to look around quickly for a lawyer. Went to the Law Society, got the 3 numbers, called all 3 numbers. None of the 3 lawyers that are called deal with criminal law. So that kind of screwed me there. So I started searching and looking around, see if I could find any other lawyers. None of the lawyers wanted to take my case. They said it's coming up, but the time frame is too short. So they didn't want to take the case at all. So then I contacted the CPS now, because now I don't have a lawyer. So I contacted the CPS and told them I would like to appear before a judge before the 7th of April, before the trial date, so that I can make sure that I've got proper representation. Yeah. To this day, the CPS hasn't contacted me. So what's going to happen on Thursday when I go to court? What, they're going to try and shed me over and try and stitch me up again?
Right.
No.
Have you got a pen? Have you got a pen?
Pass me a pen, please. Yeah. Armed with a pen and paper.
Right, just HNK. H for Harry. HNK, yeah. HNK Solicitors. It's Liverpool based. Okay, they are up here in Liverpool, but they deal with people. Hang on, Bobby, I keep muting you because of the noise. They're up here in Liverpool, but they deal with people across the country. Now, it's possible that they'll be able to, if they can take it on, it's possible that they'll be able to ask the judge to stay the court date. In other words, put it off whilst they look into it. Okay, if you explain that you've been trying to find somebody, if they can take it on, I can't speak for them, so it's just I'm just giving you some somewhere to try.
Thank you very much.
If they can help you, it's possible that they can write to the police or write to the court and say, look, can we put a stay on this because you've not been you've tried to find somebody, he's tried the Law Society XYZ, not been able to find anybody, but now he's contacted us. We're going to stand in for him. We're going to represent him. Can we put this off for a bit of time? And there is a possibility the court can put it off. I can't guarantee that, so don't take my word on it. I can't speak for the court, but there is a possibility. But HNK have been and are really helpful for a lot of people with incidents against the police. So give them HNK Solicitors based in Liverpool. Give them a ring, see if you can speak to somebody. And if they can help you, then brilliant. But being left to do all of this, to be stuck in the position you're in at the moment it's got to be frightening as well, not knowing what's going to happen because you've got nobody to represent you and whatnot. So I get how you feel in that respect, but definitely HNK, I would give them a ring tomorrow, see if you can speak to somebody and see if they can potentially help you out, and I hope they can. Again, I can't give any guarantees, but if they can, then they will, I'm sure.
What's the chances of them throwing it out?
You could get it. You can get it thrown out, but it'd be very difficult. I will explain to you how. Now, you are entitled under the Human Rights Act to a fair trial and legal representation. Now, come the day of your trial, if you explain to the judge and you can demonstrate to the judge that you've tried everything in your power to get legal representation, and you haven't got legal representation, then therefore they'd have to rather stay the case or find no case to answer. Now, if to carry on with the case, you have got legal grounds to apply for it to be reviewed in the Court of Appeal, which will dismiss any charges you've been found under if you can prove, or should I say demonstrate, that you did everything you could to get legal representation but couldn't get it. You will end up getting any conviction quashed.
So that includes, and I know your device isn't connected, Anthony, but I'm hoping you can still hear. That would include your phone records as well. So if you've used your mobile phone, for example, to phone the Law Society, did you hear all that?
Sorry. Yeah, I heard all of that. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties.
No worries. Yeah, I know what that's like. But if you've got proof that you've made the phone call, so you've got your call history and all that stuff.
I've got my emails as well. I've got the emails as well that I emailed to the CPS to ask them, and I've also called them and spoken to them, and they told me what I should do. I've got all of that.
Print it off if you haven't already. Print it off. Your phone records, screenshot them. So go into your phone records, screenshot them, cover up the numbers you don't want them to have, because you don't want anybody to have numbers that they don't need. So obviously once you've screenshotted it, use your edit app on your phone or whatever and just put a line through everybody's phone number that's not relevant. And then print that off as well. So and take that with you. Again, even TC can't guarantee what a court's going to do. But the more you've got, the more ammunition you've got, shall we say, the better chances you've got of getting it put off, at least to a later date when you've got a chance to get a brief to stand in for you. I mean, to be honest, what you've said sounds exactly what I would expect the police to do. The number of charges that they've put against you, generally to make sure that at least something sticks. Which is why they normally go for the assault of emergency worker. They, when they arrest you and they handcuff you, stop resisting. I swear they're taught to say that in their training, so that anybody walking past thinks that you're resisting.
You're resisting, yeah.
Yeah,
but they couldn't say that in my case because I was tased, man. I was out for the count, man. I was in,
right.
I woke up in hospital. So
I'm just been browsing now, and I think your best option you've got is hoping that they invented under a Section 17. That is your best hope. I can't possibly think of any other thing they've invented under. If that is the case, then you'll certainly have an 80 to 90% chance of walking out with that court scot-free.
I didn't do anything. I did not do anything.
No, I ain't seen you have. You're misinterpreting me, Anthony.
No. I'm not misinterpreting. No. I'm not misinterpreting what you said. I said exactly what you said. But I'm just saying that, just for everybody out there, that I didn't do nothing at all wrong to deserve what they did that day there. And this is I've been watching Pat for quite some time now. And, I'm very grateful to him for what you do because, they're out there, they're unruly, man. They can't be trusted. Look at the things that they're doing out there. Look what they're doing to people. It's disgusting. We pay their taxes, yo. We pay their taxes. Yeah. We don't pay their taxes to be tased. They nearly killed me. Me for nothing.
What part of the country are you from?
London. North London.
I thought so.
North London, Tottenham.
Yeah, I figured that.
You'd think the Tottenham would give it away.
Why? Because it explains the Met Police down to a T, doesn't it? That's why I figured you was from London.
Yeah. So right now, we're stressed out. Me and my partner stressed out because what they did, they went and arrested my partner because she didn't make no statement against me. They then went and arrested my partner for animal cruelty. That's what she did. That's what they did. They went and arrested her for animal cruelty because I kicked the dog. I kicked the dog because my dog is violent and she's unpredictable. She's a German Shepherd. She's a very big dog and she's very unpredictable. She goes for other dogs. She goes for cats. She goes for people on the street. We don't really have no control over her. My dog's never been faced with that situation before. So when the police come and kicks off the door and started coming into the house, the dog was ready. The dog was ready to go. I don't want them to fucking kill my dog. I didn't want them to kill my dog. So if the dog goes downstairs and bites one of them, what do you reckon the police are going to say?
Well, it's their fault for making entry into a property.
So I kicked the dog. I kicked the dog. It wasn't no football. It wasn't no football kick like what that footballer done to that cat. It was just a little, just to keep the dog in control, because the dog will just go downstairs and go for them, and then they will take my dog and kill my dog. And my dog's a beautiful dog. We love our dog. You know what I mean? I didn't want them to get their hands on my dog, and that's exactly what they did. They wanted the dog because no black man should have a German Shepherd. That's what it looked like. That's what it looked like. They keep on calling my dog. Come on, come on. You can hear them. You can hear them on their body-worn cameras calling my dog. Do you know my fucking dog? Don't call my dog, because if you call my dog and my dog comes down and bites you, what's going to happen to my dog? They're going to take my dog and kill my dog.
Yeah.
It's the thing. And say that I sent my dog for them. That's what they're going to say next. Lie and say that I sent my dog to attack them.
The first thing you need to do, Anthony, is contact the police tomorrow to find out what grounds they entered your property under.
It weren't my property. It was my partner's property. But till this day,
it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. That what I'm asking is, you need to find out what grounds they entered the property under.
Okay.
Right. And I think you'll probably it's a blanket thing to use. Section 17. It's a blanket thing. Everything Section 17. Now, if you look up Section 17, the only time they can enter a property with no warrant is if they've got an arrest warrant for someone, if there's a breach of the peace, life and limb and damage to private property, animal cruelty, chasing escaped prisoner, chasing somebody who's committed a crime that they've seen, and that is it. Anything else, they need a warrant for.
Nothing like that happened. And the animal cruelty that they're trying to do before now happened after. It happened after.
Well, this is what I'm saying.
And they had their shields up.
This is what I'm saying to you. There'll probably be a blanket thing that they've used as a Section 17, which none of those situations I've just rolled off is going to go down with a judge in a court, and you will walk out of court smiling. Because you have no legal right to enter the. Once they've entered your property illegally, then you are then allowed to use any reasonable force to defend yourself and your property. It doesn't matter if they've got a uniform on or not.
Right, let me just jump in for 1 second, folks, because I think there's people in the comments. I'm not sure if they've got the wrong end of the stick or not. Look, you guys know what I thought of my dogs, okay, Daisy and Alice. All right.
Yeah, I love my dog, man.
When Anthony's mentioned about kicking the dog, okay, as he said, he's not talking about a drop kick or a field goal.
I didn't go football kick the dog. It wasn't out of cruelty. It was out of love that I didn't want my dog to run down the stairs and bite one of them, because my dog is she's unpredictable. She's unpredictable. Yeah. 1 minute she'll be cool, next minute she'll just go for someone. I couldn't take that chance.
No, I get it. This is what I'm trying to explain.
I paid £2,500 for that dog 5 years ago. I had the dog 5 years.
I get it. I get where you're saying. Daisy and Alice were when Daisy and Alice were out on the lead and they saw another dog, they used to scream. And I mean scream, and it sounded like I was cutting their throats in the street, and it's embarrassing when they saw another dog. Now, if, for example, that somebody opened the front door by accident and one of them went to run out, okay, I would put my foot out and I would tap the back of their ass with my foot. All right, it wouldn't be a kick like I'm taking a penalty, but it still be classed as a kick because I'm using my foot. Okay, it would be a nudge on the back end to make them go or to stop them from running out. Okay, and that's what I'm seeing this as here. If somebody tries to come to your house,
of cruelty. I've never been cruel to no animal in my life. I'm not no cunt. Yeah, I don't do that to animals at all. But I didn't know. I didn't know what else to do in a quick proximity of time. I didn't know what else to do. All I could do was react to at that space and time right there. And They were calling the dog. They were calling the dog multiple times, and I'm like, I tried to pull the dog back. This is just after they wet us. I've been up since 1 o'clock in the morning. You know, it's now 10 o'clock in the morning. I've been up since 1 o'clock in the morning. It's now 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm tired. I'm frustrated. I want to lay down. I want to go to sleep because I've been out there all day. I started drinking. I started getting on the liquor. Yeah. As soon as I got in, I started getting on the liquor. Then the police come outside and started their shit. So I never got a chance to rest. I never got a chance to sleep. Yeah. I was frustrated. I was angry that they had kicked off the door. They kicked off the door, and now they were calling my dog downstairs. They called the dog downstairs, and the dog in the beginning will be all right. She'll be all right in the beginning. She'll come to anybody, but if she doesn't like you, she will bite you. That's the thing. Yeah. She will bite you, plain and simple.
I think the other thing as well is you got. I think that I get what Lost Souls Paranormal saying in the comments, but I think that if somebody's just booted your door in and you haven't got time to think, you haven't got time to go, right, somebody's coming in, I don't know who it is, I better tell the dog to stay, better go and close the door. You don't have that time to react. And when you think that your dog is going to pounce on somebody because they're running up the stairs and you haven't got time to act, you have to do something.
You've got to think swiftly. Imagine this. Sorry to interrupt you, yeah? Just imagine this to all the people that are saying stupid shit, yeah? Put it this way. Imagine this. Say that you got your dog, the same dog that you love and care for, and then you got your baby, and the baby is there. It's a baby. Can't do nothing. All of a sudden, your dog goes for your baby. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Are you not going to kick the fucking dog? Are you not going to kick the dog? You're going to kick the shit out of that dog. It don't matter how much you love that dog. You love your baby more. That's your baby. You hear what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter. There's many different scenarios you can use. Me and Pat could be walking our dogs at the same time. All of a sudden, because they're both off the lead, they have a fight. What are you going to do? Pat's dog's smaller than my dog. What should I do? Not kick the dog? I mustn't hit the dog so many times to release Pat's dog because it might kill Pat's dog. You see what I'm trying to say? There's different scenarios in those. They're animals in the end. You have to always make sure that you're in control of your animal. That is the law. It doesn't matter what's going on. You have to make sure that you're in control of your animal.
I think the issue is the way, you know, and I'm not blaming you, by the way. I'm not blaming anybody for their opinions. I think what's happened is because you've used the word kick. I think that's what it is. But it is a kick because you're using your foot.
I will show the video when I get the evidence. I will give you the evidence, and you can see what happens. As soon as I get the body worn evidence, I will send you a copy, Pat, and you can put it up, and you can see what they did. You can see exactly what they did because they got it all on their video. Yeah, right. You'll see the kick. The kick wasn't a kick. It was like this. It was like that. It wasn't a running boot. It wasn't a cat.
Right.
The dog had no injuries. The police took the dog. The police checked over the dog. The dog had no injuries. The dog was perfectly fine. It was a bit underweight because she's on her period. When she's on her period, she doesn't really eat as much. She drinks a lot. They were saying, oh yeah, that she had a lot of water. There was nothing wrong with the dog to say that the dog was unhealthy or the dog was unlooked after or unkept in any way. It was just that it was the kick. But they arrested my partner because they were saying that she knows that I kicked the dog. How would she know? How would she know? She wasn't even in the house.
Right.
She wasn't even in the house.
All right. Do you know what? I think we're going off the subject here a little bit.
So basically, Anthony, what you need to do is contact the police tomorrow, put a subject access request in, find out exactly what there was the entity under, what it was. I think you will find it'll have been a Section 17 of PACE. If that is the case, and nothing in Section 17 of PACE, in your circumstances, gave them right, then you will walk out of court scot-free with no blemish to your name.
Yeah, I didn't do nothing, man. Didn't do nothing at all to deserve that.
I ain't passing judgment. Listen, Anthony, I'm not passing judgment on you.
No, I know.
You know what? Listen, mate, I couldn't give a monks if you batted 10 balls of shit out of the pig. I hate them.
Yeah, I hear you.
If I can give you the help and information you need to get one over on them, I will bend over backwards to do so.
Yeah, nice one. Yeah, they're wrong,
So
man.
tomorrow, remember, tomorrow, I know it's a lot of fucking about. Just go and do a subject access request. You want your all the body worn camera, because you haven't got a solicitor. So therefore, then you've got no evidence in the courtroom. When you go to court, you've got no evidence. All you've got is your say so. Right. Tomorrow, access request. You want all the body worn cameras. You want a copy of each police officer's pocketbook. You want a copy of the search that they did. It'll be a yellow slip, so it'll be on there saying what it was, why they entered, and I'll guarantee it'll be a section 17 of PACE.
They didn't search the house. They didn't search
No,
the
it
house.
doesn't matter. They're entered under a section 17 of PACE. That is what they will use, because that's all they seem to know in their own little head. They think that covers every single thing, but it doesn't. It covers half a dozen things. Right, so get that. You want a copy of your custody records.
Custody records.
Custody records, body cam footage, pocketbooks, all that, because every police officer will have to write down what in their circumstances, what happened and why and everything else. You want a copy of that, and they have to give you it. A copy of the grounds on what they entered under.
And Anthony, quick question:
Yeah,
who
sure.
was it came in? Who was it came in first?
Who was it that come in first? How do you mean?
So you said the fire brigade were there, the police were there. Who was it that came in first? Who opened the door?
It was the fire brigade that came. The police told the fire brigade, because the locksmith got through the lock, yeah, but the door wasn't damaged, but I couldn't get out. So the fire brigade come and they were outside. But what they did, I think it was them, to be honest. I can't prove it, but I think it was them that called the police for some reason. I don't know why, but they called the police. This is what I believe, yeah. I can't prove it. It could have been the girl downstairs. 50-50. Right. Either one of them done it. But the point is, when they came, the door was now locked, and you couldn't get in or out because the locksmith had messed up the lock. So what they did, when the police come, they told the police. The police told the fire brigade to hit off the door. You see them come in and take off the door. It was a fire brigade that took off the doors.
So what do you know? So we don't know what grounds the police asked the fire brigade.
They said that I was burning down the house. They said I was burning down the house, and I wasn't burning down the house. They told him to they smashed off the door, and then they put the fire hose through the door and squirted the whole of the house up. That's what they did.
Okay. Well, to be honest, I think if that's the case, if they've told the police, if the police have told them to break in because you're burning the house down, and the fire brigade actually broke the door down to gain entry, I think that's going to be a bit of a difference from the section 17 thing anyway.
No, although Dan, the fire brigade don't need a warrant of any kind to break into a property, as long as they believe there's a high risk of fire. That is a whole new ball game.
But they only know that because the police told them that there was no fire. The police told them
exactly.
That there was a fire.
This is what the argument is. This is what the argument is. Once the fire brigade had realised there was no risk of fire, the police still don't have the right to enter.
They squirted me with the water and then they hit me with a taser. That's what they did. So I think I suffered enough. You know, that's basically what they did. They electrocuted me. You know, water and electricity don't go.
No.
So basically, that's my advice to you, Anthony. Subject access request. Subject access request, and what I've asked you to get. And as soon as you've got that, if you can tell me what it is, the grounds they've entered under, I will guarantee you, I will give you a high court judgment to take to court with you, and you will walk out smiling.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys, man, for your help, man. Because I've been watching the show for a little while, and I've seen all the injustice that's going on. I watch your show every day, you know, and it's quite sickening, to be honest, because the corruption is ridiculous, and I don't know how these police end up becoming police to come and serve our communities to begin with. The corruption is just far beyond anything I've ever seen in my lifetime. And
Madness.
yeah, like, you know, they work for us, but they seem to want to hurt us. It's a us against them kind of mentality, and you know, it's like they're putting up an act. It's like, yeah, we're gonna serve you, we're gonna do this, but it seems to be like they just want to serve themselves, you know. And it's
Yeah,
always the worst of them. It's always, you know, the wrong ones, you know, that always seem to get the job, man. You don't get good, decent people, and if you ever do get good, decent police officers, I'm not saying there is not good, decent police officers out there. I'm sure there are. I'm sure there's many of them out there. But I think there's more bad ones than there are good ones. And I think go ahead.
That's all right. The good ones become bad when they don't stand up to the bad ones. They're just as bad as the ones committing the acts of violence and everything else. If they fail to stand up for it, and they turn around and they say things like, "Oh, well, we get pushed out of the police if we say something." Well, get pushed out of the police. What is you joined for a reason, and that is protect the public. By you keeping stum, just so you've got your job and your pension, by you keeping your mouth shut, is making it worse for the public. You know, so it's a mental situation. Anthony, let me ask you a question. I wasn't going to say it, okay, and I don't,
away, man.
But I'm going to ask anyway. Okay, you've been watching the channel for a while. I've got my views on how the police are with black people. Okay, and I'm always honest to myself when I do my videos. I always say what I think. Okay, I don't say what I think other people want to hear. All right. I get called racist a fair amount in some of my comments.
I don't think you're racist at all. No.
I just want to ask you, as a black man, okay, because I get people in the comments saying that they're black and this, that, and the other, right? But no, I don't get to speak to somebody properly like I am with you now, okay? To ask them, you know, like, why would you, you know, for example, why would you say that? Because I don't agree with a particular narrative. I agree there is a lot of discrimination. Don't get me wrong, there is far too much discrimination. But there's discrimination against everybody, and yes, you do get some who will discriminate against black people, the same as you'll get some that will discriminate against trans people and gay people. But the majority, I think, is just a generalized discrimination against people who are not police, okay, who they treat as a piece of shit, regardless to your skin color or your gender identity or anything else. And that's the way that I've got to be honest to myself when I do my videos, and that's how I see things. And but I do get people calling me out for that. I just wanted to ask you what you thought, and because I'm pretty sure you'll be honest with me, so I just wanted to ask you what you thought with regards to that.
Well, like I said before, I've been watching your videos since you've come on, and on your Police Abusing Powers channel, and I've never felt no racism from you. In fact, the total opposite. You seem to be a very upstanding man. You know, very very well balanced. You've had your problems. You've come on. You've aired it. You know, you've dealt with them. You come back. You bounce back. You're a very strong person. You're a strong person for all of us as a community. Anyone that suffers the injustice, that goes through it, we can all learn from one another. We can all bounce off of each other, you know? And I've never got no racism from you at all. Never. Everyone's entitled to their view. Some people are just uneducated in the end, you know, and ignorant. But I don't get that from you, Dan, man. You're an upstanding dude, man, for the community. So well done.
Okay. I wasn't looking for anyone to stroke my ego or anything. I just wanted to know. I just wanted to know.
I'm just being brutally honest because that's how I feel, and I always, obviously, if I felt any way other than that, then I would say, you know, I'm not the type of person to mix my words either. You know, if I
and that's what I want.
I'll say it.
And that's what I wanted. I just wanted you to be honest. You know, if you turned around and said, "Well, I think that, you know, some of the stuff you say X, Y, Z," you know, I just wanted to have a discussion about it and to see what somebody thinks about the way that I talk. I just want everybody to look at each other as human beings, because because nobody is the same, right? We're all different, but one thing we have in common is we're all human beings, and that's what we should be focusing on. We shouldn't be focusing on whether you've got a penis or a pair of boobs, or whether you're, what color your skin is, or what religion you are. We are all human beings, and we should stick up for each other unless somebody does something that deserves them to be ostracized from that.
For it. Yeah, you're right.
So, and that's 100%. The way that I see things.
Well said.
So,
Dan, I'm sorry, mate. I'm not deliberately trying to plug my channel, but Anthony, if you head over to my channel, you'll see why I'm so confident in being able to help you.
No, I believe you, and I'm so grateful. Oh, hello, Tina. I'm so grateful for your input, because I was confused, and I've been trying to talk to Dan for a little while about it, because I did when it first happened, I did get in contact with the channel. I was in the chat, just explaining what had happened, and I think Dan says, well, no, trespass doesn't happen like that. Your partner would have had to have said or done something to instigate the police for that to happen to you. And I was like, no, it didn't happen like that. She wasn't even in the house. So I didn't understand how. I always thought that the police needed a warrant to enter your home. I didn't think they could just come into your house. And
that's what I'm saying. Section 17 covers a very, very minute amount of things that can enter without a warrant for.
Yeah, none of those things that you said happened, and that was it. And I've even got the recording from the police where they say to me, "Call the locksmith." So why are you coming back and then now trying to tell me that I'm a trespasser, I'm a burglar? I showed him the keys from the window. I even gave him the crime reference number from the call that I made that morning, the same morning. He didn't care. He did not care. He was adamant. You come there direct. I must always say to you, don't open the door. Do not open that door, because if you open that door, they're gonna say that you gave them permission. They're gonna put the foot in the door and then force entry into your home. Another thing I wanted to say real quick is they're messing around with the body cameras, because my case was on FIFA, and there was 20 people. There was 20 police cars there. They had blocked off the whole road. It was a big thing. People were filming it on their phones. It went live. It went on something called FIFA Live. Yeah, that's what it went on. And you see them take me out. They cut my clothes off my body on the street because they tased me right in the doorway. People were seeing that. So people were screaming and saying, "What are you doing to him? What are you doing to him?" All of that is taken off of one of the police officers' body cameras. The only little pieces, there's only little pieces of evidence that I've seen that they've got against me, alleged evidence.
Yeah. Right, this is what, right, when the CPS show you the evidence, when the CPS show you their evidence, they'll only cherry pick what suits them.
Yeah.
This is why you need to do the subject access request. You will get the complete full lot given to you, and you can cherry pick.
Yeah.
Right, you need to get that. Anthony, if it's the last thing you do, you need to get them subject access requests done. Your freedom counts on it.
I was going to ask you real quickly. Sorry to interrupt you again. I was going to ask real quick. Do you know about Oram versus the Crown? Yeah. Do you know about the Oram case?
I think that judgment might be. They think the judgment's on my side, because that's what I do. I put all the High Court judgments up on my side.
Do you know about Oram versus Regina then? Because I've been looking at that case, and I think a lot of people go through the same thing. But if you listen to the stories in those cases, very similar. Some of the police officers got beaten up in it, and they still they got done for assault, and the guy who they arrested got off. Because my case was nothing like that at all. But there's things that was very interesting to me. In the case.
He got a pen and paper. He got a pen and paper.
Hold on a minute, real quick, just before, because I've got my train of thought. Apparently, if the police arrest you for the first charge, like my charge was trespass. So if they arrest you for trespass and then they drop those charges later, then all the other charges behind it must be dropped also.
That's
That's
correct.
what happened in the Oram case. So that should have happened technically in mine, right?
Right. Get a pen and paper and just take this down.
Okay, I've got it. Armed with pen and paper.
Sides v. the DPP 2010.
Site V.
Yes, Sides vs. DPP 2010. What I understand from what you're telling me, that certainly is the closest thing what you've said tonight I can possibly put for you.
What do you mean?
Well, they entered unlawfully. He got charged for assault of police officers and everything. And the High Court quashed all his convictions and made it very clear it was the police officers that committed the assaults.
Mm-hmm.
And that was entering someone's property.
Yeah, and it was trespass. So all the crimes that they done to me, that was their crimes. You know, that's the funniest thing. That was their crimes. Like they're the ones that they went and they smashed open the doors. We just damaged the locks. I didn't touch the lock at all. It was the locksmith that did it. Yeah, but all he did was damage the lock. He didn't damage the door, the whole door, and he didn't damage my partner's front door neither. He just damaged the main front door. Yeah, lock. That was it. They smashed off both doors. They said I did it. Even though they knew it was them that did it. All the charges they got dropped. But at court, what happened is that there was still some pieces of, even though they dropped the charge, it was still being read in court as those charges staying. So the judge asked the prosecutor to remove those things. But if you're going to remove it, then don't you remove it all? It doesn't make sense. You can't cherry pick.
No,
you know.
Yeah. Listen, I agree with Tony in what he's saying about your subject access request. You need to do that. Excuse me. Because it's an ongoing case, the chances are the body cam footage has been saved. That's not to say it hasn't been tampered with, but if it's something that's ongoing, they're supposed to keep that body cam footage.
Yeah.
Otherwise, after 30 days, they'll delete it. It gets overwritten. So you need to put in a subject access request for that. Give HNK a ring tomorrow morning. Explain to them, see if they can help. Again, I can't speak for them, but I do know that they are and have been really helpful to a lot of people on YouTube that have had issues with the police. With regards to, no, I'm not personally. If it was me, I would contact the fire brigade as well, and ask them because they've got to write a report up as well every night. After every job, a report needs to be written. So they would have a report about that incident, or they should have a report about that incident. So if they've got something there that says the copper told him the police officer said to take the door off. Once we made entry, we realised there was no danger of a fire, so we left, for example. Then obviously that can be used as well. So I would try getting in touch with the fire brigade as well regarding that and asking them how you go about that, because they wouldn't have your name. They wouldn't have you, so you wouldn't be able to do a subject access request as such for that particular report.
You can, Dan. It's the address. It's the address.
Give them the address and they should know. Yeah, that might work if you go to the address. Because I wanted to know if it was them that called the police. But I don't know. There's so much still in my case that I don't know. And like now this happened on the 21st of September last year, and I still don't know anything. So and I'm in trial. My trial is Thursday.
Okay.
I'm finished.
Definitely need to try and get in touch with HNK. If you can't get in touch, or if you can't get any help from them, then as I've said, you've got your emails, print them off. You've got your call records, print them off. Okay, so you've got your evidence that you've tried, and on your phone records, right next to each number what they were. So whether it was the Law Society or what solicitor's firm it was, write that next to the phone number as well. So you've got a list. Then I would suggest trying to contact. Is it a Crown Court? or
No, it's not.
magistrates?
It's in the magistrates. It's in the
Magistrates. Try contacting the magistrates court and saying to them, look, the judge said this. If I haven't got, if I haven't got proof
I've done that
that
already. I've done all
I've
that.
tried. No, I mean, but with supplying them the evidence as well. So if you
Oh.
contact them again and say, look, this is the evidence to prove that I have tried, I've not yet been able to find anybody. Can you please ask the judge if this can be stayed for for, I don't know, 4 weeks or whatever it might be?
It's got to be longer than a month. That's what.
Dan, you're using the wrong terminology there.
It's only a month. They didn't want to take the case.
Right.
Because it was only a month. They didn't want to take the case, but it wasn't. It was actually 2 months. But I called a few lawyers and they said no, that they didn't want to take the case. So.
Right. If you can get it.
Terminology, Dan.
Well, he knows.
The word stay it means kicking it out. He needs it adjourning.
Adjournment.
Adjourn. And see whether or not you can get it put off.
But will they after all this time?
They might not, but if you've got the evidence that you've tried so far, so if you provide them with those emails and you provide them with the call registers, call logs, there is a possibility. Now, the magistrates' court is wank because it's usually just one person, sometimes three, but usually just one person that gets told.
Yeah, one person last time it was one. Yeah,
gets told the law by the court clerk. But I would. Sorry,
it's my front door. Hold on. Sorry, I am listening to you.
Go on. I'd suggest you try what you can in that respect and see whether or not you can get them to put it off. And the evidence, again, I can't speak for the court. I can't say this is going to happen. When you're dealing with the courts and all the rest of it, you never know which way they're going to go. It depends whether the judge got laid that morning or not, I think. But if you've got your evidence that you've tried to do what the judge has asked for, then there's more of a chance that you'll be able to get it adjourned whilst you seek, further legal advice. Again, I can't promise.
But the court's also messed up. Because he says that if I can't get a lawyer within 14 days, that he was going to then appoint one, and he didn't. So they also failed.
You need to mention that as well, then, and say to him, look, the judge said he'd appoint me somebody. I did, he didn't. I have tried to find my own at the moment. I've been given, information of somebody that might be able to help. I'm going to try them, but I need to request that this be adjourned for an amount of time so that I can seek legal representation, as is my right under human rights to have a fair.
Human rights. Under human rights, it's my right.
Under human rights, with the right to a fair trial.
Human rights. Rights, fair trial. Yeah. That's good words. So that's probably the best advice I can give at the moment, because it's so close to it happening. We're limited in what you can do, unfortunately. So we need to try and get that put off, try and get the case put off if we can, and then get onto the lawyers and see if they can facilitate me in getting and trying to get all the evidence as well, on my side, because I think it's better. I don't want this case to be just dismissed, because if it gets dismissed, then they get away with it. They get away with what they've done if it gets dismissed. If I just watched the last video that he done. I think it was the last couple of days that he done, Dan. It was the guy who they entered the house and he hit them in the head or something. It was funny.
Yeah, Bob White had a
story.
They broke in. It was a civil case, which is why the police were wrong, because it was a civil offence, and they broke into the house to facilitate a. I mean, if you was trespassing, yes, civil matter. So the police shouldn't be gaining entry unless there's an open window or a broken window or the door was unlocked. Then it's peaceful entry, but they can't break. They can't break into to deal with a a civil matter. Excuse me a second. Excuse me. I need to go and get a drink. My throat's gone dry.
Go on, man. Help yourself.
Tina, I'm sorry you've come in and you've sat there quietly, been a very good girl.
Hello.
Sorry, I do apologise. Obviously, we're
Coming
trying
in
to find
part
out.
of a story, I didn't want to interject.
Right. Well, I'm going to leave just for a second. I need to go get a drink of water because I'm going to start choking in a second. So I'll be back in just. Talk amongst yourselves.
Wonderful information from Dan. Dan is a great source of information from what I gather. You know, and we need this in our country and in our communities, man. You know, because the police are going a little bit too far, overstretching their authority when it comes to just normal citizens and folk like us, you know, and
very true.
It's a bit disgraceful, you know. If we don't do nothing about it now, we ain't gonna have no rights. We're gonna have no rights. We're gonna have no power. They'll be killing us on the streets like in America, and no one wants to.
Exactly.
No one wants our country to turn like America, do we? Do we want our country like America?
No.
America's finished.
It depends what state.
Hi, hello, Finn. What's up, Finn?
Hello. How is everyone?
Good, Finn. How are you?
Good, wonderful.
Yeah, man, good. I got back from work. I was doing the boxes at Wembley for the Sutton versus Rotherham game.
Whoa, cool.
Excuse me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, Josie. Much appreciated, mate. You keep telling them to join.
Good evening, Joe.
But no, Anthony, I don't know if you have actually gone and looked on my channel, but I would say go and have a look. You'll find there's some really good information on there that will be really helpful for you.
Put your channel up in the chat.
I can't put links up in the chat, mate.
Oh, you can't?
No, Dan can, and I think Josie or the mod can.
Okay.
Oh, I'm back.
And then some long clocks you've got at the back of you there, Tina.
Yeah.
I like long clocks. Proper windy up, tick tock, dong dong.
Oh yes, that one is 120 years old.
Jesus.
Westminster Chimes.
Jesus Christ.
And I got one downstairs that's about 100 years old.
Are the Westminster
That's
Chimes?
older than my parents combined.
They chime on the
Grandfather
quarter
clock.
hour, and this one behind me's got a Big Ben chime.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. At the Westminster, quarter to one on the hour.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah.
How much do
Ding
they
dong,
cost,
ding
that
dong, ding
That's
dong,
correct.
ding dong. Oh, I know. I've got all them clocks myself, young lady,
It scares
including
the
big grandfather clocks.
scares the crap out of my guests. So when guests stay, I have to turn it off. I have to stop the clock because it ticks loud as well. So
How you doing,
I
Finn?
can't sleep
How
without
much
the
do they
ticking
cost?
noise.
Hi Dan, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. I'm good. How's the job?
It's all right. It's long. Same as always. It's long until 8 to 11:30. You know, pretty dead. But I was doing Wembley today. I did Wembley today, which was pretty good. I did the Papa John's Cup.
Oh, right.
The boxes. Yeah, I did the boxes inside Wembley. That was pretty cool.
nice.
It
Sounds
was good as well. I was out by 4, paid till 6. Can't ask for anything better.
They can't moan at that, can they?
No, I can't mind at that. Out of interest, how much do those cups cost?
Could you
Which one?
What you got your bag
Just
on?
in any of them, like in general, the one that's 120 years old,
That would
older than my parents combined.
Probably cost you about 2,000 to 3,000.
Fucking hell. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Are they driving me crazy?
I have a large collection of antiques going back 400 years.
Do you?
Wow.
Jesus.
Wow, that's it. Wow.
That's good.
Just to let everybody know, just to let everybody know, I was going to open the lines at 10 o'clock. I'm going to leave it till 11 now. I'm going to open the lines at 11. I'll stay on for an extra hour. So we're going to have to we'll come off of the panel at 11 o'clock. So I can deal with some phone calls if there's any. Just so everybody's aware. That's all. Sorry.
Yeah, to make it clear to people, I buy and sell antiques.
That's really cool.
Yeah,
I know you
find-
can make
What's
good money.
the oldest antique you've ever bought, Tina?
Eh?
What's the oldest antique you've ever bought?
That's got to be about 300 years old.
What?
And that was a vintage Dynasty Ming vase, and I found it in a charity shop. It sold for £5,000, so I took £2,500 into the charity shop and said thank you very much.
That's nice, yeah.
I always do. If I find something in a charity shop that's worth a bit of money, they don't know. I picked up a German Stein. I collect German Steins, like from the big ones that you've got to carry with 2 hands. So basically, I bought one. It had a silver top. It looked like just crap steel. When I cleaned it, it was solid silver. So I took it to an auction. I paid £2.50, and I made £1,500 on that, and I gave them £1,000. So,
how much longer the coins have been here?
It's nice to do something for other people. If you've picked something up in a store or a charity shop or something, these charity shops don't get things valued. So basically, I've got
they don't get much money either.
No, they don't. They
don't make much money either.
So to take something back in, to pay it forward, is a nice thing to do, I think. For me,
I've got to be honest. I've got to be honest. When it comes to charity shops, right? When I've gone blurry again. The fight that I had that made me stop drinking when I was in my early 20s, I nearly got locked up for it. I ended up with community service, and for the community service, I had to work in a Salvation Army shop. Okay. Now, this was my early 20s. I was an absolute twat when I was younger. So I was in my early 20s. I got this. I had to go do unpaid work in this Salvation Army, and where it was situated, we used to go and empty a lot of old ships' captains' houses when they die. They'd leave their stuff to the Salvation Army, so we'd go with a van and we'd go and clear it all out. It got to a point. My brother was is an antiques dealer. And when obviously they get the stuff back, they look at it and they'll go, "Oh, we'll just stick £5 on it," and it could be worth 50, and they go, "Oh, we'll just stick £5 on it." Blah blah blah. And again, I shouldn't be admitting this online because people will call me out for it. But it got to the point where I'd see them like mark up like a silver tea set for like £15, and I'd say to my brother, I'd phone him up and I go, "Bro, look, you want to come down and check out this stuff?" And my brother used to go down there, and he'd either pay them what they're asking for, or he'd give them a few quid extra if he knew that it was going to make a profit. And then he'd take it back to his shop, and he'd go and sell it, mark it up at 4 or 5 times more, and go and sell it in his shop.
That's what all antique dealers do, Dan. They do that.
It was just a bit cheeky being in that position and using that to sort of my advantage. That was all. But yeah, it was an amusing time.
It's absolutely amazing what you can find in charity shops from people who've passed. They got no relatives, and it is amazing. My ex-father-in-law, who passed away, was in the Royal Marines. And I brought all of his goods to my old house, and I didn't realise how much there was. So I had to hire a marquee and build 2 sheds because it was full to the brim. He died in 1988. I've still got 12 boxes in the loft I've not opened, and I've moved house since. So there's still a lot of antiques to go through, but he collected a lot of stuff. And one of the things he brought back from one of his exercises that he was given was this bamboo pot. And it's really big. It's about 2.5 to 3 inches wide, and it's got Japanese engravings all along the side, carved words. And I couldn't understand what it was. It's a calligraphy pot for the art of calligraphy the Japanese do, and I've been offered quite a few thousand for that, and I won't sell it. So, who's put me on full screen?
I don't know.
Who did that? Stop showing my ugly fucking mug. Short if I can haircut.
Don't say you're not ugly. Don't say that. Everyone's beautiful.
I've had a piece yet.
I've cut it short.
Even the people with no face is beautiful.
We're all beautiful. We're all unique.
Exactly. Even the people that's got no faces.
No, I've had to cut it short. I'm a cancer survivor, and it tends to drop out. So when it does that, I cut it short.
No, I don't. I hate cancer. Cancer is another thing. These are the fights that we should be fighting for, man. Eradicating cancer
That'll never
They
happen.
they 100% have a cure for that, but there's
They
no
do.
money to make if you give a cure.
I totally agree with Finn.
They do have cures. I've watched things and I've read
What's the
stuff.
new
I've read
cure,
stuff on it where they've bought out companies where they found cures and they buy the companies out.
What's the cure today, Finn? What have they discovered about one particular thing they won't use? Cannabis.
CBD oil. Cannabis CBD oil.
It's now been proven in test results. It takes out prostate cancer, breast cancer, stomach cancer, and bladder cancer, and the government won't use it.
It's good for Parkinson's as well. You see, my granddad had Parkinson's, and I was only a kid at the time. And if I knew what I knew now, you better know what I'd be doing.
Can I just change the subject 1 second, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind? I got a letter Friday from my council telling me I'm getting a £200 discount on my council tax because the government's told the council they have to give a £200 discount to everyone to help with the increased electric bills. Has anyone else received that letter yet?
Yes, it's
Mine's
no,
I haven't.
If you are in council or housing association property, you will get the letter. It's gone across England and Wales.
Oh, I don't.
The letter I got said bands A to D, and it's 150 for my end.
That's what we got down here, 150. But there is a but. You have to apply for it. It doesn't mean you're going to get it automatic. There's a form they're going to be sending out that you have to fill in.
Yeah,
That's
which
ridiculous.
is their way. Well, no, this is their way of any money that they don't have to pay out, they get to keep themselves.
Yes.
If they say, right, we've got this money, but you've got to apply for it, but they don't tell you that you've got to apply for it, or don't make it obvious that you've got to apply for it, many people won't. The same as the warm home fund or whatever it's called.
Warm home discount.
Yeah. If you don't know about it, you don't apply for it, you don't get it. That money goes to the other people. So it's exactly the same thing.
I don't know how many more realise this.
You got to be
sorry, Bobby.
To get that. Sorry, go on.
1 second, Bobby. I don't know how many more know this and your listeners and that. But if you're struggling with your rent, and it doesn't matter what kind of housing you're in, you can put in for discretional housing payments.
That is up to 13 weeks.
No, 6 months payment where I am. They'll pay it for 6 months at a time where I am.
You look at the legislation with housing benefit, it's 13 weeks. DHA is only 13 weeks.
Well, where I am, they pay it for up to 6 months. You've got to renew it every 6 months.
Yeah.
Sorry, go again.
Tina, you could get up to 1 year for that.
If you have special conditions, yes. But the council tax department, will they determine whether or not you have special conditions like disability, you're a pensioner, etc., etc. There are many sections to DHP. So having worked as a homeless housing officer, I know the system, and basically they do fiddle with it. And like Dan says, the reason for that is to keep the money themselves. The government says they're going to give you this. There's always a condition when you come down through the steps of who gets it and who doesn't. They lie. The DWP said everyone across the board is going to get £350 towards their fuel bills.
They lie.
The only people that can get that is universal credit. If you're
They lie all the time.
If you're disabled, you don't get it. It's not.
You have to
also,
jump through hoops
Tina,
to get
you've
it.
got to be with the same company for your gas and your electricity to get that.
You can only get it if you're on universal credit. You can't get it if you're on legacy benefits like ESA support group or disability, which I'm on. I don't get shit. Neither do pension.
There's no money in the pot. You're right.
What is ESA?
You see, I don't mind about that, and I shouldn't really say this. But I don't mind about the electricity because there's now what a nice pair of snips don't solve, and a wire. And unfortunately, I actually have a load of the original seals to reseal the actual main fuse in the meter because that's what my job used to be.
Yeah, you shouldn't be sharing this information on this channel. This channel is not the channel to be saying things like that. So
Live, no, that's not sensible. But there are ways they get around everything. There is a court case going on where those on universal credit over the past 2 years got an upload of £20 a week. It's been taken to court. The court has said the DWP has discriminated against disabled people and pensioners, but he still said they're entitled to do it. How's that?
Can I just say this? Yeah, doesn't it seem like we live in the bloody twilight zone? Like,
Yes.
what's bad is good and what's good is bad. We live in, like, what's wrong with us?
No,
man?
what's happened is people are finally waking up and realizing that you're paying the government to fuck you up in every single way possible. I've been telling Dan this for fucking months now, that we are slaves to this government and we pay them in every single way to fuck our lives up, and we are overworked and overtaxed. They abuse us. We are their slaves, and and you're not gonna vote your way out of this. The only way you're gonna get out is by having a revolution. That's the only way we're gonna get out of this. Voting is not gonna do anything because the vote. I believe that the vote. It's all fixed. It's all fraud. It's all fraud. I don't care what anyone has to say. My personal opinion, I think it's all fake. I think it's all rigged. The entire fucking thing.
I want to go. I hear what you're saying. I want to go as far as a revolution.
Could I ask you to something?
You know,
I would.
that's 100%.
a little bit
too much.
Who's on our side? Who's on our side? The government's not on your side. The police aren't on your side.
Sorry.
No, the thing. One second, Bobby. The thing is, right? Years ago, I'm embarrassed by this country now. Years ago, if there was, people used to beg to join the army to go and protect their country. Right? People used to beg if they couldn't fight for their country because they was ill or something. People used to kill themselves. Not everybody, but
people used to lie about their ages.
People used to do whatever they could. They used to lie to get into the army to protect this country and our freedoms. Nowadays, people have run from that obligation. They run from that potential standing up and fighting for what's right and protecting each other, and they fucking hide from it.
I think they should bring national service back. I think they should bring national service back.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't.
Well done, TC.
Let Bobby learn.
Learn.
I reckon that should be national service because
all the police out there, should be trained lawyers. You should be trained lawyers. If you want to be a police officer, you need to be a lawyer because you have to understand the law before you're going to go out there and exactly straight away. Police have to understand the law before you can be a police officer. You got to do at least 2-3 years of law school. You know,
facts, 100%. Imagine having the power to be able to kidnap someone legally, and the fucking member of the public knows the law better than you. That is embarrassing.
They think
you have the legal right to kidnap someone.
But they think they can get away with it now because they do these MVQ shit whilst you're learning to be a copper as well. Just 1 second, because Bobby was saying something a minute ago, and I didn't hear him. So say that again, Bobby.
I reckon now the people slag the army off, but they praise them when they come to war. It's like every time. It's like if you go to war, any war, when the soldiers come home, they get slagged off. But on the other hand, the people, we need these soldiers and all this business. It wasn't for soldiers like people in Iraq, people in the World War II. We wouldn't have to be in a position are we in now at the democracy. We owe these soldiers a hell of a lot. That's my point.
I agree with you 100%. But that time is gone. Today,
exactly.
Time is gone, man.
In the
Exactly.
21st century, in this modern day world, why have we gone backwards in time to the 1900s?
We've gone backwards. You're right. We've gone backwards, man. We ain't going forwards. We should be going so forward. We're going so back.
We shouldn't go backwards like this. We are being treated far worse now than when we were in the early 1900s. Our families died for our freedom. So why the hell do they think they can take it away? Screw them. I intend to fuck them up.
Because back then,
Personally, I think this
even though the
country
government,
needs a war. This
Even
country
though
needs a war, and then let the so-called fucking liberals and all that other crap be moaning for the soldiers' help to get out of the mess. But now, because it's like every time you're in the country, Iraq and all this business, if it wasn't for soldiers, if it wasn't for World War II soldiers, we'd be talking German now.
Yes, we would.
Yeah. If it weren't for them, we'd be talking German now. You better believe that.
You know,
Well, I can put my hand on my heart and say, I am proud of my old boy, because he fought in the Second World War and he served in Burma, Kuala Lumpur and Shillong. The worst places you could ever be.
Fair play to him. But this is
your TC. Absolutely, you're my granddad was in the army, and he fought for
Hold on, God's talking.
My family's been in every war since Agincourt. I'm proud to be British, but the situation we're on it now, I'm disgusted about every other day, something moaning about this and this and this. You should just get on with your life and stop.
It's because we're being conditioned not to be proud of being British anymore. Okay, there is no camaraderie between the people of this country like they used to be. Okay, you look at old films of the wars, right? Of like World War II, places in London being bombed out. Everybody would come together and help each other. Nobody does that anymore. Don't know they do that, but not whole communities like they used to. You used to get a whole town come together. Now you've got little pockets of people. Say I used to live on a road, right? Had about 200 houses on. That was it. It was a dead end road. Now I remember growing up. There was one point where it snowed. I was only about 5 or 6, and it snowed, and it was deep, and everybody came out and cleared the road. But as I grew up, when I got to it in my teenage years, right, and I started realising that it didn't happen anymore. People were coming out and only clearing their own pathway, only clearing their own driveway and going fuck off to everybody else. And it's got worse as time's gone on. Nobody wants to help each other. Generally, they will in a situation like we see sometimes. Something serious is happening to somebody and you don't have time to think about it. Fight or flight, you jump in and you try and protect somebody from something dangerous. But they don't do that anymore, generally, right? As I say, people are conditioned now. We're broken down into these smaller and smaller segments of society. We're pitted against each other. They use terms such as transphobic, racist, homophobic, misogynistic. They use all of these terms to brand people, to brand certain types of people, so that we are all fighting against each other rather than fighting together for... to throw over the shit that we're being fed. Why do we all want to fight against each other? Why do we all want to take our anger out on each other? We should be taking it out on the people making us angry. And that's the people that are saying, you are this type of person, they are that type of person. You shouldn't like each other. Off you go and fight.
Well said,
Dan. We'll just lock you up after. We'll just lock you up.
That's it, yeah.
I don't care.
Can I just hang on, Bobby? Can I just say, Bobby?
Whatever. I don't care.
Right.
You want to come to this country, but respect what our beliefs are. That's what I ask people to do.
Right. Can I just say, in my opinion, to sort this country out isn't that hard. Bring back national service, then renationalise the phones, the water, the gas, the electric, the transport, so it's cheaper for us, and the government make all that money in tax.
and really put
I
the
believe
English
that
to
would make
work.
our life a lot easier.
I tell you what we need in this country, TC, it's a war. It's a war. And then you get back to the old values. People believe in each other. Because what we got now is snowflakes. You think that nothing would... Everything's down to one person. It's not. It's a community.
It's a family.
We live in a community. We should respect each other's belief.
You will
Can I
never
just
get.
say,
You will never get national services again, Joe, because the government get major billions of pounds worth of cuts from the fuel companies themselves. That's how they keep the government afloat. While they're taking cap in hand money from these organisations, they're not going to nationalise it and give it up.
Well, yeah,
Can I just say-
the fuel, they take over 50%. The government get about over 50% in taxes.
They do.
yeah, I had a point on that.
Billions, absolute billions every year.
I had a point on that.
also,
My first one
Tina,
was that the whole energy crisis, the whole energy crisis is manufactured. They've made the price what it is now. It's the government's fault. It's all their fault. Like I said before, we pay them to fuck us over everywhere they can. And my other point, you were talking about wanting to join the military and stuff. Why the hell am I gonna go and fight for freedom when I've got idiots in this country that are happy to sell their freedom up and wear a nappy on their face? The only time I will defend the country is if war comes to my country. I'm not getting sent anywhere. I refuse to
misunderstanding when
defend the country when people are going to
bring back national service. You're misunderstanding when I say bring back national service. National service is from when you leave school to say the age of 21. And if you haven't got a full-time job when you leave school, you're national service.
I think what Finn really means, sorry to cut you down, yeah. What I'm getting from TC, yeah, is what he's trying to say, yeah, is that discipline has to be installed into our youngsters from a young age.
Exactly. And not even that, question everything, and don't trust your government, because when in history has the government ever been there to help you? Never. All they've done, they're a parasite. The government is a parasite. That's what it is. And we're the ones that feed it. If everyone just stops paying their taxes and stops paying their council tax and stop paying everything and just bankrupt them. And the only way you're going to sort this out is if you
everyone plead guilty. Everyone plead not guilty. You will destroy the whole system.
Bro, they can't arrest all of us. They can't arrest all of us.
Even if you stole a chocolate bar out of Sainsbury's, I'm not guilty. This is the thing.
But also, there should be discipline in schools. I remember now when I was a kid, I used to get the cane if you was in trouble. Now you can't even give a kid a slap. If you're their mum and dad, you get in trouble if you give a kid a slap. If they do something wrong, you've got a right to discipline your own kids. But now these snowflakes think you're a kiddie messer or kiddie basher.
Where I live, the kids are gangsters. The kids where I live running around with machine guns. The kids where I live have got machine guns. Okay? And they're kids. I live in Tottenham, North London, yeah?
It's because of parenting.
Exactly. This is why I say bring back national service.
You think they got knives?
It's because of parenting, mate. It's because of shit parents.
We need discipline in this country because it's gone down to the dogs. Because you can't even say, if you talk about something about being a gay, being transphobic, you get accused of all sorts. If you've got a right to opinion, it's your opinion. It doesn't matter what it is. You've got right to what you think is right. But now you get slagged off. You get accused of racist, a paedophile, this and this and this. If you stand up about something, we need discipline in this country.
Their opinion, regardless of what it is. We're living in a politically
He's lagging out. He's lagging
right
out
now.
for me.
The world is too politically correct. And, you don't want to offend me. I don't want to offend me. Sometimes people have to just say what's on their mind. That's the only way you're ever going to clear the air. Say what's on your mind, regardless of how you feel. Say what's on your mind. That's the only way. Like, trying to close people in a box, I'm not with that. I'm not with that at
And
all.
also-
Say what you got to say.
But you
I think also
can't say what you feel. You can't these days. You've got the feelings police that will knock on your bloody door for a Facebook post.
Exactly.
yeah, but I think that, you know, yeah, say what you feel, absolutely. But I think there are so many people now who have been brought up in this.
Politically correct.
Well, no, not politically correct. They've been brought up in this way, and I've said this in some of my videos about youngsters. About, you know, I think that we should be able to discipline our kids. You know, a smack on a hand, a smack on the arse. People don't agree with me. That's fine. That's my opinion. So, and I will listen to anyone else's opinion. But a lot of the kids these days have been brought up with no fear because they don't get punished. Okay. And what that tends to do is because they don't get challenged by their parents. A lot of kids, not all kids, but because they don't get challenged by their parents, it comes to a point where they have to be right. And if you disagree with them, rather than them debating it with you because they've not learnt that process, it's either I'm right and you're wrong, or you're being an ist, or you've got an ism against me. There's no middle ground with a lot of people, which is why I think we get a lot of trolls on YouTube where it come into the comments and stuff. Rather than coming at you with a legitimate response to what you've said, they come at you with they target you with abuse and anger, rather than saying, well, you know, I get what you say, X, Y, Z, but do you not think ABC should be EFG? They don't do that anymore. And I think a lot of people have been brought up to think that that they're right because they don't get challenged. Does that make sense?
Can I ask anybody? Everyone's a question here. Can I ask everyone a question? Who remembers sticks and stones will break my bones, words will never hurt me?
Thanks for definitely.
Yeah, I remember that.
Whatever happened
Yeah,
to
but
that
there's a
saying?
reason why. All of the people that, when you make an argument, say you're racist or you're this, these are the people you can't argue with. These people, they say these things because they're wrong and they haven't got an argument. They can't debate on facts and with merit, so they just slap a label on you and then get you cancelled on Twitter and Facebook and everything. And then that argument's now been brushed under the rug. It's the exact same thing that the Nazis did. It's the exact same thing that the communists did. It's the exact same thing. It's just history repeating itself. It's the same tactics. That's what it is. You can't argue with these people. These people are mentally ill, meth-headed goblins, mate. You can't argue with these people. They're full-blown communists.
They're psychopaths.
We're talking about the people. They're full-blown mentally ill fucking communists. They're full-on fascists. These are the people that say silence is violence, but burnt down entire cities in America, the Summer of Love. The same people. Yeah. These are the people that say defund the police, and I'm not gonna lie, I hate the police. They shout defund the police and all of that, but then as soon as right wingers go to counter protest, they're the first ones to run to the police. They start a fight they can't finish because Republicans are big, you know, usually veterans and ex-police officers and just, you know, proper men. They try to start a fight with these people, get fucked up, and then cry to the police. You can't argue with these people. These people have something wrong in their head, and it's because they go to college, which is indoctrination camps, spend 70 years, and their brain comes out fucked because they've been taught all of these mad things. They got gender study degrees,
and they all have their own little groups. Where that's their gang. Their own little gang. They've got their own little gang that doesn't involve us.
Yeah, exactly. They're in an echo chamber. They're in an echo chamber, and that's why we've got to a point now where 4% of a population can make fucking rules for everyone. You had a Supreme Court justice, the new one that Biden's trying to get in. She couldn't even define what a woman is. We're talking the highest court in the American land, and she couldn't say what a woman is, even though she's been specifically put there because she is a black woman. She got put there for being a black woman, and she can't even say what a woman is. That is mentally ill. That is when your brain is so fucked up from lying constantly. These people are lying.
Sorry to interrupt you. Yeah? Those are the black people.
No. Go.
I don't stand with. Those are the black people that I don't stand with at all, because they're
no, bro. It's not to do about color. What I'm saying is, she was put in. She was put in for being a black woman. That's why they put her in.
Yeah, you're right.
And the funny thing is, there's already a black person in Congress, Clarence Thomas, and we fucking love him because he's like the
What's
only
his
good
name?
Supreme
What's
Court
his name?
justice on there.
Clarence.
He's the only
Clarence
level-headed one.
Thomas.
Clarence Thomas. And the thing is,
Clarence
all of the
Thomas.
lefties, all of the white liberals, they want him fucking lynched. Why? Because he's a Republican and he doesn't think the way they do. If you're black and you do not agree with a white liberal, that's when you'll see proper racism, mate. Because they will talk to you like you are fucking shit, mate.
I see.
Right.
No,
Like-
I see it
Go
all
on.
the time. I see it all the time. I see it
Okay.
all the time. I have loads of friends in America. I used to go to Mexico every year. I meet loads and loads of Americans, and I speak to them and I talk to them. And in 2016, when they said they were voting for Trump, they got violated by their own families. Their families like threw them away, all because they voted for a different party.
Big up
It's
Trump.
crazy.
No, I'm
That's
not gonna say that, but
mentally ill,
Trump,
mate.
Trump's cool.
You're not disowning a rapist. You're not disowning. Bro, the thing is, I used to like him. I don't even like him that much anymore because he's a vaccine salesman. If you're
Hey,
pushing
listen,
them
I like
vaccines,
Trump,
I don't
man.
give a
I'm a
fuck
Trump
who you
supporter.
are.
Trump.
So am I, but I don't
Trump.
I don't like him pushing vaccines. I just don't like him pushing the clock shots. I don't like it.
Hey, look, Trump
I
put the
don't like
money in. He didn't
And
bring no
also,
war.
as well,
He
mate,
didn't.
it's that
All the time
these
Trump was there, he
politicians
brought money into the community.
won't
Look,
come
he brought
out and
money
say what if a man can have a penis, if a woman can have a penis.
Look, Trump brought money into that motherfucker. That's what I'm saying. Trump put money in there. He put money in. He put people to work. He done certain things. He boosted up America. This is the thing. Biden, Sleepy Joe, is exactly what he says. Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe's gone in there. He done messed up
Sleepy,
everything.
poopy pants Joe Biden.
Right,
We can all-
guys.
we can all
Poopy
agree
pants
to
Joe
disagree on
Biden,
that.
mate.
Right, folks. I just want to first of all, I just want to respond to Nikki there, who said, "Does anyone ask Brian Harvey to contact Pap yet?" I have had a chat with Brian Harvey on a live stream. I can't remember what video it was, but he has been on here. I would like to get him on again. I'll have to
Brian
reach out to
Harvey
him.
from E17.
Yeah.
And it's been on a few
Brian
times,
Harvey,
Andy Pat.
you know, he's good. He's good friends with my uncle. My uncle's dead now. My uncle died, but you know, very, very.
I remember him,
good,
he ran over
Brian
himself
Harvey,
in the stairs.
Yeah, I'll reach out to him and see if I can get him back on at some point. The second thing is it's gone 11 o'clock now, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to have to give people a chance to phone in. So I'm going to clear the board for now. I'm going to say goodbye to everybody on the panel for now.
Can I quickly say?
Thank you very much for having me.
We'll see what happens with the
Fuck
phone
Tottenham.
calls.
Fuck
If we
Tottenham.
don't get if we don't get much going on the phone calls, then I'll bring back the panel again. So if anybody wants to come back on later, but we'll see what happens with the phone calls first. Thank you everybody for jumping on. Anthony, nice to meet you. Thanks for jumping on. Bob, as always, a pleasure. TC again. Finn, you too. Nice to see you again.
We got the panel.
Tina, as always, it's always a pleasure talking to you, my dear.
Fuck Tottenham.
I'll enjoy your evenings, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm
I will
Arsenal.
be in the comments.
I'm Arsenal. Fuck Tottenham,
Nice to
mate.
talk to you too, Shane.
Hey,
Nice
I don't
to talk
support
to you.
Tottenham.
I'm Arsenal. Pleasure.
Take care, y'all. Take care.
Oh man, take it easy. Take it easy.
Take care, man.
Right. Okay, right. Now it's a bit of peace and quiet. Okay, so what do we do now? We've got to try and remember how to do this. There we go. Right, there we go. So, I can't promise this is going to work, by the way. However, the lines are now open, 01515289590. If you want to ring up, if you want something to say, you want to share, you want to call me names, you want to whistleblow, you want to talk crap, I don't care. Give us a ring. And let's chat. Let's see what you've got to say. You're going to leave me sitting here now for ages with nothing happening. Smudge, I think he's gone out. I think he's gone outside. Let me have a look. He's not under the desk. Oh, fuck me. Scared the shit out of me. He's here. Come in, mate. What you doing? Yeah, people want to say hello. People are more interested in you than they are of me. People are more interested in seeing you, Smudgy. Get that cat on the screen. Get your ugly mug off and get that cat on the screen. That's what they say. Not very nice to me, some people. Especially this lot. They're not. They don't like me, really. They only come on this side and see you. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hi Dan, it's Janine. How are you?
Hello, Janine. You all right? Can I? Let me just double check. Can everybody hear Janine there? To make sure that that's coming through okay.
Hope so.
Okay. Can you guys hear Janine? Yes, we can hear her. Yes, yeah, lovely job. How are you, my dear?
Lovely. I'm okay. Firstly, I just want to apologise to everyone and to you as well for what happened earlier on in the comments.
No need to apologise.
You know,
no need to apologise. I wasn't having to go at you, and I wasn't having to go at Joe.
No,
I just saw that there was a bit of backwards and forwards between you two, and I didn't want it to get out of hand. I didn't want anybody to fall out with anybody. Do you know what I mean? So, but you don't need to apologise.
I'm not going to sort of take it much further, you know. But you know, like Joe's got his opinions and that kind of thing. Got to respect that, you know, and whatnot. So, you know, that's the end of that sort of thing. But I just wanted to let you know as well about what's happened to me recently. Now Tina knows, bless her, she's an absolute godsend, is Tina. But I've had incidents with the police. I've been assaulted twice in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Now the first assault, which happened out in the street in Wilkinson's and outside the Victoria Centre, like, you know, Southend, Dan, you know where Victoria is. Yeah, these 2 girls like started on me for nothing, just because I was on my scooter. They tried to say that I was like running them over and stuff. When one of them actually fell over my scooter, the dumb creature, and it was that one what smacked me in the face and actually cracked my jaw and teeth. And the police ain't done shit about that yet.
Right. Okay. Did this happen? Obviously, the Victoria Centre is where CNA used to be, and I'm talking years. I'm talking a long time ago.
I know. Yeah.
And it's above the underpass, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and you said it happened outside. So I'm presuming it happened by the.
You know, Chichester Road, where we got Quantock flats in that.
I'm trying to think.
It's basically it's the back end of the.
The back end of where you used to come out from Argos.
Yes.
Yeah. God, we're talking a long time ago, but yes, I know where you mean now.
Yeah, I know. Argos ain't there no more. That's long gone.
Right. But there should be cameras down there that should have seen that. I know Joe Public has been. I know Joe Public had an incident there at some point, and they were using. They were talking about the cameras.
I won't go into anything on that, you know. Because, like, you know, like with all due respect, the guys in the Victoria. Now I'm talking like back 2009. Those guys there were my colleagues for a short time, so you know I can't really sort of ditch them or anything else because I worked there in security.
Yeah, no, I was just pointing out rather than the incident, rather than what happened at the incident. All I was pointing out was I know that there's cameras in that area.
Yes, there is. There's absolutely like shitloads. There's well, it's all now like since the council's bought it out. It's all now council-owned shopping centre and everything.
Right.
But it's not only that, but you've got the town link CCTV. Police ain't even been to have a look at that.
Yeah, there's too much hard work for them. Far too much hard work.
I know. And I gave them my body cam and everything. In fact, I had to go and sit in the police station the day after and demanded to speak to somebody. I said, no, look, you know, you could have freaking take me seriously here. I sat there for 3.5 hours waiting for someone to come and take a statement. And then I finally got an inspector down to come and take the statement off of me.
Right.
Yeah, you know. And then, like, only just earlier on this week, I was minding my own business, trying to get in my block, and I got attacked by a load of freaking druggies downstairs in my block.
Right. I mean, is it somewhere? Is it somewhere where they're known to hang around?
Yeah, I mean, Queensway Estate is notorious estate for drugs, antisocial behaviour, you know, that kind of stuff. But like, you shouldn't expect to be attacked in your own, like, in the vicinity of your own home.
Oh no, of course not. No. The only reason I ask if it's somewhere where they're known to frequent, shall we say, is that it should be known by the council or whoever owns the block that you live in, whether it's housing association or council.
And, you know, to be quite honest, because the blocks are due to get demolished soon, God knows when, but, you know, they're like, oh, we don't give a damn. We'll send the security guards round twice a night, and that's about all they do.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't give a shit, do they?
You know,
they
don't give a bloody monkeys, mate.
I know that you're talking to Tina. I don't know what you've spoken to her about. Obviously, it's private between you and Tina.
I won't go into any details about that on the live, but, you know, I'll give you some indication on that on WhatsApp. You know.
Right.
And whatnot, because she's been an absolute godsend, and we're actually pretty much exposing people for what they are and how corrupt the system is, even including around housing and that kind of thing.
Yeah, well, it doesn't stop.
Yeah.
So these corporations, and we've got to call them corporations because everything's a corporation now. There's very little public anything anymore. Everything is a for-profit. Even charities, you know, they call themselves charities, but they're for profit. And when these places like housing associations and that get a certain number of tenants on their books, a certain number of properties, and they start to not give a shit. Well, this is the experience that I've found anyway. They start to not give a shit about people, whereas obviously a smaller company would obviously deal with people individually where they can. But when they get to a certain point, they just it's almost like they can't give two shits anymore.
Exactly.
As long as they're making money,
absolutely, Dan. Absolutely,
you know, they're established, they're making money. They don't care whether you're their tenant or not because they can always get somebody else to come in.
Exactly.
So you lose any of that personal touch. You lose any respect from them.
I mean. Yeah, like, you know, I mean, like, we're taking it right up high to the chief execs and stuff like that, you know, to try and get things done. But we don't even know how far that's going to go yet.
Right.
Yeah. You know, but irrespective of that, like, the police, for the second time, they was on the ball. They was there, like, with me, taking statements, everything within 20 minutes of a 999 call.
Right. And to be fair, and I will say as well, there are occasions when the police have, even for myself, okay, when for example, when I had to phone up last year because my ex had come round and she poured coffee on my back and stole my phones, and they were round very, very, very quickly. And initially they reacted really well. They came round. Another unit turned up. He went round to her house to see if he could find my phones. But after that, from that point on, it went downhill. The initial response, I've got to say, was absolutely bang on. Whereas a lot of people can't even say that for them. But after that, it went to shit. So there are some cases when the police will act quickly and efficiently and do what they're supposed to do. But it's almost like they've got a attention deficit disorder, and after a little while, they completely can't give a shit about doing what's right, and they more interested in something else. Fucking mental.
I know. It's fucking stupid, honestly, mate. But you know, I mean, what do you expect, really? Like, it's like they sometimes pick and choose what they want to deal with as well, and how fast they want to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, I know in some cases they can't sort of choose to go and deal with something. In some cases, because the control room will give a job to a particular copper, but in some cases they'll put a call out over the radio and say something's happening. Is there anyone available to go and deal with it? And then you find some of them ignoring the radio and not wanting to go.
I mean, yesterday my friend and I were up at his garage, and this bloke come out, like, started giving it all the big I am, and whatnot, and like he was threatening with a hammer. He was threatening to smash us up, smash the car up, and everything. I'm thinking he could be a big boy, because he didn't like the fact that we put a note on his car saying, "Please do not park in front of the garages."
Yeah.
Which there's a big sign says, "Don't park in front of the garages or you get a ticket." You know, so we're just giving him a polite warning. It's come kicking off like it's gone out of bloody fashion. And like within 5 minutes of my friend calling the police, we had 6 police officers there. He'd done a freaking runner.
Right.
Yeah.
It's I mean, look, sometimes I'm not sure what to say, because I feel sorry, Smudge. I feel like I've said something so many times that I sometimes double think about whether I should say something. But the whole system is fucked. I mean, if you were if you were somebody that was known to the police, not a criminally known. I mean, if you was I don't know, let's say Alan Sugar. If you was Alan Sugar and you phoned the police, okay, and said, right, my car's been stolen, okay, you'd have half a dozen police at his house, all right, and they'd all be I want to be the one that helps Alan Sugar. If I called the police, or if you called the police, or anybody else in the chat called the police, and you say my car's been stolen, it'll be right. Okay, we'll send somebody out to you. 3 weeks later, you've not seen anybody, and then you phone them up, and they go, "Oh right, well, what we'll do is we'll give you a crime reference number, and you can claim on your insurance." And they don't give a shit.
Yeah, you're like, oh well, you know, if you'd got your freaking butts in gear when I first reported my car stolen, you might have found it before it'd been exported over to God only knows where, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
which, yeah, I mean, it happens. You know, it happened to a friend of mine. She had her car stolen, but she tracked it, like followed the trackers, telling the police all the time where the tracker was going, ended up in South Africa. And she's like, you know, my car's ended up in South Africa. What you can do about it? Oh, we can't do anything about it because it's abroad now.
Yeah. Always too late. Always too late to the party. Ralph,
exactly.
Ralphie lad, thank you. Who's Tim, by the way, Ralphie lad? I don't know who Tim is, but whoever he is, he sent you over. So big up, Tim.
Anyway, Dan, I'll give you a call on WhatsApp some point in the week. We can have a little sort of private chat, you know. But meanwhile, I'm glad to see and hear you're feeling better.
Yeah, I think it was just. I think it was a 24-hour thing, to be honest.
Yeah. But the other day when you did your little stream sort of thing, you know, you looked absolutely dead beat, knackered. To be honest.
To be honest, doing this channel does take it out of you mentally as well.
Yeah. I mean, of course, you know,
the stuff, the amount of stuff that I have to read. You know, some stuff I can't put out, not because it's too bad. I'll put that out anyway. But some stuff I can't put out because I either run out of time, or it's not. Yeah. It's not as big a story as some of the other stuff, but I have to go through so much filth.
Sort of like,
you know, that's the only way I can call it. it's filth. I have to read so much filth that's going on in this world. And genuinely, it can take it out of you. You know, when you, especially when you're reading about, you know, perverts and pedos.
Oh, don't even get me started there.
You know, it can just really drain you. And I'll keep pushing on, and I'll keep pushing on. I'll keep doing what I do.
I think I told you before about my friend who'd been accused of like having images of like that sort of nature on his computer. His solicitors now actually turned around and said that she don't think there's any case to answer to, and saying that the police have really dragged their heels. It's been 3 years that they've had his equipment for, and it's only just starting to go through the court process now, when it should have gone through the court process 2 years ago.
Yeah.
She's saying, like, you know, people like millions of images, so don't get sent to freaking jail. They get off a slap on the wrist.
Yeah.
So 3 images, you know, is it really in the public interest to do someone for 3 images that he knew nothing about? Yeah, you know.
What did I say in one of my videos? Was it yesterday? Or was it the day before? Stop the world. I want to get off.
Absolutely.
And it genuinely gets to that point sometimes where I think I just, you know, I want to stop for the day and just go and get in bed and just hide for the rest of the day, because
I get like that. I get like that an awful lot. You know, I just think, I wake up and I think, well, can I be bothered to do anything today? Like, you know, but it just gets too much, and I think, yeah, fuck it, I'll stay in bed. Even like sometimes, you know, just putting appointments off because I don't want to get up. You know, that's how bad it is.
Yeah, no, it's horrible, isn't it? Absolutely horrible when you feel like that. You know, you know, this is our life. We're supposed to be enjoying our life. We're supposed to
exactly.
You know, we're supposed to go to work, to a job that we enjoy. We're supposed to use the money that we earn to you know, to make memories and enjoy ourselves. But that doesn't happen anymore. For the majority of people. Some people, yes, it does. Some people enjoy what they do. Don't get me wrong. I'm glad for them. Some people have done well with their life, and again, I'm glad for them. I'm happy for them, and fair play. But the majority of people, you know, we dread getting up in the morning. We dread going to work.
Yeah.
We panic because we're not going to have much. We've got to choose between eating and heating. You know, there's so much stuff that just makes you, just brings you down, and you know, and this is one of the reasons why I'm so why I don't mind talking about my mental health, because I know a lot of people go through mental health themselves, and I think it's important that people talk about it. Hence why I do the phone-ins, you know, to get people talking.
I mean, it does help to actually like sort of speak to somebody who's had similar mental health difficulties, you know, that kind of thing. Because you can bounce ideas off each other. And plus people understand where you're coming from as well. So exactly.
It's like when you're talking to a therapist or a psychiatrist or a psychologist, you know, most of them have never been through what you're going through. It's just what they've read. It's what they've read in a book, so they don't understand you. They can't empathize with you. They literally just talk about what they've been taught.
Textbook sort of thing, you know, and you're like, yeah, but you've never been through it, so you don't know. You're just reading things from a textbook again, you know.
Yeah.
But one of my friends, she said she can't take me on as a client, and she's a counsellor. She said she can't take me on as a client, but I can always call her and vent off to her, you know, that kind of thing, and she'll try and help.
Right.
She's been there for me, like, we've been friends since we both started primary school together. First day primary school, we both came along in the same bloody grey duffel coat.
If that happened to a party these days, you'd be embarrassed. But back then, you didn't give a shit.
Oh no, I'm going to a 40th birthday party and surprise party on Saturday.
Yeah. No, I mean, if you turned up at a party and somebody was wearing the same dress as you, for example, and it's like, oh my God, somebody's wearing the same thing as me. But back then, when you're kids, you don't give a shit, do you? It's just, again, it's just
no.
it's just the way we've been. It's just the way we've been conditioned.
Exactly.
Again, it's another example of conditioning. Who gives two fucks if somebody's got the same pair of trainers or the same shirt on as you? If you look good, you look fucking good. End of. But people get embarrassed about it because of the way that society has conditioned us. I don't care.
Yeah.
If I see somebody wearing the same clothes as me, I'd make a joke out of it and I'd crack on.
Exactly. You know, like if someone wanted to wear the same pink top as me, good luck to them. You know, they've got taste. That's what I say. They might think, "Oh God, she's wearing the same top. What the hell do I look like?" You know. But again, it's opinions, isn't it? It's how you perceive yourself and how others perceive you.
I want to know if anyone's got the same hair as me.
I don't know about that.
I've just put my wig on. I don't know if you can see. I don't know if you can see me or not, but I've just put my wig on.
No, because I got you on the phone. I've had to come off the app for a bit. You know.
Oh right, okay.
So all the feedback and shiz.
No, I've got the thing I was using the other week.
The bananas one?
The filters. I've got hair at the moment. I've got hair at the moment. I could go all out and go for bananas and sunglasses. Yeah.
I'll try not to laugh at the moment because every time I laugh, I start coughing like a bloody banshee.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh dear, oh
just
dear.
I'm getting over a chest infection still as well. And if I cough, it hurts my freaking jaw and everything.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. And I hope you feel better soon.
Hopefully, but then I've got to get the teeth repaired, you know. Freaking God knows how long that's going to take.
Right. Do you know who it was that attacked you, or was it randomer?
No, it was just a randomer.
Right.
Just some random woman, you know.
Again, she
was a big wig.
The police should obviously be looking at CCTV for the area. I know it's covered by CCTV down there.
Yeah, there's probably about 20 cameras around that area at least.
Yeah,
I can think of. So you know they won't have any problems because even if they ask in Wilkinson as well, they've got freaking CCTV all in there where she started on me in the first place. Then she waits for me to come out of Wilkinson before she smacked me one.
Right.
Yeah. You know, but we'll wait and see. I'm going to be chasing them up again soon anyway. You know, I'm not going to let it lie sort of thing. I'm going to be like down the police station saying, you know, what the hell is going on? I want to know and I want to get it sorted.
Yeah, they need to do something.
Yeah.
They can't not investigate an assault. There has to be something that they've got to do. They've got to be accountable for that.
Exactly. Exactly.
But you'll have to keep us up.
I might even go chase them up in the morning. Actually, you know, say that you know what's going on. I haven't heard anything. What's going on?
Yeah, you'll have to keep me updated on that and what's happening.
Oh yeah, I will do. Yeah, don't worry, I will. Anyway, I'm going to jump off now, Dan, because I'm getting a bit tired.
No worries.
And let someone else jump on.
No worries.
It's been nice. Yeah, it's been nice talking to you.
Yeah, you look after yourself.
Yeah, and give Smudgy a few dreamies from me.
I will. I've still got some out there. I will do.
All right then, mate. Take care, yeah?
All right. Speak to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye. I really shouldn't play with this. The app, I mean. I'm not doing a Kevin Phillips, by the way. Where are they all? There's all the good ones. Oh! That frightened the shit out of me. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Hello, good evening to you, Treacle SpongeBob SquarePants.
Hello, Scott. How you doing, mate?
How are you, my darling? You all right?
I'm good. You good?
I mean, yeah, I'm not too bad, my brother. I've had a few. I'm still struggling. I was obviously watching the show from the start to the time I've rang you here.
Right.
And just to touch base with what Tina and a few of the other good brothers and sisters have brought up about this DWP and this universal credit, because of course you brothers and sisters of mine, you know that I'm struggling on this universal credit because I've told you.
Yeah.
I think I rang you, Dan, and I told you as well what I was doing with regards to that scar that I, the sepsis attack that I had and the skin infection, and it healed up.
Yeah.
And it left a little bit of a scar on my forehead, which wasn't very noticeable. But I just wanted to bring it to the attention of what these fucking, excuse my language, these soulless brothers and sisters have done. They've put me through such a living nightmare the last 4 months that I've actually started self-harming, which I've never, ever done.
Oh, mate, come on.
I've never, ever done this, Dan. And I don't know why. It's something I've really got to work on. And I've done it again, recently, the last few days. And I'm really angry with myself because I'm quite a good-looking fella. And it's really now very noticeable, the scar from not being noticeable. And I'm really tearful about it. I'm not ashamed to admit that. And Universal Credit called it because they said to me, get off the phone where someone from Job Centre Plus is trying to ring you about the fact that you're unwell and you're not fit for work, which I was on the old ESA system, as I told Tina and you guys before. And everyone that's trying to support me, from my wonderful doctor, who's a credit to his profession and a credit to his earthly mother and father, and himself, and to me, he's done everything in his power to support me and protect me. I've had the brothers and sisters of YouTube that have been wonderful. The chat show here, the panel, the side chat.
Yeah.
The last couple of years, I've had the brothers and sisters that I've got earthly friendships with for 10 and 20 years. But I tell you this, Dan, and I mean every word, how these people have broken my health after 17 years of hell on earth that I've wrongly been subjected to is beyond a fucking joke. I've never felt so beaten up, like as if I've done 10 rounds with Mike Tyson, mate, and emotionally and mentally drained by it all, and physically as well.
Yeah.
On a couple of Fridays ago, when I stood in, one of my good friends, Julie, she totally understands. She sort of goes through it as well with her anxiety and stress, because what it is it's stress and anxiety, Dan, that's causing it all. I was in the mirror for 3 hours, Dan. 3 hours picking this scar, but in my head, as I explained to lovely Andrew as well, I'm thinking that I'm making it better. Well, of course, I'm not making it better. I'm making it fucking worse.
Yeah.
But while the blood's all dripping down my face, it's like a release. And I never understood the brothers and sisters that, and please, Father Jesus, protect them, that, slice themselves with a razor blade and then watch the blood drip out. But it was a similar thing that I was experiencing after 4 months of hundreds of phone calls to Universal Credit for this work capability that I'm not able to do, and the fact that I'm not well enough to work. So I've jumped in front of a mirror, my good brother Dan, and started hurting myself. And I tried to assess why I'm doing it, and I think it's because when you're constantly getting hurt by others and there's no release valve, you sort of then want to start hurting yourself because others are hurting you.
Well, I've self-harmed, okay, years ago. I didn't realise it was self-harming at the time. I was told it was self-harming. I used to punch things.
Yeah.
Okay. So I used to get angry and I'd punch walls. Okay. I've got problems with my knuckles. I'll end up with arthritis without a doubt. The skin is actually attached to the knuckle bones where the knuckles have shattered so many times.
Yeah.
The skin's now attached to it. I don't know if I try and run my finger over it, it just bunches up and it won't go over. But if I do it on that finger, it'll run over. It's weird to explain, but the skin is actually attached to the bone, okay, to my knuckle bone. But I didn't realise that was self-harming. I just thought I was, I was just angry, just fucking hit a wall, get a bit of anger.
Well, that's it, my good brother. You don't realise I didn't think, sorry to interject, my brother, I didn't think, I run the Samaritans, who have been absolute angels for me at this earthly world. They really are understated and deserve a pride of Britain award. They've been amazing for the wrong incarceration in Pentonville, to the coming out and battling with the Universal Credit for 4 months continuously. And I rang up this tremendous brother, Peter, and I sort of said to him, you know, Pete, I said, I'm not suicidal like I have been, thank God. I said, but I'm not that far away from falling back into that dark place because of what I'm going through. Yeah. And I said, I've started sort of, I told him the situation. I went, you know, caught sepsis because of a failed operation at King George's. And I'd wrongly been put in Pentonville, and of course it exacerbated the skin conditions. There was a fungal infection going from Pentonville. I picked that up because the immune system was so fucking low with the sepsis down, it was off the chain low. Yeah. And I said to this lovely brother Peter, I said, you know, what I'm doing, Pete, I said, I've got a constant reminder on my face of all places of all the wrong that the magistrate's done, that the police have done, that if I hadn't have been put in jail, which I should never have been put in, I wouldn't have had this scar because that's how it come up. Yeah. And I said, and what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make it better because I'm sick of looking at it. And I said, I think it's self-harm, but it stopped me in my tracks. And he went, no, Scott, it is self-harm. You are self-harming yourself. And so I've now got, unfortunately, another fucking mental health problem, which I didn't have, on top of anxiety that I never had, which is this self-harm one. And I'll tell you what, Dan, it's really gotten hold of me. I'm waking up in the night and doing it. I'm actually going to sleep. I must be all stressed out, guys. I can't see the chat, but I don't know if you're talking or what you're doing. But because I'm standing in the kitchen, hence the washing machine going, so do forgive me if you can hear that in the background. Right. But what I'm doing now, my good brother Dan, and I've been talking to my pals about it, because it's really getting me down. I can't fucking stop, Dan. Like, I woke up last night 4 times. I woke up. Every time I woke up, I had my hands on my face. And my friends said to me, it's because you're so stressed out. You're now getting in debt, something you never ever allowed yourself to get into because of universal credit. It's stressing you out. You're sleeping. You're not really sleeping, though, because you're not really switching off, Dan, are you, my good brother? While I'm asleep, I've still got the fucking weight of the world on my shoulders. And I'm waking up now, my brother Dan, and the lovely brothers and sisters in the side chat there. And I'm waking up with my hands all over my Chevy Chase, Dan. And then I'm jumping up in a mirror. I mean, yesterday I hit the wall with my fist. I was so angry at myself for allowing these people that have given their soul to the devil to actually achieve to do this to me. It's like they've won. It's like they've broken me down, and they've broken me down in such a bad way that I'm struggling to pull myself back out of it. And obviously, if this scar don't heal as well as it did originally heal, because it did heal really well, more than likely it's not going to. I'm in serious trouble because this will be the thing that might make me commit suicide, to be quite honest with you.
Listen, what you need to do, okay, is you need to get some Vaseline's good, okay. If you ever get something with a scab, you want to always put some Vaseline on it, okay, to make it supple,
make it moist.
Yeah, because when it's dry, it's easy to pick out when it's dry because you notice it all the time. When it's moist, when it's supple, because you've got some Vaseline on it, for example, you don't notice it as much. Now that's the first. That's the first thing I'm going to say. All right. Now that's not an issue. That's obviously not a fix helping you with the mental health side of things. But it will.
Well, I don't think that'll help me, Dan, because what it is that is it's not healing, so it's not scabbing, so it is actually a scar.
Right.
That had healed quite well. I was quite impressed with how it healed. I'm very thankful. And then weeks after it healed, weeks and weeks of more abuse from Universal Credit, more letdowns, more bullshit, more underpayments, more false promises. I found myself picking it in the mirror and I couldn't believe what I was doing afterwards. I'd stopped and I thought, what have you done? You just completely damaged it. Well, of course, it continued and continued and continued. Yeah. And now I've left myself a horrific mark that if something can't be done, that might be the catalyst that breaks me, because anyone that knows me knows that, you know, that one of the last things I'd after losing the Ferrari and the house and all the things that you guys know about was I had a little bit of something about me. I was always a bit easy on the eye, blokes and fucking women. I've always said that. Got a terrific character, great personality. Now I'm not going out. Now I don't want to see anyone. Now I'm walking around with cream on my fucking forehead in the community. And people have accepted that because I'm so self-conscious about this absolute horrific mark that I've got to go and see a dermatologist about and hope and pray that they can do something, like cut it out. And I'd rather have a tiny little scar like a line than the right... What it looks like is it looks like someone got a spoon and scooped out a piece of my skin.
Right.
It's really horrific. And, like, granted, I've obviously contributed to that. I'm an honest man. I don't tell lies. If I'd left my hands off of it, I believe it would have healed a damn sight better than what it has done. But what happens, as we all know, all us good brothers and sisters, this stress that I'm going through is off the chain. The anxiety that I've been feeling the last couple of months has been absolutely horrific. And as much as I've got the support of, like, my friend Lisa, Julie, and many other friends, Gary, Victoria, Joe, all of them, and you terrific brothers and sisters, it ain't enough to stop me hurting myself. And it's really getting me down. It's like, why am I fucking doing this? Right. Why am I letting these fuckers do this to me?
Lost Souls Paranormals has put in the comments about wearing some gloves to bed. Now,
yeah, you know what, Princess, you're probably right. My pal said the same. He said, for fuck's sake, he said, get some gloves on so that when he said, Scotty, you're so stressed with everything. You've got no mum, you've got no dad. He said, you've got no one really. We've had lockdown for 2 years. You've been all on your fucking own. And he said, and all this has broken your mental health. It's completely destroyed it. And he's right. I think I might need to get some sort of gloves because, as I just said to you then, Dan, I'm in the night time doing it in my sleep where I'm so bent up like a wire coat hanger with all I'm going through. And of course, I don't see no light at the end of the tunnel on this earthly world with the situations that I'm wrongly put through.
Mate,
I'm in a fucking... It's really got me down, and I've got a lot of stand here talking. I've got like a charcoal face mask on it. I'm trying to push it flat so that when that dries and goes hard, that's sort of going to push the scar a little bit flat so it doesn't raise like a key line scar.
Right.
And I'm hoping and praying that I get away with it. But if I get away with it again, if I do it again, I won't get away with it another time. If I get away with it at all, because I've really done some damage.
Mate, I know it's. I'm not going to bullshit you, okay? I can't think of I can't think of anything to say to you.
No, nor can I, my terrific brother. And do you know what it's become now, Dan? It's become like my go-to place when I'm stressed, which I hope some of the brothers and sisters appreciate. It's like I know it's there. I know it's trying to heal. Obviously, I'm diabetic as well for the last couple of years, 3 years, so that's making life difficult as well. And because I know it's there, it's become now my little place to go to when I'm all stressed and bent up like a wire coat hanger. So when someone's getting on with Sweden and driving me up the wall, when I've got to make another 1,000 phone calls to dope the idiots that ain't got their soul attached to their human form, I then run to the mirror and start poking and prodding a scar that's trying to heal. And that's what it's pretending to be for me. It's a place to go to alleviate all the stresses that these people are fucking putting me through. And they're going to hell for it because they're fucking scum, bruv. I can't believe what they're doing, not just to me, but to many other brothers and sisters that don't warrant this sort of treatment.
Yeah.
You know, why should I be... I mean, you wouldn't leave a toaster broke for 4 months in your kitchen, but these fucking people have left me broken for 4 months after an 8-month wrong incarceration in Bentonville. So they've left me suffering, but you wouldn't leave an electrical appliance suffering, would you? Or persevere with a broken kettle or put up with a broken toaster for 4 months. But they think it's acceptable to leave me broken and bent up like a wire coat hanger when I'm pouring out my heart to them, telling them, look, you need to hurry up. You need to sort this out. You're getting me in debt. You're making me sleep this night. So I'm waking up at 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 in the fucking morning. And then as soon as I wake up, down, I'm in front of them and I'm self-examining myself with my nose pushed against the mirror. No one sees you and comes and talks to you nose to nose.
Nah.
So no one would have hardly noticed it anyway. But now you can notice it from the fucking moon. And now I'm going to be really hateful and vengeful of what these soulless people have actually managed to achieve me doing, because they've actually broken me, bruv. And I'm panicking because I can't fucking stop it, mate. It's got out of control, my brother Dan. I really am pissed off with it, guys. I really am. I'm so angry at what has happened to my earthly life. I can't quite comprehend how I could have had 6-bedroom houses and hundreds of grand in the bank, and a successful stationery and printing company back in the early mid-20s, to the fact now that I'm struggling to eat, I'm struggling to feed myself, I'm having to borrow money off my pals because the Universal Credit are expecting me to live on £276 a month. How the fuck can anyone, Dan, live on £276 a month when my bills come to more than that every month?
They can't. But again, we get forgotten about. You know, And
you know, my brother Dan, sorry, my brother. Do you know what really annoys me, my good brother Dan, and the side chat brothers and sisters that I love? I've had recently, Dan, a real shift in some wonderful human beings that have sort of bounced off your positive that you give me, and Angela's, Lost Souls, all the Mickey, and all the boys and girls in the chat room there. And I've had a church get involved with me recently off the back of a social provider called Anna. Wonderful, terrific human being, this Anna. She works in coherence with my doctor. My doctor's absolutely a legend, a credit. If Colesberg could make doctors, they'd make Dr. Astal. I'm not joking, mate. If Colesberg made doctors, mate, they'd make him. He is absolutely epic, mate, and off the chain brilliant. And he has supported me from afar. Without him, though 100% I wouldn't be here, because my friendship just wouldn't be enough to get me over the line. But I've got someone in a false position of power that's doing his job correctly. So he's branched out to this lovely lady called Anna. She rang me up. She listened to me for over 2 hours, bless her. She listened to everything. She said, "You have really, really been hard done by and not treated correctly." She then went on, bless her, to get a church involved called St Albans. I think they're in Woodford. I get the phone call, weren't expecting it, down off of a lady called Liz. And I happened to mention to Anna, bless her, that she said to me, "Have you got all electrical appliances?" I went, "Oh yeah, I've got like new washing machine." And I said, "I've got a microwave and kettle." I said, "Granted, the kettle and the microwave are probably on their way out." Well, fuck me. She's gone, "Well, I might be able to help you with that." I said, "Oh, I weren't saying that for any help." She went, No. She said, "Leave that with me." Anyway, next day come and I get the phone call off of lovely good sister Liz from the church. She talks with me and she says to me, "We can help you with that. Let me have a little word with the team," she says, "and we might be able to sort you out with a new kettle and a microwave." So I said, okay. I wasn't expecting, I was expecting refurbished, if anything, at all. So anyway, gets a phone call the following day. I'm telling you the story because even this positive thing didn't stop me hurting myself, which annoys me. So I've had this positive thing and I'm still in that lost place at the minute.
Yeah.
So Liz rings me. She said, "Great news." She said, "We've granted that microwave and kettle." I said, "Oh, Liz, that's absolutely terrific. Thank you so much, my good sister." Like I say, I'm expecting a second-hand refurbished one that one of the brothers has dropped into the church, and the church have probably refurbished it. So she said 7 till 10 o'clock at night we can deliver up to. So I went, yeah, no worries, I'm indoors. Fucking hell, bruv, like an excitable little kid. Honestly, Dan, I get a message from Argos that they're outside. I thought, Argos? So anyway, goes down like a child at Christmas. The delivery driver comes with a brand new microwave and a brand new kettle, and I found myself standing for over an hour just smiling at the appliances, having a smiley party in my kitchen, just looking at my new kettle and my new microwave, because I've put up with so much broken shit in my life.
Yeah.
And then you start behaving like your appliances. So you think they're broken, I'm broken, so I might as well stay fucking broken. And this is what I'm trying to say. Even though the brothers and sisters have pushed through the deadwood of these soulless brothers and sisters, they might have got to me a bit too late, because even that didn't give me the drive to stop hurting myself. And that's why I've shared the story, because that's a wonderful thing that they've done for me, something that I will always cherish. And if I am ever in a financial position to go and reward them, I will. And I will return the favour tenfold of what they've done for me. But even that, Dan, after 17 years of having nothing and being let down by everybody, bar my friends, obviously, that wasn't enough to spur me on to, stop hurting myself. Because days later, I'm doing the skin thing again.
Right. Now, listen. One thing I pride myself on is not lying to people. And if I don't know something, I'll say I don't know it. Okay. And, and I'm I've not been through some of the stuff you're going through, and I don't know. I don't know how suggest or how to offer to help you in order to get over it. Okay.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you, Dan. You know that.
We've spoken about other stuff, and I've given you advice, and I've told you what I've done in the past and stuff like that. We've spoken about different stuff in the past, but this particular thing, the whole self-harming in the way that you are, is not something that I've dealt with myself to be able to offer any advice on, and I wouldn't offer you advice on something that I've got absolutely no idea about.
No, I appreciate that, Dan. You know that.
I do think, and Lost Souls Paranormal was said in the comments, is that you need your urge to not do something needs to be stronger than your urge to do it.
I know, Princess. I'm really struggling, Lost Souls. I said to my good friends, I've got female friends of 10, 20 years, female friends of 5 years, male. I'm really blessed with my earthly friends, so very, very lucky. And they've all said to me, look, Scott, you're an handsome man. We can't even notice what you're talking about. But of course, to me, I can notice it. And I don't, and then of course you think they're just saying it, of course, to make you feel a little bit better.
Yeah.
But I am hurting myself, and I don't like it. I never think I'd ever allow or be in a position or got myself into a position because of other people to start hurting what we all call is the money maker, isn't it? It's what the first people see when they look at you is your face, your eyes, your teeth, how you appear. And then, of course, we live in such a judgmental fucking world now that I'm now being super hard on myself to the degree that I don't want to leave the home because of it all. And when I am leaving, as I said to you earlier, I'm going out with a cream that the doctor's provided, which is a sort of a brown it dries brown on your face, and I'm quite tan. So you can notice it, but maybe not as much if you was like pearly white. But of course, I'm not going out without a fucking cream on my head.
Yeah.
And that's how bad it is. That's how self-conscious I am of this wound that, and annoyingly, I'm causing now. So it is something that Lost Souls is right what she's saying. I've got to start loving myself again. And I think that's what it is. They've taken the love out of me, haven't they? They've beaten the shit out of me. I've been absolutely down. Well, to attempt suicide for me, being religious, was a thing that I've never ever thought I would do. But I said to someone the other day, I can't afford to go back to that place again of darkness. And if I continue to self-harm, I think I will go back there, to be quite honest with you. I don't think I'll get out of it.
Well, a few people in the comments, Lost Souls Paranormal, Nikki Jackson, and I think a couple of other people have said when you have that, and again, I don't want to patronise you. I don't want to talk to you like you're an idiot or anything like that.
No, you're all right, my brother. I love you, Dan. You know that.
Lost Souls has said she's an ex-self-harmer. She's put it in the chat, so I'm sure she doesn't mind me saying it out loud.
God bless you, darling.
So she's not just giving you advice without having been in the same boat.
With having the experience of having us hooked in the pond, yeah.
And like I say, for me, I can't give advice on something that I've not experienced. So although I've been diagnosed as a self-harmer, I've only ever cut myself once, and that was I stabbed myself in the arm with a broken bottle. I've only done that once, and the other, what they call self-harming, was punching things. So, which I don't see as self-harming. Do you know what I mean? But
no, cool. Because you think of self-harming as opening yourself up with a razor blade, didn't you?
Yeah, and because I haven't done that on like a regular occasion, where it's not where I've done something to feel in control. I've done it because I felt angry. Normally angry,
disappointed, Dan. Angry and disappointed in the whole situation.
Normally, I'm angry at myself, not at anybody else. When I stabbed myself in the arm, that was done because the woman I was with at the time made me feel like everything in the world was my fault. Okay, I've been there, mucker. so I felt like I needed punishing for some reason, and that's why I've done that to myself on my arm. The other times, it's not about that. I do feel I kind of take on everybody's hatred, I suppose. If everybody, I feel people's. It sounds really stupid, and I don't want to sound like a twat, but I can only say it as it is. Do you know what I mean? Some people say I'm empathic or whatever it's called. I don't know if I am or not. But I get angry. I sort of take on other people's anger. if that makes sense. It's hard to explain, but I don't see it as self-harming, although I was diagnosed as it. But because I've not done it consciously, I've not consciously sort of helped, and I know it's not always done consciously, but I've not cut myself on a regular basis because of a certain situation. So to me, I've not been in that position that you're in, so I can't give advice on that, and I wouldn't, because if I give the wrong advice and you know, God forbid, it makes you worse, then I'd never forgive myself. But if you can find something, this is what people are saying. If you can find something that, when you find yourself looking in a mirror, if you can find something that you can go and do to take you away from that mirror, to stop you looking at it.
This is what I'm trying to do. I mean, Dan, the other day, I mean, I'm a smoker, and the other day, guys, oh fucking hell! I mean, a 20 deck would probably have lasted me a day, perhaps 2 days, in the days when life weren't so stressful.
Yeah.
But what I found myself doing, brother Dan, is I'm smoking. I smoke, and this has been a few times I've done this now, where I've smoked 40 in a day. So what I'm doing, what I think I'm doing, not only am I stressed and fags a release of stress, but it's also keeping my hands occupied, isn't it? Do you understand what I mean, Dan? So why don't I put a cigarette and a telephone in my hand, or a cigarette and a tablet, and I'm typing away on YouTube? I'm not standing in front of the mirror with my 2 hands because they're preoccupied with something else.
Right.
So that's what I'm trying to do subconsciously. I think that's what I'm doing. I'm chain smoking one after the other, because unfortunately, brothers and sisters, the pull to get up from the bed and go in front of the mirror is overwhelming sometimes.
Okay, some more advice coming in. Ice cubes. If you think about, I suppose, getting a piece of ice and holding it on your skin, after a while, it you know, the sensation of it is almost like it hurts, isn't it? It's not hurting, but it's almost like it hurts. Maybe rather than picking at the scab, maybe if you get a ice cube and hold it on there for a little while until the urge disappears.
Well, this is what I've tried to do now. I've tried to sort of, at the moment, it's covered up. So what I'm doing is the old out of sight, out of mind one, brother Dan. So as much as I look a plonk of me, if I can't see it because I've got the brown cream over that sort of crevice, then I can't get my hands into it and start, because it's not even a scab. What it is an indentation. So I'm pushing what I think is all the scar tissue, breaking all the scar tissue, trying to push the blood under it to pop the indentation out in my own stupid way. I think, as I said to Angela, in thinking I'm some plastic fucking surgeon. Do you know what I mean? You convince yourself that I'm making it better. I'm making it better. That's all I keep saying. It's making it better. I'm breaking the scar tissue down. The blood's going to be able to flow through there now. And that'll pop that out a little bit, so it won't be so indented. And of course, you're just making it worse, aren't you, at the end of the day? So I'm going to have to try. I'm going to have to try really hard as well. I'm going through a lot of them, and I've started being up. I'm actually, please don't judge me on this, guys. You know I'm honest. I'll tell it how it is. I've got a son out there somewhere, as you know, Dan and Andrew and all the brothers and sisters in the side chat. And, you know, losing Jimmy Joe has pretty much been the catalyst of me losing everything that I worked 18-hour days for. So the Ferraris, the big house, the business, and sort of look, my light, my earthly flame went out when I lost my boy, because he completed me. And he's the only reason that life was really worth living, to be honest with you. Even before I had him, my whole mantra was to have a family, because I haven't got a good earthly family myself. So I thought, well, when I'm a dad, I'm going to be completely different than what my dad was, completely different than what my mum was, and give him unconditional love every single minute of the day. And of course, I've not been able to do that. And losing Jimmy Joe has been a massive, massive thorn in my whole life. And just very recently, because he's 17, he'll be 18 in November. So November the 1st, he's 18. I'm I said to my friend Gary as well, I've started getting resentful towards him. Like, why aren't you getting in contact? Like, what the fuck's the problem? Like, why are you not reaching out to me and going, right, Dad, you know, I fancy meeting up at the, you know, down Morley Road when we met last time, or, you know, I want to come and see you, Dad. Because we got on like an house on fire, mate, when I met him at 12, until the ex-partner realised there was fuck all money, no Ferrari and no big house. She completely changed her mantra towards me and started lying. I mean, I've got a call with her because she lied and said I threatened to kill her off of an innocent Facebook message of, and I meant it as in when Jimmy Joe gets older, he's going to see her for what she is. But I wrote, Lee, when Jimmy Joe gets older, he's going to see what you've done. You've signed your own death warrant. She's got old Bill in the family. She's fucking used that as a threat to kill her. And then not only that, she's gone on to say that I put 40 grand on her head. And I started crying in my solicitor's office when he was reading this statement. I went, are you fucking joking me, Gavin? I went, and I was all upset. I said, get him to stop reading the stuff. And I said, I don't want to hear no more. I said, I don't want to hear any fucking more. I said, because he's out and out fucking lies. I said, you know what, Gavin? It's making me upset because I loved her. I did love her. That's why I fucking dated her. And I said, and this is what she's doing now because my son's coming of age. So because he's coming of age and can make his own mind up, what can we do to stop that? I know. We'll start making lies up about his dad, making him out to be a monster when he's not a monster. So I've got all that going on. And then now I've started thinking, I don't know, it's horrible to say this, but I've started thinking, God, I love you, boy. And don't you realise that your dad had a shit life because of your mother? And then we've got to keep a dignified silence, haven't we, us dads? We've got to keep a dignified silence, Dan. We can't say nothing. These mums can tell our kids whatever the fuck they like, whatever bullshit they want to come out of their mouth to protect their own selfish, self-centred self. And we've got to sit there nodding like a Churchill dog. Yeah. And I'm not prepared to sit and nod anymore, mate. So I've posted up on my Facebook that I use as a journal, and I've sort of said it how it is. And if he doesn't like it, tough. Because what about my? See, for me, my dad didn't even bother with me, but I've been going out of my way to try and find him. No help from the courts. There's no family help, is there? There's no family law to help you. And the whole thing's been a fucking nightmare for me. And I've missed out on 17 years of his life. And I feel, what lies is she telling him? So, of course, that's another reason that's probably causing me to self-harm, because I thought really at 15 or 16 he might get in contact, especially as we hit it off so well at 12 years old when I met him. And of course, the months become another, the weeks become another month, become another year, my brother Dan.
Of course.
And then it's 15 and 16, and now I'm getting a little bit angry. Now it's 16 and 17, and I'm getting even more angry. And I'm thinking, why are you reaching out to me? If I had a dad that was bothering me at 12 years old and going out of his way to try and find me, I'd be reaching out to the old man and going, do you know what, Dad, I'd like to make my own mind up, thanks. Because the woman, the mother, Dan, is a fucking horrible, vile person.
Because some kids have it pounded into their head.
Yes,
how much of an arsehole the dad is, and how they didn't care, and they're never here, and they don't buy you anything, and they don't supply anything, and they don't pay your food, and I'm the one that covers you to bed. I'm the one that
wiped your ass for 17 years, you'll be saying.
The problem is, even though, see, sometimes it's like mine. Okay, my kids have come and they've found me twice. Okay, and we've spoken for a while, and then it's vanished. Okay? Yeah,
brother.
And then
does it feel like, Dan, you've had your whole soul ripped from you? Because when he was taken away from me at 12, when he come into my life, that's when the suicide, because I told you guys I've been suicidal for 5 years now. So when he come into my life, because Lee said he wanted to know me, this, that, the other, and blah, 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 I honestly felt like I'd won the lottery. All my friends said to me, you've de-aged, you look brand new, you're bouncing around like Zeppeli from the Magic Roundabout. I went, that's because of my boy. I said, he's texting me, hello, Dad, this, that, the other. I said, I'm playing little skits over in my head, like I'm going down the sweet shop and he's with me, going, go on, have a can of Coke, boy, get yourself some chocolates. I'm doing all of these things that I've had robbed away from me in my mind. And then as soon as this woman realised that, hang on a minute, there ain't no Ferrari. And she used to say to me, like, you must have some money, surely. I went, no, I've got fuck all. I've lost everything. It's all been taken away from me. And as soon as she realised there was no money and screamed down the phone it was all about her, she found her excuse to piss off, made up a bullshit lie, and then pissed off. And because, bottom line, it weren't worth her risking the love of her son when there weren't no money involved. I can guarantee you this, if I had hundreds of thousands of pounds in the bank, she would still be about.
Yeah.
And my son would turn around and go, Mum, I think you're a bit of a wrong. And Dad's awesome. Like, so what's gone on here? Why have you kept me out of his life for 17 years, ruining, or 18 years, or whatever it might be, ruining my childhood and ruining Dad's earthly life? But she's done this wicked, vile, disgusting, made-up lie about me. And now I've got the fact that now I'm starting resenting my own fucking son. Like, I feel like screaming at him. I've had my fucking life ruined, boy. But while you're going on holiday and having a wonderful fucking life, and mum's great and Nanny Beach is great and everyone's fucking wonderful in that Poxy family when they're not, your dad's had his whole fucking life destroyed, and don't you understand that?
Yeah,
and I know it's not his fault. And
but
that's
the thing, though. That's the thing, though, Scott. They don't understand because they've not seen it. They don't understand because they don't see what goes on behind the screen, so to speak. All they see is what they've been told. They don't get to see things. They're not allowed to see things with their own eyes. And you know, as I say, when I started having contact with my two youngest boys a few years back, when I moved up here, I was having contact with them on the phone, okay, and it was all the time. Then it got to a point where it started fading, okay, and then you know, I won't go into it all all in and outs of it all, but we stopped talking, and we didn't talk for a good few years, and then all of a sudden he came looking for me, and he found me, and I said to him, because I think he was 14 at the time. He's 19 now, I think. So it was about 5 years ago, and he's, you know, hello, Dad, is that you in the message? And I was ecstatic. I was absolutely over the moon, right?
Mate, I was.
I said to him afterwards, you know, we'd spoken for a couple of days, and I said to him, listen, I said, does your mum know you're talking to me? And he said, no. And I said, okay. I said, look, you're 14 years of age. If you want to talk to me, which you clearly do, you can talk to me. And there's nothing your mum can do about it. You should tell her, because if you don't, you're going to fall out with her. And I don't want that to happen.
You've done the right thing, thinking that you've earned some kudos there. And she probably put the FUCK in you.
And, well, he came back to me the following day and said he's got to close his account.
See what I mean, Dan, with these fucking horrible women, mate.
So there are, and the thing is, right, me and her, our relationship ended 20 years ago. All right, well, not quite 20 years ago, but we'll say 20 years ago. Now, I'm over that. You know, I've got on with my life as best as I can. I don't sit there slagging her off to people. I don't, you know, and I wouldn't to the kids either. Absolutely wouldn't. But the resident parents, shall we say, and not all of them, but the resident parent in many cases seems to have this drive to continually hold a grudge.
Yeah.
Instead of getting over it for the sake of the kids, right? Okay, look, it happened 20 fucking years ago. Do you know what I mean? Whatever happened. We've moved on. He's got a new partner or a new life. She's got a new partner or a new life. Who gives a fuck? What's important is the kids, all right? And for the kids to get in touch with the other partner or the other parent
means they want to know, doesn't it?
Off their own back, okay, without you know, being pressed into it, so they've done it themselves. Then for a parent, for another parent to turn around and say, well, no, you've got to close that account down, you can't talk to them.
It's scummy. And it's totally scummy. And the thing with me, Dan, I never say, Lee's one of the worst girlfriends I had. More her family were an influence on her, but she completely let herself down and fucked to their trend and fucked me over. Now, when she come back in my life, I wiped my mouth of everything she'd done. I thought, don't bring it up that she was nicking me money, because she was nicking me money from the first week of meeting me. My friend Lewis caught her going into my drawer and taking a £50 note out when I offered her money to go to Romford. And she said, no, we weren't even dating then. She was sort of trying to get into me. And my mate Lewis went, Scott, she's just come to your drawer and took money out. I went, nah, don't be silly, Lewis. Of course, fucking years later, I caught her doing it. So she was only into me for the money in the first place. And I never brought any of that up. And then I thought, no, I'll wipe my mouth of everything until, you know, she's brought him back into my life. So I've got to be, you know, watch the P's and Q's and tread carefully. And all the good advice from my brothers and sister friends of mine that said the same thing. Look, we know she's done you a wrong, but don't bring it up. And now I'm under the proviso of, no, I've kept a dignified silence for long enough now. And my life's been fucked up enough, and I'm not holding back now. So, you know, if my boy asks me, I'll tell him the good, bad, and ugly, what I've done. I'll tell him what his mum's done, and I ain't going to fucking hold back, mate, because I don't lie about nothing. And there was mistakes I made in a relationship. I was a young man with a $3,000 a month mortgage, a business, and responsibilities, and sometimes it got too much for me. She should have understood that. She should have been more supportive, and she wasn't. Now, I know that Laura and other girlfriends that I had before Laura, because Laura was the best girlfriend I've ever had. She was absolutely amazing woman. Her and her family were absolutely legends. I know if I'd been with my Laura and I'd split up with Laura because I split up with her and broke her heart and broke my own heart, I know that if we'd had children, Laura would never have done this to me. And do you know why? Because her mum and dad wouldn't have fucking allowed it. But her mother literally killed her dad at 41 years old by turning him to drink because she ran off with the children. So she ran off with 3 kids, the mother. Jimmy, God rest his soul, drunk himself to death and passed over at 41 in hospital, had his birthday in hospital and passed over. And Lee's done exactly what her mother done to her dad, and she's done it to fucking. And she's literally killed me. And unfortunately now I'm starting resenting my own kid out of it.
Right.
Which I don't want to do, and it's all wrong of me, and I know the side chat might agree it is wrong, but it's just how I'm speaking on this because that's how I'm beginning to get a little bit sort of frustrated, Dan, I think is the word.
Two things I want to say. First of all, it's easy to be frustrated with the children. I get like that, okay, and I think to myself, look, you're old enough to make your own decision. Why the fuck are you doing what your mum says? But then I realised that they've been conditioned the same as we're all conditioned. They've been conditioned, and of you know, to a certain extent, they've been radicalised against us. Okay. Again, not all single parents do this, and I would never suggest that they do. But in some cases, the children will get radicalized against the absent parent. Okay, parental alienation, and as easy as it is to resent them for it, we have to then take a step back and remember that it's not them. Okay, no matter how old they could get to 40 years of age, but because they've had it all of their life from the parent that's with them, of course they're going to believe it. And the only thing we can do is wait for them to come to us. And I know it's hard.
It is hard, Dan, because I've got a court case with this bitch because she fucking made up bollocks of an innocent message and then added a bit more on and added a bit more, which I swear to is utter fucking lies. On my soul, mate, go to hell. And so I've already been let down by the courts and already been found wrongly guilty for something I didn't do, for a corrupt jury and a corrupted fucking judge. And I'm thinking, my God, like if I get a fucking another dopey jury and an idiotic judge that's literally mothering this fucking woman, like she mothered Gemma, the judge mothered this Gemma, what's my son going to think if he thinks the courts get things correct all the time when we all know they don't? So this is another thing that I've got enough people about, that I've got a court case coming up. I don't know when it is. It's been 4 years put off now, for an innocent message of when Jimmy Joe gets older, he's going to sign he's going to see what you've done. You signed your own death warrant. Yeah. Now, I can't even believe the police have entertained that, but it just proves how much they don't like me or didn't like me. I dare say there's some good in the police that have actually used their free will to actually know I'm a decent, honourable human being of honour and integrity. But the ones that have sold their soul to the devil, they've enjoyed every moment of nicking me for fuck all and putting my mental health through a travesty and an upheaval. And then, of course, Dad, if I go to court and I don't get a fair trial, which I didn't have this other time with this neighbour from hell, then my son's going to go, well, Mum, you know, the old arm goes round the mum in it. Oh, pour me a fucking another one. And this is what I said to my brief. I went, 17 years old he is, and I'm threatening to kill her now. And I went, what's a load of fucking bullshit? I said, if I was going to do something like that, it would have been done at 8 months old or 2 months old. I said, I wouldn't be doing it when he's coming an age now. I said, all she's doing is trying to rubbish my character, scared and frightened that Jimmy Joe's going to see the fucking wood for the trees and go, do you know what, Mum? You're a fucking wrong 'un. Because Dad's fucking pucker, and that's all she's doing it for, and it really upsets me. Really upsets me.
And what you need to remember is if you don't allow the kids to have that chance to say that, okay, if you take that away from them by, for example, this is why I'm still here at the moment, all right? You know, I'm not trying to be a dick or nothing like that, okay? I've tried to do myself in on several occasions. But I think to myself, and it's not easy at the time because those feelings overtake, okay? But I think to myself now, you know, if I take away my chance to see my kids turn around and go, actually, Mum, you fucking lied.
There you go, yeah.
I've lost the thing that I'm fighting for. So if I end myself,
you don't get that chance, do you? You don't get that chance.
If I end myself, then my kids will never know the truth. and I'll forever be the arsehole.
Well, I you know my feelings of the police. There is some good ones. I've met some recently, but my goodness me, they're few and far fucking between. But when I was wrongly arrested for malicious communications, and the police don't understand the fact that the police have been bullying the shit out of me for 3 years and getting away with it on the phone line 101 and 999. I was taken to Newham Hospital on a suicide attempt. I was really ill. In fact, I was the illest I can truthfully say that I've ever been. I was crawling on the floor, banging on the cell door on my belly, literally screaming for help. I felt broken. I felt like my whole mental health had completely exploded. And these police, bless them, two brothers, I forget their names now, but Father Jesus is fully aware of who they are. They took me to Newham and I was all cuffed up, obviously. They took me to Newham Hospital from Barking Freshforth Custody Suite. And I'm sitting in there with them and I'm so ended, mate. I'm just sitting there and I'm thinking, I just can't wait to end my fucking life. That's all I kept thinking. And these two lovely brothers in uniform, they were fucking absolutely epic, mate, and it's everything that the police should be. They're talking to me like a human being. They're not talking at me. They're talking to me. And they're not looking down their fucking nose at me that I'm bent up like a wire coat hanger and enjoying it like some of the satanic police have enjoyed my misery that they've caused. And this copper, he went, fancy a coffee? Honestly, Dan, I could have cried. I felt a lump come up in my throat because the police have bullied me to a near suicide attempt, and they've actually achieved that. And one of these officers that works in this organisation is offering me a coffee, and I looked at him and I went, sorry? He went, would you like a coffee? I went, really? Like, all excitable, like he's treating me like an adult and a human being that's decent that he should have been treating me like. He went, yeah, it's only a coffee, Scott. I went, yeah, go on then, bruv. I went, I'll have a coffee. And he brought me a coffee and we spent hours with one another, and he opened up his own personal life experience to say that he'd been close to suicide, and he worked with a lady that was a veterinary, his partner was a veterinary nurse, and he got himself in a low state, God bless him. I hope he's all right now, please, Father Jesus, amen. And he shared that only 3 years earlier he tried to end his life. And do you know what? In that moment of brotherness and that togetherness, because of course they are our brothers and sisters, the police, and we do want them to come home to heaven with us. We don't want them to go the other way. But I could have cried because I spent 3 hours on a hospital bed with this officer that was just pouring out his heart to me like a proper brother. And he said to me, Scott, I'm going to tell you something now. He said, you can't end it. You mentioned about Jimmy Joe. He said, you can't end your life because you'll lose the fact of having a chance of seeing your son. And then he went on to just give me the ultimate of compliments. And he went, and I'm going to tell you something now. You're a dad to be proud of. He said, because I'll be proud of you. And I could have cried. And I was like, officer, please, wow, brother, don't say any more. I said, because I've not been treated nice by the police, and like you're blowing me away with how you're treating me as a human being. And he gave me the strength for a little while, that officer, although he's not aware of this. He gave me the strength to actually go on a little bit. When I left his company, or he left my company, and then I was finally released from the police station, these words resonated with me. And I thought, no, I've got to do it for the office. I've got to do it. I've got to keep fighting for Jimmy Joe. And then, unfortunately, what happens is all the negativity creeps in again. And then you're sort of back to being bent up like a wire coat hanging on 5 and 6 weeks at a time in your bed. Do you know what I mean? So, for me, it's a real big battle at the minute, because I don't think I'm very far away from leaving this world, which is something that I actually, a part of me wants to do still. Like, I'm on the fence. I'm like, 1 minute, yeah, it's worth doing and it's worth fighting. And
then, as I've said, you lose, okay? Because she'll win. She'll win. Everything she's told the kids, you'll never be able to contest it, and they'll never know the truth. I just want to say, I was going to say it a little while ago, but I wanted to let you talk. One woman vigilante is in the house. I don't know if I don't know if you're still here, Bryony, or not, but I did see your message. I just didn't want to interrupt while Scott was talking. I'm glad you're okay. I did see your other messages, Bryony. So if you're still here, it's nice to see you, and I'm glad you're okay. I'm
awfully glad she's okay as well. And I watched her. Obviously, I've been very worried about Sister Bryony. So I've been watching when she puts up her YouTube feeds on the YouTube there. And I did see that she had a very good talk with her. I think he's an MP. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but his name's David. And I don't know if anything what this David has done, but one thing I will say about good brother David is he listened intensely to Bryony, never interrupted her once, never looked down his nose at her, never fucking mocked her serious situation. And I think at a moral compass pointing towards heaven that he understood fully while she was repeating herself because she was desperate for somebody to listen to her. And that's what happens with our good brothers and sisters, Dan. We don't get listened to, and then unfortunately we come across unweller than we actually are because we're repeating the same sentences over and over again because we've spoken to 50 people already in false positions of power and they've shit all over us. So when we constantly go on how Bryony did on this particular feed of hers on the YouTube there, I felt her pain, I felt her sorry, I wanted to scream down to her, like, you know, scream to her, I should say, Bryony, stop, you've already said that, but I got why she kept repeating it and repeating it and repeating it, because poor sister Bryony's been so fucking hurt by the police like I have, so let down, like so many of us have been let down by these people that have been guided to do a job to protect us, and they couldn't protect and serve my Carlsberg fucking beer. So, but they're in a position to fucking protect their family, are they? Which is what we are, but they seem to have forgot that. Yeah. And I hope and pray, Bryony, if you're listening, that David can help you. And if he can't help you per se, I hope he picks up the phone Monday morning, tomorrow, or through the coming week, and starts making all the phone calls that he needs to do with free will that he was blessed to have with Father Jesus going on the cross, to go, I can't help you, Bryony, but I know a man that can. Nice. And that's what I pray he does, because she needs the help, bless her. She shouldn't be going through this. I've seen poor sister Bryony's health deteriorate. I can't believe we live in a society where people must be able to notion this and be able to poke in their nose into her affairs, even if it's to look at her YouTube, and would sit there and not have their hearts breaking at what this woman is going through. And that's the crying state of this earthly world, Dan, that we just don't fucking give a shit. You brothers and sisters in the side chat are epic. You're epic, Dan. Why can't the government feed off of what we're doing positive in this world and start tipping their mantra to start helping out their family members that are bent up like a wire coat hanger and are in desperate trouble with their mental and physical health and their failing health conditions that this government quite frankly contributes to? Because I've never had anxiety and self-harm, but thanks to the government's lack of paying me my money that I'm entitled to, I've now got 2 more mental health conditions that I never had. And I feel for Bryony because it's been wicked what she's gone through. She's very, very, very lucky that she's had you. You're an absolute credit to your adopted mum and dad, your earthly mum and dad that born you. You're a credit to me. You're a credit to the brothers and sisters in the side track. You're a credit to your children, Dan. You're an amazing human being. And we need more, Dan. Someone actually wrote it in the, forgive me, I forget who it was. Someone wrote in the side chat hours ago, we need more Dans. And we fucking do, bro. We need more brother Dans out there stamping down the authority stick and telling them how it is. Because I'm embarrassed of this world. It's not Great Britain anymore, this country. The great's been kicked out of it years ago. It's just Britain. There's nothing great about a country that sits back, underpays their sick brothers and sisters, stamps on their jugular, stops them breathing God's air and contributes to their mental health. How dare we call this Great Britain? The fucking embarrassment, mate. You call a country great when they're protecting their family, when they're putting an arm around a brother and sister that's broken and mentally unwell, that's encouraging them to get back to work by encouraging them with money to live a normal life. If this government paid us more, even for a year or 2 years of being on the benefit system, with a proviso of maybe getting us back to work or running our own businesses, perhaps our mental health wouldn't be so bad for 17 years, 20 years, 25 years if we weren't living on the breadline. When you're living on the breadline, you don't get well, do you? Show me a mentally unwell person that's robbing Peter to pay Paul and has jumped back out of bed like Zeppelin from the Magic Roundabout and gone, brilliant, I'm fit for work now. I've been underpaid for a year, battles with the government, battles with every fucker in the community that's fucking wronging me, and now I'm ready to go to work because it just don't fucking happen. No. And the government don't even see that, Dan. They haven't got a moral compass like what all we have got. And they don't do enough for us. And I'm disgusted with my brothers and sisters in the government. They're in big fucking trouble when they leave this world. And I do mean big trouble. You know, what they've done to me, what they've done to Bryony, what they've done to so many brothers and sisters in the side chat, what they've done to the whole nation is absolutely barbaric. And quite frankly, it's satanic. And we're as lovely Tina, I think, said, and I've coined this phrase, we've gone backwards. We're supposed to be evolving. You're not supposed to go backwards as the years go forward. And we're getting worse and worse and worse with the way we treat mankind and womankind. It's a shocking state of affairs. But unless someone does something about it in the false position of power, we'll be banging this song, mate, for the rest of our earthly lifetime. You'll be 55, I'll be fucking whatever age, and all the lost souls, everyone will still be on the chat. We'll be saying this same story in the next 10 years if somebody doesn't stand up in government and say, universal credit system is a load of shit. That is backward. We need to stop this. It's not working. You know, one suicide is one suicide too many, and we've lost brothers and sisters on universal credit. So why isn't that Ian Duncan Smith standing up and going, do you know what? I've designed this system for easiness. I've designed this to help our brothers and sisters. It's not helping them. It's actually hindering them. We need to look at it and overhaul the whole system. But they don't. The reason that's been designed, Dan, quite frankly, is to kill us. That's 100% why that's been designed, for brothers and sisters to be removed off the ESA system, incapacity benefit, income support, and it's been made so difficult so that you give up, pull the blanket over your head, get the razor blade, get the overdose tablets, get the noosh, or get a bottle of drink, and then by the time you finish crying yourself to sleep, you're hanging yourself. And that's what it's been designed for, all of it. But you know, we're not going to change it down, I don't think. We can keep on doing these talk shows that you're kind enough to give you free time to do. The brothers and sisters, Josie and Lost Souls and all the wonderful brothers and sisters in the side chat, we can all put our mantra across. But unfortunately, my good brothers and sisters, we're not in a position to make a change. We need to somehow get the government to make the change.
That's the thing, and we're going to have to wrap this up in a second, Scott, because I want to.
Yeah,
I've only got half hour before I'm going to get off.
No, I want other people to be ring. Sorry, guys.
No, it's right. But you're right. Fuck's sake! Do you know what? I've done it. I've done it again.
You've done it again.
It's happening less and less, but it's still happening.
It will do, brother. You had such a trauma to your earthly body, didn't you?
No, it's fucking gone. Sorry. It's just
That's
gone.
all right, my mate. That's all right, brother. Don't worry. Go on, look. What I'll do, my lovely family, on the YouTube there, I'll get off the blower. Thank you for listening, because it does help to talk. It does help to get it off your chest. I'm sorry if it's been a bit long-winded and a bit hickledy-pickledy and all over the place. That's because my earthly life's hickledy-pickledy and all over the place at the minute.
No worries.
But I love you all, and I'll let someone else ring in and have a bit of a talk now.
Right, no problem, Scott. Listen, I'll speak to you during the week anyway, mate.
Yeah, nice one, my brother Dan. Bye-bye, everyone in the side chat. I'll come back on the talk on the tablet.
Stay strong, and remember that if you give in to the urges, okay, then you're robbing your kids of the chance to know the truth. And I'm not saying that.
Do it, Jimmy, so I love him too much. I've got to hang on there, hang on for at least until he gets into his adult years, and then make a decision. Then.
Yeah, man.
All right, I'm going to hang my washing up, and then I'm going to jump back on the. I just washed a load of clothes, and I'm going to jump back on and get on the side chat there with the brothers and sisters in the side chat there when I put this washing up.
All right, fella, stay strong. All right.
Yeah, I will do, my brother Dan. Thank you for everything, Dan. I really appreciate it. Not just for tonight, for everything you've done. Yeah.
No problem.
Take care, brother.
All right, mate. Take it easy.
Ta-da, mate.
Ta-da. Right. Let's bring some people back into the chat for a bit. TC, you're back. Zara, hello.
Hello.
Oh, there's a young lady.
I don't know if I can be described as that.
Now there's two.
I don't know which one's me now.
One sec, Scott. Try some bio oil. That will get rid of your scar.
It will.
And when you're feeling that way again, Scott, if you think of the consequences like I have in the past, what will my friends be like? What damage will this cause to my friends? It makes you think in a whole new way.
Bryony, no worries at all. No problem at all. I'm just glad you're okay. I have spoken to Tina, not about you, Okay, so nothing like that. Okay, but I have asked her if she'd heard from you, and the same as she's asked me if I'd heard from you, but we hadn't. So we was a little bit worried. But I'm glad you're in the chat tonight, and I'm glad you're okay.
So who is the lovely young lady? Oh, Zyra B. I can see her name now.
No, I'm Lord Pap.
Dan, you only wear that when I come around on a night time. Why are you putting it on now?
So I'm going to change my name to Lady Pap.
It's not special time. Time to take it off.
Remember, I can be what the fuck I want to be, and there's nothing you can do about it.
And you can become head of the women's volleyball team right now.
I could. I can't change my name unless I bugger off and come back. I'm not going to do that. I'll just identify as Lady Pap for the time being.
There you go. You just have to identify. I identify as a banana, by the way.
So do I sometimes.
That banana one. You had the bananas on your head that had me rolling. I was like proper rolling round.
I don't know why. It makes me feel like I'm on holiday for some reason.
I don't. It makes me think of like Jamaican.
Yeah.
Would it you Jamaican? It's the only way you can do the accent.
I found this one as well. It looks like I've had an accident.
That is just ridiculous.
Looks like I've had a teleportation accident with Smudge. Anybody that's seen The Fly with Jeff Goldblum will know what I'm talking about.
Oh,
yeah,
The Fly.
Yeah. The Fly 1 or The Fly 2.
Piece of cinematography.
I've got what looks like Smudge's tail coming out my forehead at the moment. That's quite cool. Anyway, let me get back to some normality, if we can call it normality. How you been, Zara?
May not be normal.
Oh, I've been a bit poorly. I've just come out of hospital myself, but
why is that? What's up? Can you say or not?
You don't want to know. Long story.
Okay, all right, no problem. You're better now.
Not yet, but I'm on the way. Yeah, you get me.
But better than you were.
Yeah, better than
so that's a step in the right direction. So it's all good.
A big part. Well, I go on quite a few lives of like the auditing communities.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. You seem more legally up there. Remember, like Crime Bodge.
Oh, I've got a call coming in. 1 second. I should have. Right. Just remember that. Hang on a second, caller. Anybody on the call can't hear you on the panel. So just bear with me for a second. Hello, caller.
Hello, Dad. It's Bobby.
Oh, fucking hell, not you again. No, hello, mate. All right.
What I want to say, Dan, I'm very saddened what the caller says to Scott. They call him before me.
Yeah.
So you like legal stuff, do you, Zyra?
Dan, I was brought up to believe
that's
why it's called.
I can't hear you. Sorry, young lady.
People like that, we are.
Thank God.
I don't understand why we can't help it or help people to hurt themselves. And one woman and vigilante. Why can't we help people like that?
Well, there's only so much we can do. We haven't got the money or resources that the government and that organisations have got, but they misuse it all. I think they misuse the funds that they get. The plans that they have to help people. They help the wrong people first. There's a certain way of doing things. Okay, even in everyday life, we have to prioritise what's important first. And what a lot of people, that the ones that are in charge of the money, the ones that are in charge of the support, they prioritise wrongly. They don't prioritise the people that need the help first. Okay, they prioritise people that's going to make them look good. Okay, they give them help first because it makes them look good as an organisation or as the government or as the police or whatever it might be. And they shouldn't be doing that. Okay, they should be dealing with the people that are in the situations, okay, that need immediate attention, like Bryony, like Scott, like so many other people, but they don't.
And because the government can find money, if the government wants to find money, you find it. Look
Well,
at
they do, but the problem is the more money that they find, which we know they don't find, they just print more. It means that our cost of living is going to go up even further, and that's an issue that we've got. The more money that's created, the less value that money is worth. Therefore, we have to pay more for goods and services. And this is the same as in I think it's fucking Zimbabwe or something, where they've got like a $100 trillion note, and even that is only worth pennies. If you put $100 trillion Zimbabwean dollars into Google, what's it called, money exchange thing, it comes up as about 7 pence over here. And that's what's happening here. The government have printed more money to bail themselves out of shit, not to help us, to bail themselves out of shit. Okay. And in the process, they've been fleecing money from everywhere that they can. So even if the value of money goes down, they're still richer than everybody else.
That's what they do down there, is protect the rich. Don't give a rat's ass about the poor. And I truly believe, I'm second what I've been listening tonight about what's happening to Scott, what's happening to other people. I thought I had problems, but my problems is only minor.
Well, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. Everybody's problems is serious. Okay, everybody's problem is serious. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a problem. Okay. Yes, Scott's situation may be worse than ours, but it doesn't make our situation any less serious. If that makes sense. Okay.
Within your life, isn't it?
Right. So it's what's the word? Relative. There we go. Relative. The situations are relative to you. Okay, so something that could be majorly, seriously fucked up in somebody's life, somebody else would look at it and go, "What are they moaning about?" Do you know what I mean? But because it's happening to you, the relativity of it for you is massive. So everybody's problem is serious to them, and everybody's problem should be taken seriously. And that's why that's why I like talking to people and getting people to talk, regardless to what their situation is. I mean, I've got a guy, Frank, who's phoned in. Okay. Said a few times, and you know who I'm talking about, said a few times that he doesn't want to be here anymore. And I don't know if you're watching now or not, Frank, and I hope you don't mind me using you as an example. But Frank's got cancer. Okay, Frank's dying. Now that is a serious, that is a massive issue for him. And anybody looking in on that, it would be a massive issue. But for somebody else who might not be living with a terminal illness, it doesn't make their personal struggle any less important. Okay, because we're all suffering one way or another, and I think that everybody should have the ability, no matter what situation is for them, everybody should have the ability to be able to talk about it and be able to get it out in the open. Whether you can't fix everybody's problem, unfortunately, but I personally, from my own experience, just talking about stuff gets it off your chest, gets it out into the open, and it makes it easier to deal with, even if it's just for a short time. And if I can do that for as many people as I can and make their life a little bit easier, even if it's for a couple of days, because they've got something off their chest, through doing these live streams, then I've done a good job as far as I'm concerned. But I've had so many people that have contacted, you've heard them. I've had people contact the channel saying that they wouldn't be here anymore if they hadn't had a chance to come on and talk, and stuff like that is what keeps me going. And that's the stuff. Hearing people say stuff like that means more to me than getting a fucking award for doing something. It means more to me than Facebook, than YouTube going, here you go, you got 100,000 subscribers, have a plaque. I couldn't give two fucks about that. I would rather have a letter from somebody saying, Dan, do you know what? Thank you so much. XYZ. That to me is worth far more than anything else that I could get from anybody. Do you know what I mean?
I think that you get people who get knighthood and all this crap for paedophiles or doctors and all this who get knighthood and that.
I personally would say you should get something like an item, because you are giving the community a service. You're giving the people who've got no voices a voice. You're giving an ear to somebody who needs it.
People say I give people a voice. I don't necessarily think I give people a voice as such. If I had a massive platform, then maybe I could turn around and say, yes, I'm giving people a voice, you know. But I don't. We've got a limited range of viewers on this channel, 35,000 nearly subscribers, a limited range of people on this channel. So I don't see it as giving people a voice. For me, it's more of giving people a chance to as I say, to get stuff off their chest. We can't solve their problems on this channel because we're so small. If we had a channel like Crime Bodge and I had 150,000 people on this channel, then maybe we could put that to some good. Maybe we could turn around and say, right, this person needs help. Government are doing fuck all. Let's get a petition. I can get everybody that supports the channel to go and sign that petition. Within a couple of days, we could have it being heard or being noticed, and then people will start talking about it. Then we can start giving people a voice. At the moment, I don't see it as that. I just see it as doing as not even doing a duty. I just see it as doing the right thing. The right thing to do, okay, is to be somewhere to let people talk about their problems.
Do you mind if I interject there? Because I see it as a third party. So from an outsider looking in, you're doing a great job, honestly. And you might only see it as only 30, 40,000 people. Think if all of those people were in one gathering, all of those people, you let somebody feel heard and you let them air the voices and the grievances. So you're doing a wonderful thing. Okay. Don't do yourself now.
No, I just think that I just think we could do so much more.
I know.
Okay? I do what I can, and I don't feel that I can do enough, but I do what I can, and I think that giving people somewhere to come and talk to get stuff off their chest, to air their grievances, to maybe get some advice from the comments, as we were with Scott earlier. Some of the comments were coming up and I was passing on information. I can't help everybody. There's only limited stuff that I've been through myself. But together as a community, and this is why the community is so important for me, together as a community, between everybody, I'm sure we can probably solve most problems.
I honestly believe community.
Your community and people on this channel. And I should realise that they're not alone. If I could help anyone, I'll be honest with you, Dan, I fucked up a lot of things in my life.
Yeah.
I'm a bastard. I used to be a bastard. I used to not believe in myself. I lost the woman, the love of my life, my ex-wife. I know I slag it off, but because I couldn't keep my in my pants. So
I still can't, by the sounds of it.
I haven't changed that much. But like I said to you, Dan, I believe that I'm trying to make amends for this fucking shitty stuff I committed. But I don't know how to do it. I'm an alcoholic. I used to be an alcoholic. I've been drinking all night this tonight. I stop for a bit, and then I just get down so
Hang on, TC. Go on, Bobby, carry on. I was listening.
Like tonight, I've been drinking all night. I'm an alcoholic. I used to be. Well, I'm back on the wagon, and I get down so much. I loved it when my granddad was here, because he would have put me on the straight and narrow. But he's passed away, and I used to go to him for a fight about anything. But I don't know what to do, Dan. I can't. I want to make amends before I pass away, before I die, basically. Because I'm be honest with you, I used to be a right bastard. I didn't give a
we all
fuck
did.
about that.
Listen, I was an arse. I was an arse. Okay, I don't listen. People go on about karma and stuff like that, right? And making up for the stuff that you've done in the past. Now, some people could argue I'm doing what I do now to make up for the way that I was in the past. Okay, I can't change anything that I've done in the past. All right, I can't make up for the people that I've hurt in the past. I can't make up for the fights that I've had and the people that I've hurt, that, you know, physically and mentally in the past. Even by doing what I do now, I couldn't make up for that. Okay, I got to a point in my life where my mental health has got so shit. And I kind of woke up one morning and I'm a different person in a way. Okay, I would never do this years ago. I would never care, you know, this much about other people. It was about me and only me, right? And I think most people, if not everybody, can agree that as we're growing up, it's about us and us only. Mm-hmm. But I got to a point where I realised that I've done some shitty things in my life, and you know, and I've hurt people and I've hurt myself, and I've realised now that we need to be there for each other, not just for ourselves. You know, it's all very well being your own person, going, "Oh, fuck the world, I don't need anybody's help." We do. We all need help from each other. And when more people realise that, instead of fighting against each other, instead of organisations, governments, and all the rest of it pitting us against each other, while they're sitting there rubbing their hands together, going, "Oh, look at those groups fighting away. They can't see what we're doing," while they're embezzling some money or implementing some more draconian laws, while we're too busy looking the other direction. You know, I can't do that. I can't be like that. And, you know, I try and be as honest as I can with everybody. What I say, some people don't like. And you know what? I can't help that. Okay. You know, but let's not fight about it. We don't need to fight about it. It's like two football, just like football clubs. This is why I don't support football. I don't support football anymore because I don't want somebody going, "Oh, your team's wank." And
I agree.
in a fight.
I don't think you even need to say it. Everybody knows at this point. The only way the crowd is by segregating them and letting them internally run. And they sit there and laughing at us, mocking us.
It's fucked up.
It's just one person against the other. Do you like blue or do you like red? Well, you're in Liverpool. Are you blue or you're red? Or you hate each other? No, we're all doses. We all band together. Everyone should have that. And the upper women, they haven't got that. All they know is at home playing computer games. And so the place into them already. These are just like little.
You could do whatever you like.
The feedback is really terrible.
Is that mine?
It is quite bad. 1 second.
It's coming from Bobby. Tell him to come on the chat. Tell him to come on the chat thing instead of phoning in.
Yeah, Bobby, come on the chat.
Do it now, then, man. I'll be about 2 secs.
All right.
Oh, sorry. I apologise. I wasn't.
No, it's not you. No, it's not you, young lady. It's the feedback coming from.
So
coming from Bobby.
If you see me doing that, it's because I'm deaf in one ear, and I'm like,
pardon?
Oh, shut up, that old one.
It nearly always works, though.
I did. I was about to say, yeah.
Hey, sorry, what was that you said, Zyra?
Shut up. It's Zara, not Zyra.
Oh, I thought you were Zyra, the flipping Princess Warrior.
That's
Zena.
Tipsy, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's Zena, isn't it?
That used to be a wank bank for young lad. That's Zena Warrior Princess program.
Oh God, I remember it. Oh, she always had the tits out on Channel 5.
Yeah. I used to watch that religiously.
I bet you did.
And Wonder Woman. Although there was less cleavage.
And Wonder Woman. Oh yes, not wrong with a bit of Wonder Woman.
Oh
no, we can't call it that now, can we? We have to call it Wonder Person.
Yeah.
And Super Person. And Bat Person.
What about Baywatch?
Oh,
No, that was never for me. That
Oh,
I'll tell you what was Home and Away, and it was for one person only. Kylie Minogue.
oh,
That was Neighbours, Home and Away.
Neighbours.
Neighbours, sorry.
Neighbours.
Yeah. Kylie Minogue. In fact, I was only sat watching a few of her earlier videos earlier on, man.
Yeah, I think you're getting mixed up. The reason you watched Home and Away was for Alf.
No, Home and Away. What was in Home and Away that was decent?
What's that, Holly Finance?
It's the same as EastEnders. The only time I ever watched that is when I can't remember her name. The real long dark haired bed that used to be in it years ago.
Ethel.
What was the young dark haired bed that was in it?
You're thinking about Kelly. You thinking about Kelly? The girl.
No.
This is becoming a very misogynistic chat room.
It's
Can we stop talking about?
I personally, as a female, I throw my tits against the wall. I am so offended. But I know
don't worry about it.
People get offended so easily nowadays for about
I'm
silly
joking.
things.
They do, don't they?
You can take offence, but don't forget to take the gate along with it.
I was going to say, did you, don't you know? And I was just so close to saying it. I was like, oh, no, don't say it, don't say it. It's true, though. They do. Like, people get offended at stupid shit. It really pisses me off. I literally test the waters on purpose. So when all these divvies are wearing... So you've got to wear a mask in the school playground, but you step outside of the playground and they take it off.
Yeah.
What madness is that? So I wore... My poor child was devastated, but I wore like a sheet mask on my face. I just wore that. And anytime anyone looked at me, I'd just go, bah, bah, bah. And it's like, do you enjoy being a sheep? Do you enjoy being a sheep? Kicked up the mum's group chat that day. It was a terrible day for my social status.
What you should do is you get one of those, the fishnet socks. The fishnet socks. Yeah. Just get one of them.
Oh, you're going down a slippery road there, Dan.
I know exactly.
I'm not talking about fishnet stockings. I'm talking about fishnet socks.
Yeah.
Just put one of them over your mouth, and they'll go. You're not wearing a mask, are you? Of course I am.
But I tell you, because I'm deaf in one ear, I rely on a lot of lip reading, and I say to them, "Can you take the mask off, please?" And they're like, oh, thank you. Like, they're relieved. I've given them permission. And then I'll say, we talked to the headmaster, and I just went, put that back on. And he did it. And I was like, you do realise I was taking the piss? And he went, oh, okay. Like, yeah, you feel a bit of a gimp because you look like one. You've got a big blue flipping thing smacked over your muscle.
That's why this is stupid that the mask mandate has been scrapped. But in schools, they still got to wear masks.
Well, do you know, as my kid walks into school, she has to have a squirt of that hand sanitizer on. Now, I'm against that because it's crap. It's chemical crap. Do you know what I mean?
That stuff will dry your hands out as well.
The only good thing for the sanitizer is lube.
Exactly. Well, they're not around food. They're literally walking into a classroom that has been cleaned down, I presume, by cleaners. So what good are they doing? They're still going to hug and touch each other. They're going to go and play out on the field or on the playground and fall over and get back up. But they have to squirt the shit on daily, twice a day. No. So I say, don't do that. And she says,
what? The only hand thing I've ever used on my hands, apart from shower gel and soap and stuff like that, is something called Swarfiga.
Yeah, I know what Swarfiga is, yeah.
That's the only thing I've ever used. And I tell you what, for an hand cleaner, an hand sanitizer, because it does sanitize your hand, you can't beat the bloody stuff.
No, you can't. And it's got the grit in it, hasn't it? I remember.
You get both the grit or the smooth.
Yeah. Oh, no, well, I always had the gritty one as a kid. I remember Swarfiga, if you fell over, you clean your glaze with Swarfiga, and that's it. Go back out and play.
Yep. Bit of Altworthy, you can't beat it.
Bit
Dan
bloody
likes
old,
a
aren't
smooth one. Dan likes a smooth one because he says it causes a bit of chafing when it's been used on him. Isn't that right, Dan?
Glad you all found that amusing.
Oh, fuck that out. Oh.
Remember, I'm in charge of the mute button.
Yes, but I don't know if you know this, but we can actually unmute it on our end.
Yeah, but you can't unkick yourself once I kick you out. I was going to fade into the background.
Pap, I always watch your videos, but oh my god, what is that graphic you've got on screen?
But by the way, I just want to make it clear, I've not blackfaced. Okay, so I don't want any racist comments. Okay, I've made myself invisible.
That's what I mean.
Are you the invisible person?
I'm the invisible. I'm the invisible gender fluid.
Why is racism become a big topic at this moment? When I was growing up, we had shows like the name, sort about the police and all these shows where we blacks, whites, Chinese, whatever used to laugh at. But nowadays, people get offended, and sometimes don't even watch the shows. Get offended. Oh, blah 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 blah. It doesn't matter what you are.
Sarah, it's Sarah.
Fucking hell, it's not that difficult, is it?
Okay, all right. Sorry, Zena.
Zena, the warrior princess. Go ahead. Just call me princess. Go ahead.
Well, I might downgrade you from a princess to a maiden.
Oh, that's shocking. Why is that?
Who's coming down? Who's coming down the park for some white lightning?
Oh gosh!
And if you go down the park a man goes down the park by himself now, he gets stared at. We either a weirdo or the police would be called.
You don't want the police turning up at the park. They'll all be pulling their fucking plonkers out.
I cannot believe that video that you posted. I swear to God. Do you know, how has he not been hunted down and like beaten up by now? He's been walking around. PCSOs are known for going into schools and giving talks. Jesus Christ.
They have got him. They have got him. They arrested him the morning after the video was posted. He is on. I believe he's out. I believe he's out on bail. But fucking hell, that you know, anybody that can go into a park in the middle of the day, especially in a fucking uniform, and start tossing themselves off is as far as I'm concerned, is a danger to the public.
Of course,
and should be reminded.
It's
Here's the thing that I observed about that video. How far his hand strokes was, and how many fingers he was using. He was only using a finger and thumb and barely moving, so it must be absolutely micro-sized.
But Danny, mindset, he must have thought he would have got away with it. This is what the police is. They've got in this mindset they could do whatever they like.
Yeah, well, that's what I've been saying for ages.
I'd be straight with it. I've been caught in loads of weird places doing naughty things, but that was with a woman. I haven't done it by myself, like that dirty cunt.
Oh dear!
Especially in the park.
I don't get what goes through people's heads to even contemplate doing something like that.
Well, I want to know what was on his phone. I want to know what he was looking at on his phone that made him so desperate to pull his cock out and pleasure.
Definitely Pornhub or something free, wasn't he?
You went there to do it. If you went there to do it, if you wanted to have a wank, could have had it in the station or a toilet or whatever it was. He went there purposely, get his cock out and wank himself.
Oh, yeah. Dan.
Do you know what's even worse? That we're having a full-blown
I've got something for you, mate.
That's gross. Like, how stupid is this? Like, it's like Great Britain talking about, oh, yeah, see the size of his strokes? It was only a finger and thumb. I wonder what he was watching. What was his titillation? No, like, let's stop it. Let's not give it any more air than it's already got. You know what I mean? It has a bit of fun, doesn't it?
My concern about what he was watching, that it was something that he shouldn't have been watching. A bit of porn. Nobody cares about a bit of porn, but my concern is it was something worse than that.
Yeah.
Dan, on this subject, has just pricked my memory about something. You know, you put up about the pervert school teacher.
Which one?
I can't remember. Was it a male one that you put up not long ago?
You had sex with a 8-year-old in a.
1 second, Bobby.
Yeah, go on.
This is what I wear in the park.
It's not Dan. It's not something I'd put on my channel, but I'll give it to you. 1.1 million payout from a school teacher and a little boy.
What?
Okay.
I don't think we need to go into the details on what was being done, but the council has just paid out 1.1 million in compensation for what he's done.
Right. Okay.
I can't get my head around why grown men go with kids. I can't get my head around it. Something that I don't know. It's something that's fucking.
Why is your sig glowing blue?
Why is what glowing blue?
Zena's cig, when she was smoking it, then it was blue.
Oh, it's a vape. It's not a ciggy. Look.
Well,
it looks like a ciggy.
Used to say to me, if you can't get a woman, God give you a toy to play, your own toy to play with. Okay. Why never? And these sick bastards go with kids.
I know.
It's gross. You can't get your head around it, Bobby, because you're normal. That's why. You've got to be a very odd, strange, fucked up person to think that is normal.
That's a bit of a stretch of the imagination, calling Bobby normal.
That's not very kind, isn't it?
Sorry, Bobby.
Well, Dan, I like my women with big breasts, so.
Oi.
Long to get
I don't. I think more than an handful's a waste.
I've heard that one before as well. Listen, do you know, I just touched upon, I only clicked on
I don't even want to know what you've been touching.
No. I clicked onto YouTube. You were talking about exes and stuff. I was with my ex for 13 years, and he's downstairs sleeping on my sofa. Oh no, I think he's watching Netflix. I don't know. Like, we've been split up. He's had a kid with me, bloody mate, and everything. We've been through dramas.
Hey, up a love triangle story here.
Oh no, there's no love. There's no love left. That's why I left. But we're back to being best friends, and it's what we should have been, the whole time. And we've got 2 kids to look after together. So he's on my sofa. I think that's a bit. I don't know why people think it's so strange. And I'm like, it's not weird, because if he wants somewhere to go, do you want him staying in a hotel on his own, or should he be with his family?
Well, I'll put it this way to you. My ex ended up homeless, and she asked if she could come and live here. Not a cat in hell's chance.
Listen, he cheated on me and got my mate pregnant. He fucked me over. I was devastated. But then you learn. Life goes on. What's the point? Living in the past. There's no point.
My ex got the house and most of my bank account.
Oh, Dan, stop doing these things on your screen. It's actually, that physically makes me feel sick.
I can't help it.
She just wishes she had a boyfriend with a tongue that long.
let's keep it clean, guys.
Well, that's not dirty about that.
The only bad thing is,
well, Dan, all a woman needs a man to if they can breathe through the ears.
it's Pap Keaton. No.
Listen, I can breathe through my ears just fine, thank you.
I think you look far better and sexy, Dan, with your long hair.
But Danny, if you do that,
I've just realised something. Let me just make this crystal clear. I prefer pink, not brown.
Right, okay.
See, I don't mind any colour.
I prefer green.
And I'm not referring to the skin colour neither.
In that case. Oh dear.
Do you know what makes? I don't know how South Park still get away with it. We made an episode recently. Which I was like, there's the black kid called Token.
Yeah.
They've just come out. His name is Tolkien, like Tolkien, the author of like Lord of the Rings. Tolkien. And they're like, so they were like, we didn't know your name was Tolkien. And he's like, well, why do you think my name was Tolkien? It's hilarious.
Dan, I've got a little rhyme for you that I learned in school. So we're going back a lot of years here.
Oh, God.
Sit back, listen, and try to remember ours. Are you ready? Are you all ready, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah, God.
Good morning, Sergeant Major. Bless your merry soul. I tried to fuck your daughter, but couldn't find her hole. At last I found her hole beneath her pretty frock. But blimey, Sergeant Major, I couldn't find my cock. At last I found my cock, all shiny as a pin. Good blimey, Sergeant Major, I couldn't get it in. At last I got it in and riddled it about. Good blimey, Sergeant Major, I couldn't get it out. At last I got it out, all bloody red and sore. Good blimey, Sergeant Major, the slag she asked for more. I learned that in junior school.
TC, I know that rhyme as well.
Oh my God. Oh, wibble wobble.
Is that an eggplant, Dan?
It is.
Do you know what that stands for, don't you?
I thought that was something else for a second, then I had to put my glasses on.
Oh.
So do you remember, Bobby? Milk, lemonade around the corner chocolate cake.
I've been working out.
It's not like a mucky potato, something. What is that supposed to be?
I'm a buff potato.
A duff. A duff. A duff
Buff
potato.
potato.
If I had a potato like that, I'd throw it back.
Be an ice cream instead.
How are you doing this, by the way?
I don't know what you mean.
That was so easily cleaned, honestly.
Right.
TC, you know the line about Umbazadicker?
You what?
You know the line about Umbazadicker live in Coconut Grove?
I don't know that one.
No, I can't say I do.
Umbazadicker live in Coconut Grove. You want a smooth motherfucker, you tell by his clothes. He's more afraid jacking on the areas. You turn out the corner through the brain of the gas. He had other women lined up on the water. He got that, he fucked them all. He got to 99 when he had to stop because what was it? The freaks and the balls and about to pop. Can't remember the rest of it.
No, I know one about the drugstore. Weed no need, dope no hope. Give me a rope, I can't cope.
I don't know that one.
Weed no need, dope no hope. Give me a rope, I can't cope. Dan, where have you led a sheltered life?
Obviously. This one's shit.
I know the best way to get a bird is say that you're gay.
No, that's crap.
Hey, you know what, Bobby? You know the amount of birds I pulled, and I have pulled a few in a fair few years. I can tell you.
Yeah.
I had more luck with my fucking overalls and fucking rig boots and stuff on than I did when I was dressed up.
I know. Women like a bit of rough.
Oh, do you think?
Yeah, I know so.
Well, maybe those type of women that you're getting, yeah, perhaps.
I can tell you what, right? I used to work before all this crap went on with this elf. Well, I'll put it down as a. How can I put this? Well, we'll just say in the last 2 years. I used to be a general builder, and there's a really, 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 really posh piece of the area where I live. I mean, the houses start at over 1.5 million. That's the starting point. Well, I was up on one of their roofs doing some work up there, and I was sat on the ridge tiles. And it was a hot summer's day, and I just happened to glance down, and there was a bed laid starkers in the garden of the house I was working on. So of course I'm like, oh shit, slides back down the opposite side. She obviously saw that I'd saw her. She comes through the front door, shouts up to the scaffolding where I am. Would you like a cold drink? Yeah, please. Clambers down the scaffolding. She comes back to the door, butt stark naked, and hands me this drink. She says to me, oh, you couldn't do us a favour, could you? I says, what's that?
So,
no,
no, sorry,
I need a hand. No, she says, I need a hand to move some stuff. You couldn't give us an hand, could you? Yeah, okay.
Is this ordinary Pornhub?
Oh, no, this is the honest, true story. 100% God's honest, true story. Right? So I goes in the house with her to help her move what I thought maybe some boxes or something. She goes upstairs, into the bedroom, lays on the bed and says, come on then. I looks around the bedroom. What picture do you think I saw on the side, Dan? Picture of fucking husband, only with fucking pips on his shoulder. Copper. I was like, no, thank you, sweetheart.
I've done that, and I went through with it.
Nah, fuck that.
I did that. 3 copies of my time, Dan.
Can I be honest? Women, can I just be honest? I've been a housewife for many, many years. I would never ever think of flirting with a window man or you know all these bloody scenarios that people think that actually happen. They don't with me. What are you all on?
Well, I've got to say, when I was working for the council on the dust carts many years ago, and I used to go out, and there used to be a few on our round, shall we say? Oh my God, whose noise is that? Whose feedback is that?
Who do you think?
Bobby, have you got your earphones in?
It's not mine because I've got my earphones on.
No, I don't know if it's me. I don't think so.
I don't know what's going on there. Oh look, we've got somebody in the back room here. I'm going to bring them in. Hello, Fluke.
Oh, it's Fluke.
Who's Fluke? Is that Fluke as in Luke?
Blue Dog?
No,
Are you doing good? He's a legend.
Fluke. Are you there?
Fluke, I've been missing you, bro. Hello.
Oh. Hello, mate. How you doing?
How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I haven't seen you for ages.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's been a while, Pap.
Is it cold where you are?
Hang on. I was good. Turn off YouTube because it's obviously fucking up. Hang on.
Is it cold where you are? You've grown a face rug.
Yeah, no, it's not that. It's just I'm getting old.
Big boy. Don't stand on my bloody tablet.
Sorry, I still had YouTube on, and it's just like the most stupid thing you could do is like still have YouTube running while you're trying to go Streamlabs, and I just fucked up there, so I apologise.
Luke, can I just say you've made my week. Honestly, because I've been wondering how you are. I didn't want to like bombard you with text messages or whatever, but honestly, I'm so glad to see you. Really made me happy.
No, it's cool. No, it's nice to see all you guys as well. So, you know, just let's crack on. Let's.
Fleek, you look like you're pulled.
I look like I'm.
You look like you're pulled.
You've pulled.
Pulled.
You've pulled.
You've scored. You're home safe. You're on a promise.
Saying you've pulled me, Fluke.
Oh, I pulled Zara. Sorry. Sorry, Zara. I must take you out to dinner. I mean.
Yeah.
I owe you a dinner. So sorry, I didn't realise I was obligated to do something. But
nor did I.
Nor did I.
Well, nor did I, because I don't know either of you.
Pap's paying for it, yeah? Pap's paying for it.
No. Bobby's the one that said you've pulled, so Bobby's the one that pays for it.
Oh, is it? Okay, right. Okay, so me and Zara are going out for dinner, and Bobby's paying for it. So
whereabouts are you?
Fluke, whereabouts are you? I think Bobby's asking.
Gatwick.
Oh. No good then, no good.
Bahamas.
Yeah, it's like everyone else where I am, and when I say where I am, like logistically, nobody knows where I'm from. So the only place I can say is near Gatwick, because everyone knows where Gatwick is. So that's the nearest place that everyone can relate to.
So what you're saying is you're in one of the little villages out on the outbounds of London.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
All right. I used to work up there in a place called Dorking.
Dorking's not really an outclave of Gatwick, so
no, but it's not that far from there, really.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
That area was just too snobby for my taste.
I don't have an option because I just live here. I didn't live here because
not about you. I'm saying Dorking. Dorking was a bit too snobby for my taste. I come from a big council estate down north.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just like it's just where I've always lived, and it's kind of it is what it is. I didn't pick this place to live.
No. I ain't knocking you, fella. Don't get me wrong. No, I'm not knocking you. I don't know where you live. Obviously, London is too snobby for me. I couldn't afford to live there. That's what I mean. It's too expensive.
Well, what have you been up to, Fluke?
Everywhere's a bit too expensive at the moment. It's like so.
Yeah.
But it is what.
The further north you come, the cheaper it gets.
Yeah, and I don't like the north because it's too cold for me. So. It is what it is.
I agree with you on there. It is bloody cold.
I was just about to have a go at you then. Bloody hell, Fluke. I don't like the north. And then you went, because of the weather.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's not like I love the north. There's like
people are the most lovely.
I love all the auditors up north, like Catwoman and everybody else. All the other guys up north, I watch all of their videos and I just think to myself, I'd love to go up there, and do some audits with those guys, and I would do it, no problem. But I wouldn't live up there.
Well,
because
I've got a sofa and I've got heating. Believe it or not, we do have radiators in the north as well. Shocking.
I thought you moved down south, Zyra.
Zara, for God's sake.
Well, that's what I've just said.
As long as you got radiators, I'll come up there.
I've got radiators. No, I've not moved down south. No, I've just lost
Well,
my.
I'll tell you what. You must live in the posh part of the north if you've got radiators.
Oh, listen, don't take the piss, lads. I grew up on a council estate in Liverpool. If you want to fucking talk shit, my real accent will come out. All right.
So I'm just saying, you must live in the posh part of north if you've got radiators. I don't live in the. I come from a part of the north that don't have radiators.
We call
We're
it
not as posh as you.
Fluke.
Yes, mate.
I'll get a word in at some point. What have you been up to?
I had a bit of a nightmare with YouTube. Basically, what happened was my laptop died. A guy managed to reinstall a new hard drive to my laptop, so it started working again. But what happened is it locked me out of my Google account. So the Google account will only link to my old mobile phone account. But when I first started, my YouTube account, I linked my YouTube account to my mobile phone, and that mobile phone is like a phone that I've had for like 15 years. So it's not like an old mobile phone. But it turns out that when you get locked out of your Google account, it will only send you a 6-digit verification code to your old mobile account, or your old what they consider is your mobile phone account, right?
Yeah.
But I haven't had that mobile phone for like 4 years, 3 years. I know 2 years. 2 years. So it wants to send a verification code to my old mobile phone account, and you can't change your mobile phone account on Google.
You can do a backup email.
No, you can't do it.
It won't let you. No, at a certain point you can't. I had the same thing. I had to start.
So basically, what happens is I can sign into my YouTube account, I can sign into Google, and I can do the rest of it. But the first thing it asks you to do is send a verification code to your mobile phone account. And the only mobile phone account they will list for you is your initial and mobile phone account that you signed up to YouTube for. And I signed up to YouTube 5 years ago, so it's my old YouTube account. So it will just say, we're going to send this message to the 6-digit code to the number ending 634, and it's like, well, that's not my number anymore, So I looked it up. And it just turns out that if the guy that did the video, the best video I saw on it was the guy was just saying, look, if you're here watching this video, you know why you've got a problem, because you can't change your mobile phone number on Google. It's as simple as that.
Right. It's the same as the like the two-factor authentications, like the Google two-factor authentication. I've got it on all of my cryptocurrency accounts. So when my phone got taken by the police in January, and I came back, I got a new phone within a few days, and I had to go through the whole process of trying to of resetting. Then you have to contact the company to reset the 2FA, which then can take several weeks for them to sort it out, because of they've got to make sure that you're the right person. They ask you questions like, how much money have you got in your account? What was your last trade? And all this kind of stuff. I can't fucking remember all that shit. They don't make it easy for us, I'll tell you. It really
there is a way of what you can do. You can apply to Google, and what Google will send you a form, and on that form it starts asking you questions about what was your last email address and your last email account and what emails you sent, and and all these, which is okay. I mean, don't get me wrong, you could possibly do it, but they literally ask you for everything. Literally everything.
Yes. The thing to remember is you don't have to answer all of those questions.
They're asking me what emails I've sent, and it's like, well, how do I know what emails I've sent? Because you've locked me out of my Gmail account. But how would I know what emails I've sent if you've locked me out of my account?
You've got so much more interesting to let everybody know about. Have you been doing any research, or have you not been up to it? Or
yeah, I've done a ton of stuff. I've been on Mike's live stream, which is Bastion Radio. You all know Bastion Radio.
Oh, well,
yeah.
Done a ton of stuff on that. Yeah, got a ton of stuff I'm doing right now. If you want to look into it.
What you're looking at right now? What's the subject?
Right, so we've got NEOM, Estonia, which is Electronic Estonia. If you want to look that up, please do look it up because it's kind of scary. The Russian invasion of Estonia, Ukraine, could accelerate the adoption of central bank digital currencies, says BlackRock CEO Larry Fink. Nothing to see there.
Nothing to see with BlackRock ever, is there?
So, and then you got it's the same with Victoria Nuland, and this is another thing which I think that people need to, and it's an old thing, it's not a new thing, and it was hang on a sec, let me just clarify. Right, so this was the central bank, Federal Reserve central bank governor, and he was saying there is no agency of government that can override any actions that we take.
Did you say that publicly?
Do you want me to say it again?
No, but he said that. Which platform did he say that on?
You can just Google it. It's actually still available on YouTube. So,
oh my God.
There is no agency of government that can override any actions that we take as a central bank.
The arrogance is not lost on me.
Yeah, and it's got, and then there's other stuff I'm looking into, which is Black and Veatch, Rosemounts, Centenica, and that's to do with Hunter Biden, Devon Archer, and Christopher Hines, right? And that's all to do with the whole sort of Hunter Biden and Devon Archer were two business partners that involved another guy called Christian Hines, who's from the Hines family, which is, they're always families, aren't they? And that was to do with an involvement in a gas supplier based in the Ukraine, strangely enough.
Yeah. Seems to be a lot of things based in the Ukraine, especially things that people don't want others to know about.
Yeah, it's kind of. I don't know if you want to get into this on your channel, Pap, because I'm not. I know it's a bit controversial, so.
Well, all I know, or what I've discovered, shall we say, is that Ukraine apparently, I use the word launders, maybe that's not the right word, but apparently Ukraine is used to put a lot of US money through for whatever reason. I don't understand the politics of it all, and I don't pretend to, and I really don't want to be honest. But from what all I know from what I've looked into is that the Ukraine is used as somewhere for certain people in the US to funnel money through, whether it's to launder it or whether it's to hide it. I don't know, but it's just something I've come across.
I don't think it's so much a way of laundering money or funneling money, but it's a way of investing money to a degree where you don't have to pay any tax on it. That's the fundamental. That's how they do it, and that's why they do it, because they don't have to pay any tax on it, because everything is listed offshore, right? And everything they do is kind of, in a sense, it was like the guy that owns the company called Biz. Hang on, let me. Sorry, I do apologise. Right, the guy that owns the company called Bishman, right? That's a Ukrainian oil and gas company owned by the guy that owns. Basically, he brought in Neom and oh crikey, where's the other one? That was Hunter Biden, right? And there's two other guys involved in that, and one of them's called. Hang on, let me just check. Sorry, I do apologise. It's a bit lame, isn't it, not to have the information?
Yeah, but we'll let you off.
Yeah, I'm grateful. Thank you. So it's
it's like our Chancellor's wife. It's got money in Russia as well, hasn't she?
Oh crikey! Hang on a second.
What do you think our Chancellor's wife's got money in Russia?
Who has?
Our Chancellor, what's his name? Can't remember his name. His wife's got money in Russia.
What Rishi?
Yeah, it's Mrs.
Right, there it is. Sorry, I've got it now. I've got it now. Sorry.
Go on.
I don't know if you can still see me or not. But...
Yeah, I can see you. Yeah.
Hang on a second. Let me just switch over because it's on StreamYards, isn't it? Right. So this is a company called Rosemount Seneta Partners, right? It was founded in 2009 by Hunter Biden and Christian Hines. Christian Hines was a school friend of a bloke called Devon Archer. Hunter Biden's lawyer stated that Hunter Biden had no interest and was not a co-founder of Rosemont Seneca, right? Really? Because in 2009, he was listed as a director of Rosemont Seneca. Hunter Biden is the youngest son of American former president and current president of the United States, Joe Biden, while Christopher Hines is a stepson of former head U.S. Secretary John Kerry. Archer is a businessman who was Hines' classmate at, strangely enough, Yale University. Yale University is the home of 322 Skull and Bonesman.
Yeah.
So, I mean, make of it what you will, right? Right. And the thing was, without of that, Hines and Businesses was representative of a firm called by Joe Biden, and Archer joined the business Burisma. Burisma, right, was based in the Ukraine. Right, here we go. Some of this is in Ukrainian, so I can't pronounce it, but is a holding company for a group of energy exploration and production companies. It is registered in Limassol, Cyprus, which makes it tax exempt, but based in Kiev, Ukraine. Burisma Holdings is an operation in the Ukraine national gas market since 2002, right? It is one of the largest private national gas corporations in America, in Ukraine. It is owned by the Ukrainian oligarch Miloko Zlovchensky. I'm sure I'm not pronouncing that right. Through his company, Baroki Investments Limited, based in the Ukraine. And it turns out that all of these people, right, were dealing out gas licenses to like do the gas exploration and stuff like that, but they were doing it via where is it here? It's here. Sorry, hang on a sec. I'm just quickly reading it. Blah blah. They were doing it via fracking, right? So this guy who owns this company, basically what he did was he got appointed to the Ukrainian Ministry of Gas and Oil Exploration, right? Then he started explorating gas and exploration, right? In oil and gas exploration. And then what he was doing was fracking, right? But he was apparently the minister of not doing exactly what he was doing. So there was a ministry that, you know, you couldn't explorate that type of gas and ecologically, you know, by fracking. And he was like the minister of ecology and, you know, looking after the environment and everything else. But he was obviously was absolutely the opposite. He was doing exactly the opposite by fracking the shit out of Ukrainian gas reserves. So you can't be both people, you know. You apparently you can if you've got enough money, right? So
you can.
So you can frack the shit out of Ukraine, and you can still be the minister of ecology.
All twisted, isn't it? The whole thing is just twisted. It's just fucking messed up.
Do you know what it is? It's not even unexpected, and it sounds awful because it's not on our soil. Like, I almost don't. It's not that I don't care. It's expected. Do you understand? It feels a little bit. Yeah, well, I expect that to happen, but it's crazy. If it happened here, I'd be going nuts. It's just madness. It's like expected. You expect the police to be deviants, or to mistreat us. Oh, damn, that is a good new one.
Is this a good look?
Wasn't Joe Biden's son in trouble a couple of months ago about he lost his laptop and there's all nasty things on his laptop as well?
Yeah, the thing is, the thing with that is as well, and I'm not going to labour the point, but I mean, you know, let's look at it. I mean, you can look at this. This is basic information available on the internet, and it's like.
But he had child porn on his laptop, didn't he?
It's like Alexander Kolevensky, former president of Poland, joined the board of directors of this company, right, in 2014. In 2017, Joseph Kofer Black, right, former director of Counter-Terrorism Center for the Central Intelligence Agency in 1999 to 2002 under George W. Bush. And, you know, I mean, it just goes on. It's like, well, and why is the CIA director for 3 years under George W. Bush doing in the Ukraine for the same very oil company that Zelensky's involved in, and Hunter Biden's involved in, and the other two guys are involved in. You know, we need to pay attention to that type of thing.
Can I just say, I look really gay like this, don't I?
Yeah, you look a bit village people.
Yeah, I was going to say, looks like I should be in the Blue Oyster Bar. Not that I've got anything about anything against gay people.
I've never heard the Oyster Bar thing though.
Blue Oyster Bar. Haven't you seen? Oh fuck me, what's it called? Police Academy.
Oh my God. My brother's a film producer. He made me watch all these bloody films when I was little, but I was small. I can't remember. I've seen all of them. To watch all of them. Yeah.
One of the Police Academy films. And they end up getting the captain or something ends up going in there and getting harassed by all the gays. That sounds bad. You know what I mean?
Every time I go to the G bar, I get harassed, and I have to say, "I'm not gay. I'm not gay. I'm not gay." And they're like, "I'm going to turn you and like grope you," and you're like, "Hang on, if a man did this, I'd be fuming." Do you know what I mean? But you're getting grabbed, like literally grabbing by the pussy. Like, no. Let me go and get a drink. Bye. God. But yeah, it's the same. It's the same everywhere you go, isn't it? Sorry, that was it. Fluke, I know you take your research so serious, and I don't want to detract from that. But I think it's a lot of people's heads are just not there right now. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of different.
It's not about, you know, my research and blah blah blah. That's irrelevant. Everybody can do this research. You can do it. Pap can do it. The other two guys on the live stream can do it. Everybody in the chat can do it. Do you know what I mean? It's not my research. It's your research. It's up to you to do it. You know, it's up to you. Because don't think the BBC are going to do this fucking research, because they're not going to fucking do it.
Oh, I know. We all know that. We all think everyone's well aware. Everybody.
It's incumbent on all of us to do that research for ourselves, and that's what's really important. And if we don't do that research for ourselves, and we don't share that with our friends and our families and our Facebook friends or whoever it is, it doesn't matter. Because if we don't share that information, people ain't going to realize what's really going on. And that's the importance of it. It's not the fact that I'm doing it. That's irrelevant. It's absolutely irrelevant. You know, it's the fact that we've all got to do it, and we all have to share it.
Can I just point out, perhaps playing with a bit of pussy here online? Hello, Smudge.
All right. Sorry. Either we're going to talk about something serious, or we're going to talk about Dan's pussy.
Yeah, I get it, and we should all do it. Just like, I get it. I do. You know, I do more than most. I'm just saying, people, more or less, they want.
Well, let's either stick with the subject, or we'll change the subject to Dan's pussy, and we'll all talk about Dan's pussy.
No, well, he's just saying hello with his cat. Can you not say hello with his cat for a minute?
Hello, cat. Is that as in Catwoman 2000? No, it's not cat, is it?
This is Smudge.
I thought you had dogs, Dan.
I did. I had 3 strokes, didn't I?
Yeah.
I couldn't look after
the dogs. Oh, right, okay.
Couldn't take them out for their walks and stuff, so it weren't fair with them. And I didn't like being on my own, so I had to get this bastard who leaves me on my own most of the time.
But Dad, my ex called me having a stroke, and she told me to clean the sheets afterwards.
Your ex caught you having a stroke, and she sacked you from the Met.
Oh dear me!
What did you do with the dogs, then?
because I got them from a rehoming centre, they were never actually mine. When you rehome a dog, you sign paperwork to say that you're basically just looking after them. You're going to feed them and pay for their vet bills and stuff. And if ever you can't look after them anymore, you're not allowed to sell them or give them away. You have to take them back. So I have to take it back to the rehoming centre. Fucking horrible. I've had some, not very many, but I've had some fucking really bad days in my life, and that was right up there.
I was going to say that must have been the worst day. Thanks.
But you know, it wouldn't have been fair for them. I couldn't take them out. Stuck in. I've got a yard. I've got a large yard. Do you know what I mean? But still, I can't expect them just to run about in the yard for the rest of their lives, or however long it takes me to recover. So it wouldn't have been fair for them.
I get it. No, I've got a 15-year-old dog. He's got skin cancer, but he's doing great. It's been 2 years now. But the other day he fell. Have you seen the floating steps where they've got new back behind them? The slats going across.
Yeah.
He fell from the top down. Luckily, I've got a piano under the stairs, so we just heard the big dong. He sort of rolled down the piano, and I had to take him to the vet at 3 a.m. The emergency vet. And he said, listen, he's that small. He weighs like 1.1 kilos, something like that. And he said, there's nothing we can do for him. You're just going to have to wait and see if he gets better. And they give him some bloody morphine or something that knocked him out for a day and a half. And that was it. But he seemed to be better. But, you know, when you're watching your dog go, it's like the worst feeling in the world. He's my best friend.
Yeah, well, I think some animals can become more part of the family than your own kids. You know, the reason I say that is because sometimes they're around longer than your kids are. Your kids are fuck off when they're 16, 17 years of age, and your dogs, you know, some of your pets are with you all day, every day for longer. It's fucking horrible.
Well, I'm poorly. My dog he's in my bed with me. If I go to the bathroom, he sits by my feet. If I'm in the shower, he watches me. He's crazy. He just dunks me. And what am I going to do without my little boy? And he's a little teeny tiny thing. But at the minute, he's downstairs with my husband because he's gay. He loves his balls. He sits on his balls all the time. So, honest to God, the only time he's ever away from me is on Dom's balls. So I'm like, I'm a bit lost without him. But I've got to start getting used.
You're an ex to go to the doctors, you know, because dogs can sense cancer of the testicles.
I think he's just gay. He's quite camp.
Go on, Fluke. Say again.
Sorry, I do apologise. I didn't mean to interject.
That's all right.
I've got to get on because I've got a lot of work to do tonight before tomorrow morning, and I'm supposedly due on a live stream in the United States as well, so I've got a ton of stuff to do. So,
all right, man, no worries.
So I apologise for cutting it short, and I thank you for having me on. I really do appreciate it, mate. And
well, we've had a bit of a nightmare getting you on Skype, haven't we, recently? So,
yeah, no, it was only when you stuck the StreamYards up that I thought, well, fuck it, I'll fuck Skype off and I'll just get on StreamYards. So.
No worries.
Okay, well, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. Thanks to everyone in the chat, and I hope you're all well. And just keep plugging on. And
all we can do, innit?
and the other guys in the panel as well. Thanks for being
nice to meet you, Fluke.
Yeah, and
you'll take care, fella.
Yeah, Fluke, I'm so happy to have seen you again. I'm glad you're looking better. You're looking well. Keep it up.
Yeah,
Sean.
And you, Zara, as well. And thanks again, Pat, for having me on. I appreciate it, mate. Look after yourself.
No worries.
I'll pop on next time I see you.
All right, mate. You take it easy.
Look after yourselves, guys.
Thank God.
Bye-bye.
Right, guys, we have somebody in the back room here waiting to come on.
Really?
Yeah. Now, I don't know whether I should let him on or not.
Who is it?
Can I say?
Crinkle. It's a crinkle.
Oh, if it's Crinkles, let him on. I don't know what everybody's problem with Henry is. Honest to God, I love Crinkle. He's so lovely. I always do his live.
I was going to be on till 1 o'clock.
Midnight.
It's 10 to 2 now. I'm going to give it enough. I'm going to give it half an hour, right? And that's it. In half an hour, I'm off. End of. So,
Henry.
Hello.
Hello.
Here we go.
What's up, man? How's it going?
I'm okay. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right, man. Where did that flute go? He's run off, hasn't he?
Okay, you bloody know that. It's dead off.
Did he know I was coming? So he buggered off, I bet.
Another lad to prepare for.
What's
Nice to
happening,
see you,
man?
Winnie.
How are you, Zara?
Yeah.
Crinkle, have you been pestering any women lately?
Pestering women? What do you mean pestering women? I pester them all the time.
Let's not
question, isn't it?
All right, let's not let this get into a conversation all about that. That's been done, dealt with, forgotten about. All right,
no, I'm on about something totally different than what you're on about.
Listen, I've been really poorly. I've been in hospital this week, and Henry is one of the few friends that I've actually told about it, and he's checked I'm okay. He's not a pest. He's honest to God, he's a nice, good guy. Give him a fair crack. Do you know what I mean?
Hey, I like to wind people up. You'll learn that about me. I found the point where I know that it's an easy thing to scratch at, and I get a bite.
You can't wind me up, though, man. It doesn't work.
Oh, that's where you're wrong, little fella. I can wind you up inside out and upside down.
Try me, man.
In fact, I tell you what, right? If you go and look in the mirror, you'll see the key still sat in your back.
Oh, no, see, that was boring. That was no good, man. Come on, you can do better than that. Fucking hell, man.
Is it a key-shaped? Is it a key-shaped penis?
Yeah.
Yeah. 1 sec. I'm just gonna get my tea.
Just gonna get what? Teeth.
Anyhow, Zena, I hope it's nothing serious that you've been in hospital for.
So do I.
You know what you're gonna have to do, Zara? You're gonna have to write on a piece of paper and just hold it like that. You're Zara.
And
That's what you said, Zena.
I'm going to change my name to Zena, Princess Warrior. I think that's quite cool.
But what is she, a lesbian?
Well, actually, no. Actually, if you actually Google pictures of her, you do actually resemble her when she hasn't got all that sexy gear on.
I just want to put a message out there. If Welshie is watching, Welshie, I've got something for you down to the punchline. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to show you, but if he's out there, come in, and we'll see. We will see.
Are we talking about based Welshman?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
If he's there, I left this until. Let him think he's won and he's
Crinkle.
all this and that.
Have we ever
He
thought?
sees what I've got to show him. Yes. Oh my
Crinkle,
God.
have you ever thought of tidying your bedroom up?
Alexa, play the theme music from Xena Warrior Princess.
What?
I literally, he keeps calling me Xena instead of Zara. And do you remember
Alexa,
the warrior?
volume 10.
So now,
a white woman.
So Fluke was.
Oh my God, that brings back.
Go on, start dancing.
If Fluke's still listening,
Alexa, stop.
He thinks he can predict what's going to go on and all of that. He was predicting, right, that we would all be permanently locked down, that none of us would have jobs, and none of us would be able to go anywhere, like on aeroplanes or anything, and we'd all have to wear masks. Now what?
You were saying the same.
It's not over yet.
Wait. There's no restrictions now. Now what?
Henry, come on. Stop.
Look, you're talking bollocks. You were saying the same.
Crinkle the crinkle. I've got to tell you, you are wrong. It depends on which side of the border you're living in.
and
Well,
Scotland.
you know, it's going to go in Wales, Ireland, everywhere. Like already, it's got
I
all
can't
them
wait for
restrictions.
Scotland to open
None
up
of them
again.
restrictions stand in England now, right? He was predicting all this stuff, and he was saying, "I'm always right. I'm this. I'm that." Now what? Now your narrative has been
Dan,
shattered.
am I right or am I
Now
wrong?
what?
Wasn't Crinkle saying the same thing on that podcast with that fella?
I'm your
It's
biggest
not
supporter,
frozen
but I'm
yet.
telling you now, you were the one towing the BBC line. You
No,
were the
no.
one saying we should
You're
all
right,
look
so
we should do
the-
everything for our safety. We should all
talking
wear
bollocks,
armour.
Crinkle.
And now you're going on, you're jumping the fence, going, we've got
It's
no
not over.
restrictions.
Have you ever thought of teaching your ass for talking?
Well,
Because it might
no,
get
I
better
was
sense out of it.
saying, well, at the time it was necessary, but he was
It wasn't
predicting-
necessary,
He was
Crinkle.
trying to say that this is their agenda. This is going to be permanent. We're all going to be in this forever now. No going back. Nah, ha ha ha! Look at you now.
Listen,
Wrong.
listen. It's not over yet. It's not. Why do you think they're still pushing? Why
come
do you
on.
think in the backgrounds they're still going on about new COVID strains, long COVID, and this fucking all these different bollocks they're going on about? These you know, three different yeah, at the moment. Listen, just because
nothing about what's
just
happened
because
is not consistent with it being an actual real pandemic, yeah. And now we're getting out at the other end of it. All the
wasn't real.
restrictions are being lifted.
It's never qualified as a pandemic. They've just said this was testing the water.
Crinkle, what's the definition of a pandemic?
Well, something that affects everywhere, like the world.
No, it's not. What's the definition of a pandemic?
Well, a disease that affects the whole world. Pan
No,
means everywhere.
no, this is civic.
Be pansexual.
No, it's where.
Any
it's where
disease that affects the whole planet is a pandemic. I'm sorry.
It's not. It's not.
It
It's
is.
got a medical. It's not Crinkle. It's where the countrymen are starting.
No matter what you call it, a disease that affects the whole planet is serious enough to warrant lockdowns
the whole
and
planet,
get
didn't it?
vaccines and all the rest of
Yeah,
it.
Crinkle,
You can call it what you want.
People
2% of
survived
the
it.
world population.
They're talking
2.4
bollocks.
million.
You're
Call
talking
it what you
bollocks.
want. I call it a pandemic. You can call it whatever you
It wasn't
want.
a
But it's a
pandemic.
disease that affected every country on the planet. And now we're not locked down. Where does that fit?
But you wanted
retarded narrative?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll call it as it is. It's a fucking crinkled pandemic.
And Fluke's retarded narrative about it's all to do with power. They want to lock us down and take away our rights. People are still marching for freedom, and now there's no
I
restrictions.
know. The thing is, crinkle. Listen, I'll tell you what they've done. They have done something now, right? And they now know that anytime they want to, they can put us all under house arrest. Anytime they want to, because people, the majority of people, why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they?
Look, Pat, any government at any time, powerful enough, if they wanted to, they could lock you down by force with no reason if they really wanted to. Yeah?
1 moment.
Isn't it easier for the government to get people to do it themselves rather than under force? Of course it is.
The thing is, though, Dan. Right? I'm sorry, Zena. The thing is, though, Dan, it has actually been ruled in the High Court very, very recently that it was actually illegal and they broke the law.
Yeah, I know that. I said this from the beginning, but it doesn't stop them.
It doesn't stop.
Why do you think it happened in the first place? Do you think
what law did the government use to lock us down?
So what did they gain out of doing that then? Like what? You know what?
Because you people like you, Crinkle, was sucking their fucking asses.
Nah, man.
In the most recent
over and taking up the ass, Crinkle.
The most recent
you just got a narrative, and you hate that your narrative is shattered now. Like it just doesn't stand. All them predictions you were making, it's all a load of bullshit, and you know it. And you just want to stick to it no matter what. Still,
Henry, I think you've just come on here.
Crinkle, you're the one who was saying it. When you was on a podcast with Dan with civil disobedience, you got called out 3 times in that broadcast. You said the mast, it was proven The face mask was 100%. Dan put a thing on with Dr. Hilary Jones. So you're talking crap.
Well, no, I'll show you the studies if you want.
Don't tell me about studies. Studies are all the bollocks. Attending
Well, no, they're not. If you
they are.
Well, you can think they are because they go against your narrative. That's all.
Sounds like Bobby. It sounds like you need to. Oh, it sounds like you want to put your arms through the internet and grab hold of him by the scruff of his throat.
Because he's talking bollocks, mate. That's what I can't
stand. Trust the science. Trust the science. You trust the science. Hang on.
There's no such thing as science.
Wait a minute.
Who's scientists?
Every time.
Hang
on.
Matter.
In every other area of life, right? Whether you're getting on an aeroplane, a train, going to the dentist, going to the hospital, you trust the science. You better hope that aeroplane obeys all the laws of physics that we've worked out on a computer that scientists predicted would happen before it was made, right?
Because it's been tried and tested for the last
area of life except to do with COVID. Why is that?
Because it was every science.
Hold on, Bobby. I've got some science that if it's really that confident in trusting the science, well, I just happen to know of a scientific study that states being fucked up the rectum with a big spiky stick is healthy for you.
Just help me. TC, help, I'm being eaten by the washing.
Oh my goodness.
That ain't a washing pile. What's that? That's nothing.
Crinkle.
What?
I'll go onto your YouTube later on today sometime, and I'll post you a link to some scientific data that states being fucked up the ass with a big spiky stick is good for your health.
I mean, you could do better than that. What I wanted to say though, if Welshie is watching, right, that study we was talking about earlier has been corrected, and they've revealed that some of the lead authors of that paper that he keeps spouting on about, they're all in the ivermectin producing industry.
Crinkle, you're talking about all the bollocks.
And I've got a study that shows.
I can tell you 500 studies, Crinkle. The difference between the science is one opinion. Oh, doesn't overact to another. You get two scientists with the same study.
Yeah, Dan gives us a puff on that.
Oh my god.
What?
So yeah, Dan, give me a puff on that.
You know
it's only a
what's funny?
cigarette.
You know what's funny?
Well, that's all I smoke.
You're fucking bad.
Hi Dan. Do you know the long-term effects of smoking?
Well, I know the long-term effects of fucking listening to you.
Hold on, I'll tell you the long effects of smoking. My old boy started smoking at the age of 13. He fell at the age of 95 and died. If it went for that, he'd still be living today.
Well,
and he smoked his entire life.
Yeah,
I've been smoking cigars since the age of 12.
What about all the people who didn't get that far and who died of lung cancer and heart disease because of the smoking?
Give your head a wobble. Give your head a wobble.
Hang on.
Every person on this planet's got cancer.
The important point the point I'm making is that Dan
Crinkle. The point I'm making is you are born with cancer. I can flick you and you can get cancer from it.
Yeah, so
don't give me a bullshit about that.
My body would repair the damage though, and so all the cancerous cells would usually be gotten rid of.
Really? Maybe you ought to explain that to all the poor sons that's died of cancer, that their body should have automatically repaired it.
Well, yeah, I mean, in certain circumstances, the DNA can be damaged so badly that your body can't repair it.
It's nothing to do with DNA being damaged. Every single person that is born with cancer. It just needs waking up.
No, that's wrong. It's to do with DNA.
No, it's not wrong.
It's to do with DNA damage.
No, it's not.
And whenever your DNA gets damaged, normally your body has mechanisms that repair that damage, and so you don't get cancer. It's when those mechanisms break down that the damage builds up and your cells become cancerous due to DNA damage. I'm sorry, that's just what it is.
You're talking bollocks,
I'll tell you what, Crinkle. Can I have a pant of what you were on, or can I have one of those tablets you're taking?
Well, it's true. I mean, this is what can
It's not true, Crinkle. You're talking out your ass.
That's what it is. Look it up, man. Look it up.
I've looked it up, Crinkle. You're talking bollocks.
When your DNA becomes damaged, when you're like, and things that can damage DNA are things such
you
as
might be to find a missing link.
Sunlight.
Can anybody hear me? Henry?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Right, Fluke is back, so can we also just say hello to Fluke and just take the attention off? Stop it now. Come on, chill your beans. Everyone just chill out for a bit. Fluke's back. Hello, Fluke. Have you got anything to say, or you just like? I know you couldn't have known Twinkle was coming on. You could not have known that.
Fluke's ill, ain't you, Fluke? I don't wish ill on anyone. But
You've just been slagging him off, Crinkle.
Well, yeah, but I'm going to hazard a guess. I'm going to hazard a guess. Hang on, because he's ill. Right, wait a minute. Well, shut up and let me say something. I'm going to hazard a guess. I've heard that he's ill, but I'm going to hazard a guess to say that he sought the expertise of the medical profession and the science behind it to help him with whatever's wrong with him. So he trusts the science now. Aren't you afraid they're going to harvest your organs and put it down to COVID?
Give us a puff on that.
Yeah.
It's a stupid vape.
When it suits you, you trust.
It don't matter. I ran out of smokes. Give me a puff.
So why do you think?
Luke, what happened to all your predictions about? You said in a month's time, I'll give it 6 weeks, and we'll all be permanently locked down. What happened? What happened? I thought you were right with your predictions, mate.
Okay. Okay.
Go on,
Pat,
go on.
do you want me to talk or not?
Yeah, go on. No, go on.
Right, okay. In about 18 months ago, I made a prediction that they would use PCR tests to wind it up when they wanted to find cases of COVID, and then they could wind it down whenever they suited them to not find cases of COVID, right? And Henry Crinkle called me a conspiracy theorist, right?
Oh,
right?
Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist.
Right. So anyway,
well.
Let him talk.
Shut up, Crinkle. Let me finish. Right. Let me.
Can you give the man some respect, will you?
So I made an example. This was on Civil Disobedience's live stream. And I said to him, as an example, I said, can you imagine if they tested the whole of Liverpool, right? And with PCR at plus 35 cycles, right? And then they vaccinate the whole of Liverpool, and then they test them at less than 25 cycles, right? And then they can prove that the vaccination worked because they've just used PCR as they want to work it, right? So what happened? The CDC, not only 6 months ago, said that any newly vaccinated people should be tested at below 28 cycles. But Crinkle said I was a conspiracy theorist. And as soon as I exposed that and said that and that's what the CDC said on their own website, that if any newly vaccinated person should be tested below 28 cycles.
It doesn't matter the number of cycles. All it
doesn't matter.
It does. No,
it does.
The Hang on.
You're talking bollocks.
Wait, the cycle number just tells you about
Why
the
do you get a
viral
cock
load.
in your mouth? Why do you get a cock in your ear?
Hang
Man,
on.
you fuck some sense into you.
Wait a minute. Well, wait. The cycle number just tells you about the viral load.
It
right?
doesn't.
It
You know
does.
what? It doesn't. You know how it works, Crinkle.
It does.
It
Hang on.
doesn't.
I can't.
It
I
does.
literally cannot
Don't
talk.
shout over me, right? If
you're
you
talking bollocks.
Hang on. If you
All
take
right,
a
all right, all right.
sample,
Calm down. Calm
right,
down.
if you take a sample, right, and you get a signal back after 5 cycles, that means the person has got such a high viral load. It only took 5 doublings of the DNA for
And
you
did-
to
No, it doesn't.
wait for
Harry
you
Mullen,
to detect it. Wait a
Harry
minute.
Mullen, who actually invented this test, say this should never be used
No, he
over
didn't.
25
If you look-
cycles.
I'll dig
Yes,
up
he
the
did. He's
patent.
on a live interview, which is available on YouTube right
well,
now.
you wanna-
for
right,
anybody
let-
to go and see. Now they're doing this plus 45, 45, sorry,
Do you want to hear
45
Kerry
cycles.
Mullis himself?
And
All
now
right,
you've
let's
lowered
mute
it down post-vaccination. That just shows they are manipulating
Well, look,
data.
hang on, I
That's
wasn't,
it.
wait, Zara, I wasn't finished about the PCR. Right, the
Yeah, but you're
cycle
dragging
number,
it on.
the cycle number tells you about viral
The
load.
viral load, we've heard
Like
it, come on.
every cycle doubles the DNA present, right? So if it takes 5 doublings to get a
Yeah.
signal, then it means you've got an
how it
extremely
works.
high.
It should never be used for a virus. It should only be
talking
used
over
for
me.
detection of DA.
Zara, wait, if it
I
takes
very
5,
rarely do that.
Zara,
I
if
just
it
don't get a chance to
Zara,
speak because everybody talks over me.
Look, who's the only one here who's actually carried out a PCR test numerous times?
No, me. I've done that as well, Crinkle. So you're talking bollocks.
No, I
That's what I
actually
think.
performed them. Yeah, at
Yes,
university.
Crinkle.
Right.
I actually
Crinkle, come here. Don't stick the cock in your ears and fuck some sense into you.
Look,
Right.
if you get a signal at 5 cycles, it means the viral load was high. If it takes 40 cycles, it means the viral load was so low they probably had it and got rid of the disease, but it was still present. It was still present because it ain't going to amplify something that's not there.
Right, I need to say something. The community have spoken, and Brian PC has just paid me to do something. Sorry.
Go on, Dan.
Go
I'm
on,
sorry.
lad, Dan.
No, I'm sorry. Right, look, the community have spoken. The guy's just given me £20. Right? I can't turn round and shove it in his face. You know, shove it back in his face and say bollocks. Do you know what I mean? Because that would be rude. So yeah, sorry. Community spoken.
Good on you, Brian
Can
PC.
I make a point?
Go on.
Right, we have been talking about this for 2 fucking years, right? And at no point has Henry Crinkle ever proven me wrong. Ever proven me wrong, right? He can go on about his scientific bollocks that he wants to talk about, right? But he still doesn't prove me wrong about what I'm saying. It's like he's saying he's got a case to prove me wrong, but he can't prove me wrong. And I'm not saying that he's wrong or that I'm right. I'm just saying this is my position and prove me wrong. But he's never proven me wrong, ever, in the last 2 years. And this is what fucks me off about fucking Crinkle. He's just an absolute fucking fucktard that just won't fucking listen to any alternative voices. I've listened to so many I've listened to at least 20, 25 fucking different YouTube channels that and BitChute channels, and I've been following this stuff for nearly 12 fucking years. Do you think Crinkle's been watching this shit for 12 years? He hasn't. You know, even Dr. Fauci said anything over 36 cycles on a PCR test is irrelevant. You're going to find dead nucleotides, right? Even when the guy who invented the PCR test, which was Kerry Mullis, he actually wrote to the dean of his fucking university, and they invited Dr. Fauci to come down and debate Kerry Mullis on PCR, right? And fucking Fauci declined the invitation.
Yeah.
That should fucking say everything you need to fucking know. Because if you had the bollocks and you had the fucking wherewithal to go down there and debate Kerry Mullis on his own PCR test, right? And you ballsed out of it, it goes to prove what you are. You're a fucking liar and chicken shit is what you are. And that's exactly what fucking Crinkle is. I fucking hated to come back on to this fucking live stream tonight based on the fact of that fucking Crinkle piece of shit. Because as soon as he came on, mate, what did he say? The first thing he said when he came on, oh, Crinkle's gone off, Fluke's gone off because I've come on. What a fucking piece of shit. The geezer is a fucking lying scumbag. He's a lying scumbag. He's always been a lying scumbag, and he always will be a lying scumbag. How would I know that he was coming on if I just said goodbye, everybody, and blah, 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 and thanks for your comments, and da, 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 and I chipped off? And then he comes on and goes, oh, I see Fluke fucking ducked out of the fucking as soon as I came on, as if he's like, you know, the fucking grandiose person that should be on every live stream. Yeah, how was I supposed to know he was coming on? I didn't. I only came back on to fucking slag the little shit off because I've been slagging that cunt off for 2 fucking years, mate. And I ain't going to stop slagging him off. He deserves slagging off because he's a lying piece of fucking shit. So anyway, on that note, I'm going to leave. But thanks for having me on again.
All right, man.
Bye, Fluke. Nice meeting again.
I really do apologise for ranting,
Take care.
But I'm not having that cunt slag me off behind my back. No fucking way.
Well, listen. If it wasn't for Brian, you can blame Brian for Crinkle having to go, because if it wasn't for him, you know, donating 20 quid there, then Crinkle would still be in the chat. So you'll have to blame Brian if you.
Brian, keep donating.
If you're upset that Crinkle's out the chat.
Hang on. So if I donate 50 quid, Dan, can we have him back in?
Yeah, it's open bidding.
I'll tell you what, and I've debated this guy time and time and time again over the last 2 years, right? And I have fucking fucked him over on a million occasions. Do you know what I mean? And I've said to people on multiple live streams, will I debate fucking Crinkle again? And I won't debate him. And the reason I won't debate him, because there's nothing left to debate. He fundamentally disagrees with me, which is fine. And I fundamentally disagree with him, which should be fine. But when he comes onto your live stream and says that I've fucked off because I knew he was coming on, how would I know he was coming on? Bullshit.
Could I just interrupt you a second?
Yeah, go on.
I don't know. I've never even seen or heard of you before tonight. So I don't know the ins or outs of anything that you're into and what you're not into. But I understand from what I've heard tonight that you may be. Oh, 1 second, I need to sneeze. Oh, no, I don't. That you may be into Yes, I do. 1 second. I am going to sneeze. No, I don't want to sneeze. That you may be into how can I put this? The pandemic. The pandemic. When I say the pandemic, I'm sure you can take my view on that. Right. Well, if you are interested in that, I don't know if you know this, but very recently, and I mean extremely recently, they've just been found guilty in the High Court of breaking the law.
I have a problem with the High Court and law when it comes to COVID. And the reason I have a problem with that is because they're in on it.
Well, I understand where you. Sorry, I understand where you're coming from on that, but the High Court said they're guilty.
Right. Well,
guilty
who's going to prison?
TC.
Who's going to prison? Who's going to?
No one's going to go to prison, obviously, but
right. And who's in court? And who's being dragged in front?
It was Boris. Boris and
is Boris going to court?
It's already been dealt with. It was found guilty
of what?
Of corruption over the PCR test things.
I saw this Michael figure go.
It was Boris, and was it Hancock? Not Hancock. The Home Cabinet or some cabinet. I don't follow all that palaver in that. But yeah,
I'm not saying I don't disagree with you, and I'm not saying that maybe is not the case because I don't.
Oh, know. I can give you the High Court judgment if you want.
That's fine. Then send me the High Court judgment, and because at the end of the day. When they drag Boris Johnson and any other fucking MP into court and fucking try them for what they've done over the last 2 years, please let me know. Because until then, I ain't believing nothing anybody's got to say. Any more than I've got to believe what
I understand where you're coming from, young man. But that is my forte. That is what I do. I troll the court. In fact, that's what my channel is. It's all to do with court judgments, nothing else. And I can guarantee you that judgment makes it extremely crystal clear. Boris and the Home Cabinet or Office Cabinet or whatever you want to call them was found guilty of misdoings.
But I think
tests and all the rest of it.
If you can show me a court decision that found Boris Johnson guilty of anything over the past 2 years,
one second, I'll give you the citation number. Dan, can you pop over to my channel and look for government found guilty and just click on that and get the citation number for him? Or give him the link.
If you've got the citation number, give it to me now. I'll write it down.
I can't remember what your fucking channel's called now.
Court rulings and the common law.
Right. And I agree with the common law system. I agree with that entirely. Don't think that I'm against you in any way, because I'm not.
Hey, listen, buddy. Everyone's entitled to their own views and opinions, and I respect everybody.
Yeah, and I don't have any problems. And I actually agree with common law system. I agree with the principle of you treating people like you would like to be treated yourself. That's a common law system. That's how you treat people, and the police should be there solely to prevent a breach of the peace. It's as simple as that. That's how you move forward in a common law situation. Because if Pat, for argument's sake, fucking comes round and smacks me round the head for no particular reason, then that's a breach of the peace. Yeah, and
that's correct.
Should be
a breach of the peace. A breach of the peace has got to be violence or imminent violence or damage to private property. That is what a breach of peace is.
Exactly. So
that's unfortunately the police don't see that.
Right. That's where the police should get involved. Right now. If Pap's got a problem with me personally and he comes round to my house and says, Fluke, I've got a problem with you over this, that, and the other, and we discuss it and we now.
No, I think you've put my link in the channel. Sorry, Fluke. You've put my link in the channel. All I wanted you to do was click on the link to take it over to the judgment and just give them the citation number.
I didn't put anything in.
Oh, right, hang on
no, I'm speaking to Dan.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry.
Hold on,
I'm not trying to have a pop at people.
I know you're not. I know you're not, young man. I know you're not.
Right. What, EWHC 298? That one.
Is that the one that when you click on that video and you click the link for the High Court judgment, it takes you over to that?
That's the one that shows at the top of the video.
1 second. Let me just
citation number. Citation number 2002 EWHC 298.
Hold on, let me just make sure it's the right one, bud.
It is. This is against. This is law project.
Yeah, High Court rules government broke the law.
Yeah. Prime Minister and Secretary of State for Health and Social Care. So it's 2002 EWHC 298.
Did you get that, Luke? Fluke or Luke? I can't see your name properly. Sorry, young man.
It's just Fluke.
I've put the link. I've just put the link into the channel for the video. If you want to, and the link is in the description of his video. If that helps.
Is that in the chat?
Yeah, I've just chucked it in the chat. Yeah.
No, it just says youtube.be. Blah blah blah.
FQP5 PLGMH7G.
Right, I'll give you the actual main. I'll give you the actual main citation number for you. Are you ready? 2022. If you write this down, Fluke, it'll take you straight to it when you Google it. 2022.
Yep.
EWHC 298 admin. That we should take you to a website called Bailey, and you will see the full judgment on there. You can read it word for word.
Right. All I'm saying is, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but all I'm saying is, at which point is Boris Johnson being tried for these crimes?
He won't pay.
What do you mean by at which point?
Well, when's the next court case that's going to try?
This court case is done and finished. This court case is done and finished. It was done and finished on the 15th of February this year. It was done and finished then. And
I think what Fluke's saying is if they've broken the law, why aren't they now
getting
being
tried
sentenced
for criminal offences?
So where's
your guess is as good as mine on that. I mean, at the end of the day, I can only go by what the High Court ruling says.
Right, the High Court
ruling
apparently right. Okay, let's calm this down, because I agree with you. Boris Johnson should be tried. You know, he should be tried. He should have his fucking gonads slammed on the fucking deck, and a judge should be whacking him with a gavel on his gonads. Right? Trust me, I believe exactly what you're saying. Right? But at which point is this going forward? At which point is this going to the High Court or, you know, Supreme Court or whatever? Because
what I understand is that they wasn't happy with the High Court judgment, i.e., the if you actually look, if you read it, if you actually look at it, you'll see who it's between. Obviously, Boris Johnson, because it says the Prime Minister, number one, the defender, number one, the Prime Minister, number two, the Secretary for Health and Social Care. Right, they're the two defenders. Now, them two there, or them people there, are not happy with the outcome of the High Court. So they are on about maybe going up to the Supreme Court to see if they agree with it.
Right, so there is no judgment.
There is a judgment, yes. The judgment is there. The judgment, that citation number will take you to that judgment. Now it's up to you. It's like, how can I put this? If you get found guilty in a court for something, it's your right to appeal to the next court up. Well, that is what Boris and the Secretary of whatever it is on about doing, appealing to the next court up, because they didn't like being found guilty in the High Court.
Okay. Retort to that would be, right, I appreciate whoever's done that, whoever's taken those two fucktards to fucking court deserves every respect that they deserve, and I haven't got any problem with it whatsoever.
Claiming
my argument would be that every fucking politician, all 650 MPs in this country, deserve to go to fucking court as well, because they all
I agree with you.
Every fucking bullshit law that has gone through a COVID bullshit for the last 2 fucking years, all of those fucking politicians deserve fucking hanging and dying for. They all deserve to be fucking hung, drawn, and quartered for it.
Right, I agree with you there, Fluke. I agree with you. But you've got to also appreciate small steps, little steps, and you get to where you need to be. And this is a little step. It might not be the step that you and I and everybody else want.
Opinions
where
of
we see them
guests,
put behind bars.
the opinions of the channel owner.
And then I think
disclaimer.
Yeah, I do the disclaimer quickly, Pap, if I were you. All I'm saying was if you've got just 2 MPs, right? Why didn't they include every MP in that Houses of Parliament in that fucking lawsuit?
Because who was responsible for doing what they did?
They've all done the same thing, right? That Boris Johnson did and everybody else did, right? And it wouldn't have been no different if it was fucking the Labour Party and Keir Starmer and this, that, and the other, and all the other nonsense and all the other bullshit statist fucktards in that fucking building, right? They're all complicit in this. Therefore, they should all be named in that lawsuit. And
you're right. But the lawsuit, like I said, the lawsuit is a small step in the right direction.
Yeah, it is a step in the right direction. Don't get me wrong. But if you think that Boris Johnson's going to stand up in a high court and be tried for fucking treason against the British people over COVID,
it wasn't treason. It wasn't treason.
It should be treason.
It's nothing to do with treason. It's to do with breaking the law with this COVID shit.
Yeah, and if an MP breaks the law,
it was Michael Gove on it. It's co-defendants.
If a government minister is breaking the law, right?
They should be jailed for it. I agree with you.
Of the country, that's treason. That's treason. That is the definition of the word treason.
Yes, I agree with you. But as I say, at the end of the day, we can only expect small steps, and small steps in the right direction will get you there in the end.
Yeah, okay, and I agree with I agree with my position to a certain degree. I agree with your position that sometimes incremental steps lead to bigger problems and bigger pictures and whatever. And,
that's correct.
I agree with that. And I don't get me wrong. If someone said you could just stick a fucking lawsuit on Boris Johnson and then stick it on the next person, the next politician, and the next politician, next politician, and if that was going to work, I'd fucking fundamentally support it. Absolutely fundamentally support it. But this ain't going to go.
I'll put it this way to you:
nowhere. Ain't going to go nowhere.
Fluke. Right. This is one judgment that's already been done. The one before that was Matt Hancock, which was only a few weeks previous to that, again, was found guilty in the High Court against. So there's 3 of them.
Show me anything.
TC and Michael Gove got found guilty as well.
Show me one single
TC
court document that found a guilty verdict against any.
Well, I've just gave you one document there, which the citation number. If you go and read the document, it's very clear, crystal clear. They acted unlawfully. How much more clear can that get than they acted unlawfully? B.
EWHC 298 admin.
Yeah. That will take you over to a High Court judgment.
Let's look at
which is on the legal database.
EWH
TC.
Yes.
298.
Did Michael Gove got found guilty a couple of months ago as well?
I don't know. I haven't looked at that one, mate.
Yeah, he got found guilty for a few months ago.
It is a. Have you pulled the document up?
Hang on a sec. Right. Okay.
Don't have to look at the private chat.
1 second, Bobby.
Versus the Prime Minister of Secretary of State of Health and Social Care. Approved judgment. It's 38 pages. Do you want me to read 38 pages now?
No, I mean, save the judgment. Read it when you've got chance. Read it when you've got chance. And take my word for it, they have been found guilty. It makes that very clear in that judgment.
Right, okay. And here's what happens. Here's what happens. Let's be fundamentally clear on what happens, right? Hitler was found guilty.
You're right.
Roosevelt was found guilty. Stalin was found guilty. Pol Pot was found guilty. Did any of them spend any time in jail?
No. And will they likely spend time in jail? No.
No. That's the whole point.
But the point is,
I'm not saying you're missing the point. I'm saying that it's all well and good, everyone putting these legal judgments and this, that, and the other in place. But at which point does somebody go behind bars? Because that's
the likelihood probably will be never. Let's be honest. The likelihood will probably be never.
And that's the point.
Now I understand where you're coming from.
If you what I'm saying is, when you come to someone like my mum or my brother or my other piecemeal fucking family members that don't understand how the fucking judicial system works, if they saw Boris Johnson going in handcuffs to jail, right? That's when they might wake up, and that's what the actual fucking system doesn't want. It doesn't want stupid people to realise that Boris Johnson's going in handcuffs and going to jail, right? Because that would wake too many people up.
Right, I agree with you. I agree with you, Fluke. But also, you've got to take this for what it is. You've never heard of it. It's never been published in any media. None of the media's covered it.
Surprise. The media never published it.
Now, obviously, if the media did cover it, people would understand it and get what you're trying to do. Now, I have a very strange hobby. I read court judgments day in and day out of all different kinds. Day in and day out. I can go through 40, 50 court judgments a day reading them. So I've started my own channel up, and I'm putting all this kind of information out so people can actually see it and read it for themselves. Now, all right, it's not what you want. It's not what I want. It's not what probably all the audience listen to it wants. I'm locking up, but it is a step in the right direction.
Right. Let me just say on that ruling that you've sent at the very bottom, and I've gone through to conclusions from 130 to 138. All it talks about is that they've acted unlawfully by failing to comply with the public sector equality duty. That's all I can see at the moment on a brief look through.
You've got to read it all properly.
I think the point is, what have they been found actually guilty of? Okay, you can be guilty of killing somebody, but it could be slaughter, it could be accidental.
Right. The last time I read it, right, Dan, let me explain. The last time I read it is when it very first got published in February. So I'm only going to go from what my mind remembers. I've read thousands since then, but if memory serves me right, they was found guilty of PCR deals and some other form of deals. I can't remember everything that's on. It's a long judgment. You'd have to read it all. But they was found guilty for that.
PC, I think that was Michael Gove. Got found guilty of that as well.
Yeah, but again, that's not PCR stuff isn't in law, is it? That what I'm talking about is if memory serves me right, it was giving dodgy deals for PCR tests and other stuff that's to do with all that. You'd have to actually read the full thing. Like I said, it's been a long time since I've read it. Yeah. So what my point is, have they been? Would it be fraud? Would it be? There has to be an actual.
The judgment doesn't say that. All it says is they acted illegally.
But again, if it's illegally, they've got to be a law.
It's obviously a crime. I mean, if you or me do something illegal, it's a crime. Which I understand and I agree with Fluke. It's a crime. We'd be fucked for it. It's there in black and white. They acted illegally. So why aren't they getting fucked for it?
Right. Okay. I've just pulled up that document and I've saved it to my computer, and I've just done a Control F on every word you just said. The word illegal, COVID. I'm
going to pull it up myself and try and scroll through to see where I saw it.
Right. And all the other words you just mentioned, and not once as though once of those mentioned in that document.
Yes, it is. I'll tell you which section it's at. One
Just
second.
Tell me what word it is. You don't even have to tell me what section it is. Tell me
Acted
what word
illegally.
Illegal. I've just looked up the word illegal in that document, and it's not mentioned.
It is mentioned. Believe me, I will find it, and I'll tell you exactly which section it's in.
Right, hang on. Let me go to it now, and I'll just go Control F, illegal.
Lots of unlawful.
Or unlawful, then. Unlawful, illegal. It's both the same.
All right, let's go unlawful.
It's like I said, it was a long time ago when I read it. They acted unlawfully, which is illegal.
Yeah, by failing to comply with the public sector equality duty.
That doesn't appear.
Your computer's dodgy then.
Unlawful doesn't appear. Not a single word in that document shows the word unlawful.
Yeah, maybe we're looking at what I'm going to do, Flu, because I'm going to chuck this link to the one I'm looking at in the admin chat on here, the private chat.
Yeah.
Just to make
You've
sure
just read the same words, have you not, Dan?
I've looked at I've put in unlawful and I'm getting 18 hits for the word unlawful.
Right, let's try it again then. I'm not disputing it. What I'm saying is I want, I want it to be.
Right, I'll tell you the easiest way. Right, did you see at the top who took them to court? You see the name of the people that took them to court at the top. Where is it? The Good Law Project. If you Google that name, the Good Law Project, they're the people that won this case, and they've put an article on their webpage that summarises up what's been done, and they give you the precise parts of the document that you need to go and look at, and they make it very clear. And it's very clear if you read the document. They acted unlawfully, illegally. Unlawful is illegal, isn't it? If unlawful wasn't illegal, then it wouldn't be unlawful. So Google the Good Law Project.
Right, hang on a sec. I've just pulled that up, and I'm just going to have to type in unlawful. And right, it's now giving me 18 options.
Yeah,
for the word unlawful. Yeah.
Right, where is it? Let me pull it up.
Right, that's a fucking good thing. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to sort of say you're wrong or you're right. I'm just saying give me the fucking evidence, because I'm a researcher.
Which I've given you.
That's what
I've given you.
Yeah, well, that's not what you gave me in the. It was only because Pat put that up in the private chat that I've now found it. Right. So it wasn't
right. Well, I mean, I gave you the document. Well, I can't see what document you're looking at on your screen. I know the document I'm referring to.
I can only click on the document that you gave me in the chat, right? So that's the document.
I didn't put any document in the chat, Fluke. I can't put document.
No,
I'm on my tablet, so I can't do it.
EWHC298 admin. That's what you gave me.
Which is correct. Which is correct. That is that document.
I typed into Google, and it came up with nothing. It came up with the defendants, unlawful, and blah blah blah, and unlawful's mentioned.
But if you look at the top of that document, Dan sent you at the citation number is correct.
What, your document or the one Dan sent?
The one Dan sent you, and then the citation number I gave you. If you look at the top of the document Dan sent you, you'll see the citation number, which is the citation number I gave you.
So why is there two documents that give different clarity and different divisional court EHC 298 admin?
Sorry, you go to sleep?
No.
Okay, look, I'm not arguing with
right, and I'll tell you because you're into all that. If you go onto the Good Law Project's website, who actually took them to court and has actually won, they're actually also looking into why I'm starting a court procedure again against the ministers using private emails instead of using the ones that they're supposed to be using. If that makes any sense to you.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I'm not what I'm saying is I'm not disputing what you're saying. And when you put up that original document,
right, then I might have given you a number slightly wrong, right, or a letter.
No, that's fine. No, they both correlate. What Dan put up earlier and what you put up earlier actually both correlate. But when you Control F each one of those documents, they don't come back with the same results. And
I find that strange.
As a researcher, that worries me when things don't come back the same, because
I find strange. It is a legitimate document.
No, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying you're right or I'm right or you're wrong or anything like that. What I'm saying is, when I pull up two documents on a Google page or on any page, right, and I Control F it, if I put in the word unlawful, it should come up. If it's 10 times that word is unlawful is in that document, it should come up 10 times in both documents.
You're right. You're right.
It shouldn't come up once in a document and 10 times in the next document, because that makes me start worrying that one of these documents isn't correct, right? And that's what I look for when I'm researching, because it's either exactly the same document with exactly the same words, and we can Control F every fucking word in that document.
You're right, but the only place you will find the full document is on the site called Bailey.
Right. Okay.
BAILII.
Listen. Okay. That's all well and good, and it's all well and good. So so Boris Johnson and what was it? That fucking prick. I fucking hate that bloke with a passion.
I can't remember, to be honest with you.
What's his name?
What? Looking at his bang, bang, bang.
You know. Anyway, when are these people going to court? When are they going to be tried for their crimes?
You're asking the wrong person for that. I can't answer that question.
Right, okay. So, and this is what I'm saying is what you end up with is you end up with a pattern of a bunch of criminal politicians, right? Who are literally don't have any legal basis whatsoever. Nobody can try these people for crimes, right? You have a high court and any court that could literally say, yes, Boris Johnson is guilty of this, right? But get him in front of a judge and a jury. Until he's in front of a judge and a jury, there is no fucking crime.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's like until he's in front of a jury that's going to convict him of a crime, then all this administration shit means nothing. And much as I love it, and much as I fucking want it to succeed, don't get me wrong, I'm not being detrimental to your cause or my cause or everybody else's cause in the chat and everybody else. You know, I love this shit. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, until Boris Johnson is in the dock facing a jury, then talk to me about it. Because I guarantee you,
let's be honest, that's never going to happen.
Even if he was in a dock in front of a jury, I guarantee he'd be found not guilty.
Let's face the truth, the cold hard facts. That's never ever going to happen.
Well, what's the point of talking about it then?
I just simply pointed out because you're into that stuff, and I thought that document might be of some help to you or some useful information to you.
And I've saved it to my computer, and I'm going to look at it tomorrow. But
he's not knocking you, TC. He's not knocking.
No,
he's
exactly.
not
I'm not knocking you, TC, whatsoever. All I'm saying is I'm just as frustrated as you are. I'm just
listen. Let me explain. Let me explain to you, Fluke. I'm 50 odd years of age. I'm 50 odd years of age, and I've never voted in my entire life. Never have, never will. Because my attitude to that is, no matter who gets in, is there for one reason and one reason only, to feather their own fucking nest.
Exactly.
So you think you're anti-government? No. I think you'll find I'm far more anti-government.
No, I wasn't saying you were a statist in any way, that in any state of that. I grew up to this shit in 2008, so it's not like I'm new to this stuff. And I'm no statist. Do you know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. I've never been a statist. I've always believed that governments, in of themselves, are just part of a corrupt system, part of the banking system, part of the financial system, part of their own system, part of this whole fucking nonsense voting. Oh, vote for this. It's like the suggestion box of slaves. That's what voting is. It's like two wolves and a lamb deciding what to have for dinner. That's voting for you. You know, I understand that whole concept, and we could have a million judgments like that, you know, and I'm glad you brought that to my attention, because it gives me something to look into. And Dan, you're well aware that I like to look into shit. Do you know what I mean?
Well, like I said, the judgment is irrelevant. But what it does, in my opinion, is show the masses that they are guilty of what they've done.
Yeah, and
even though it's never been published.
My problem is, and actually that's the word you just mentioned, published.
I would say good night.
I would say you have a judgment here that potentially could hold Boris Johnson's bollocks on the fucking knocking board, right?
Yeah.
But it will never be published. And
exactly.
That's the point. The problem
now, it's the same as you. You can't be held responsible for what the BBC or anybody else want to publish.
Yeah.
You know, it's just you put your information out and hope it does the best you can.
Yeah. And the one major thing that I've put out.
I'm invisible. I swear to God.
Sorry,
I can hear you.
Sorry, Zara. I'm just going to make.
Bobby's just said something. I think he was talking to you.
Good night. I'm going to bed now.
Oh,
good night,
night,
good night,
Bobby.
Bye,
mate.
It's all right, mate. Look after yourself.
But no, Fluke, at the end of the day, I think we're all in the same fight, but we're just fighting it in different ways. That's all.
Right. Okay. So listen, this is the fundamental problem that I have with this country at the moment. Right. Fuck the courts. Fuck the MPs. Fuck all of them. Right. This is the fundamental problem I have with this country. Right. Is the fact that the Ofcom, which is the government agency that oversees the media in this country, right, put out a message and a letter to every newspaper, every radio station, every TV station, every fucking media outlet in this country, saying if they didn't follow the COVID narrative as per the government guidance, right, they could be sanctioned for it. Now, really, what should have happened is every fucking journalist in this fucking country should have been screaming from the fucking rooftops, right? Mm-hmm. Not one did it. Not one fucking media outlet did it. Not one journalist did it. When you've lost your country, when you've lost the freedom of speech, of freedom of press in this country, you've lost your country. So fuck this bullshit government fucking crap that goes on after that, because it doesn't mean anything. Because without a freedom of press, you've lost your country. You've lost it already. People don't realize they've lost their country already. You've lost your country because the government agency has told your fucking free press what they're allowed to press and print and fucking, you know, disseminate. That's what you've lost. You've just lost your country.
Like I say, we're all in the same fight. It's just we all choose a different way to fight it. And I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. I agree with what you're saying.
all I'm saying is everything I've ever done in my life has come down to fundamentals. What is the fundamental thing that we lost over COVID? We lost our right to freedom of press because the government told our press what they can and can't print. That's fundamental. Mm-hmm. Without the press standing on our side, saying, "Well, we will discuss this and we'll fucking print this and we'll print that and we'll publish this and we'll publish that," without the fucking fundamental right of a press, which, going back, Pap, just as a sideline, that's what auditing is all about. Just in case people lose their fucking minds over this. That is what a freedom of press is all about. We're all entitled to gather and disseminate information, right? Everybody. If you look at the 1948...
I've got another thing that you might be interested in. Dan.
Right, 1948.
Dan, put one Facebook, mate.
I'm not. To be honest, I'm going to be another 5 minutes. I'm going to have to call it a day.
Yeah, no worries. All I want you to do is give him this link. All I want you to do is give him this link.
Go on.
I'm sending it to the PAP one. In fact, it's something you might want to have a quick scout at.
No, I won't be looking at it tonight.
That is the people that won that other judgment document you've just looked at. And these are the same people taking them back to court again for something else.
All right, 1 sec while it's loading up. Right.
Come here. Come here, Doctor.
Fluke in the private chat.
Hang on, sorry.
Like I said, we're all fighting the same fight. I mean, Dan's fighting it in his way. You're fighting it in your way. I fight it in my way. But ultimately, it's all the same fight.
I think what I'm trying to say is...
I fight back against all of these same things. I'm just not overly outspoken about it.
No, I'm not saying you are, young lady, but I'm just saying we all are fighting the same fight. It's just we've chosen a different path, that's all.
That's it.
Okay. And all I'm trying to say, is it TC? Sorry.
TC.
I'll get my glasses out. Hang on a sec.
Yeah, it's like me, I need glasses on.
Yeah, it's TC. Because I keep calling, because there's another guy that goes in called SG, and I keep calling him 5G because I can't read the S and the 5.
Don't be SG. You always do that. You always call him 5G.
Did you have a look at that link, Dan? Did you have a quick read of that link?
Yeah, that's right. I call him.
I haven't, mate. No, I'll leave it open. I'll look at it in the morning.
I call him 5G, and he's like, "No, it's SG," and I'm like,
he was commenting before, Fluke. He was in the comment section.
And it's just me because I can't fucking see properly. I can't even see my own name, to be honest with you. What I'm trying to say is, like, we have a lot of different areas and avenues that we can go down, court cases and this, that, and the other. And I agree with all of them, and I support them wholeheartedly. You know, I think, but fundamentally, if you're going to get to the grassroots and get to your neighbours and your family and your friends that don't get where we're going, right? Just get them on the grassroots. And the grassroots is, if the government's telling if the government is telling your freedom of the press what they can and can't print, that's got to be shocking to people. And that's what needs to be said.
This is that link Dan's just sent you. I don't know if you've clicked on it to have a look at it, but that is the same group of people that just took them to Boris Johnson and the rest of court and won. It's the same group of people. Now, this court case they're going after is the fact being that they're using private emails. So when we do, for instance, our freedom of information of all the emails that they send between each other, they're not showing up, so we don't get access to them. Now, this is what this court case is going to be about.
Goodlawproject.org.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I got it. Yeah.
Dan,
Yeah,
have a little look at
this is what this
private-
next court case is, what they're bringing against them. Instead of using email addresses that we can actually access and see the information they're sending, they're using their own private ones that we aren't allowed access to. And they think, the same as you think, it's wrong. So they want the information that's been sent, and that's what this case is about.
Right.
So
and okay,
each
and
step
I
is a
agree
small
with
step in
that.
the right direction.
It's small step in the right direction. But here's a fundamental step, and the fundamental step is the fact that you've got a government agency telling the press in this country what they can and can't print.
I hear that. And this is what this is about.
Fundamental. And that's
right.
The easiest way. If you're going to get through to people, if you go to someone and say to them, look, I tell you what, here's the government telling the press what they can and can't print. People will be more shocked by that than you going, oh,
right,
here's
you're right.
a court case,
You're right.
You know.
You're right. Right. Look,
it's the shock factor, and they've used the shock factor against us. Let's use the shock factor against them.
Right. You know? Look, if I may, please, and I don't mean to I am not being disrespectful when I say this.
No, you carry
but
on, mate.
As it stands, and I don't, like I said, I agree with you 100%. All right, I'm not being disrespectful, but as it stands, it's how can I put this? It just seems like you've got like a set of blinkers on, right? Like, you know, let's set of blinkers like horses wear, where you can only see one thing, and that is the fact being that the government's told the press they can't do this, which I find is absolutely disgusting if that is what the government has said. Right. So let me try and explain myself a little bit better. If these win this next court case, therefore the government has to give all of that information into the court. All that information is going to be in the public realm. We will have access to it. You can give all that information to everybody under the sun. Hopefully the press might pick up on that and think, right, we are going to publish this now.
Okay, I agree with you on what you said. And I really hope that if this goes to court and the press
next week, they're in court next week with it.
Right, okay. So you're relying on a press that has already been suppressed by its own government not to publish unless the government approves it. That's already been done.
You're
so
right.
Don't
Hold
expect the press to fucking publish this court case.
Right.
Shit, because
no. You're missing my point.
Publish it.
You're missing my point, Luke.
They ain't going to publish it. The press,
right? Okay.
Even if Boris Johnson was found guilty and he has to go to the High Court, the press ain't going to publish it. It's as simple as that.
Right.
And if
but like I said,
we've lost our right to freedom of speech.
Right. I understand what you're saying. I really do understand what you're saying. But like I say, I haven't got blinkers on. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. I really do.
I don't have blinkers on. I don't have blinkers on. But I don't trust the fucking courts. I don't trust the fucking police. I don't trust the criminal justice system. What I trust is what I should be trusting in. I should be able to trust my fucking free press in this country to hold the government, the courts, and the police and hold their feet to the fire. That's who I'm supposed to be trusting. And I can't trust the free press in this country because they've been held by the fucking government not to fucking do their fucking job.
Under threat. You're right. They've been threatened by the government. That I understand.
Without that, you've got
hold
nothing.
On. 1 second.
Forget about it. Forget about your court cases. Because if your press can't fucking report on those cases, you've lost your press.
I understand what you're saying. I really do. Let me try and explain my point in a different way.
I'm not saying your point is irrelevant because that isn't what I'm saying. What I'm saying
is, I know you're not.
If all these court cases won't be related to the press and the press can publish them, then it doesn't matter because we already know the press is compromised by a very government that's subverted their right to the freedom of press. So
I understand that.
Which newspaper do you think is going to publish this stuff? None.
I don't know. I don't know. None. But let me just try and explain the point I'm trying to make. Right. The press has been told they're not allowed to publish anything like that because of if you do, we're going to do this to you. Right. That I understand. So it's like you It's like I don't know. You get, I don't know. Let's just say you're doing something, and your boss turns around and says to you, "If you do that again, I'm going to sack you." You're going to be like, "Oh, okay, I'm not going to say that again. All right, I'm not going to do that again." But then you go to a court, and the court says, "Oh no, that's illegal. That was unlawful. They are allowed to do that. They are allowed to publish this. They are allowed to publish that." Then they can't be threatened by the government anymore. They've got the backing of the court. They're not fearful of being shut down by the government. And that is the way that I see it.
Well, until a court actually turns around and says that, I mean, this is the thing that drives me nuts, right? And I'm not blaming you for this. This is the convolution of courts and police and government and blah blah blah. It's like, at which point does the court decide what the press can and can't publish? You know, that's bullshit in of itself. I don't have to wait for the court to decide who can and can't publish what. You know, it's the free press. That's why it's called a free press.
The press should only ever get
in 1668, right? You are allowed to freedom to gather and disseminate information regardless of frontiers. Subsidized, regardless of it was done by the European Convention on Human Rights and the UN Convention on Human Rights, specifically UN Convention 1948, specifically Article 19. Everybody has the right to gather and disseminate information regardless of borders, right?
Well, it goes back way more years than that. It goes back to the Bill of Rights of 1668.
1668, and I know that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not new to this. Do you know what I mean?
I ain't saying you are.
What I'm saying is, I don't need a court to tell the press that they can now start publishing what they want to publish, because if it comes to that point where a court tells the press what they can and can't publish, you've already lost your press, and we've already lost our press in this country because we've already lost the press in this country because we had a government that told them that they can't publish anything unless it's government approved. What is this? Fucking Nazi fucking Germany. You can't publish anything unless it's government approved.
Right now.
That's what fucks me off. And I'm not saying that TC, sorry, I was going to call you TS then.
Right.
Luke,
I'm not saying it's you personally. I'm saying it's the generalisation of what's going on in this country. When we have a situation where
Joe's ready to take you on in the background. Your favourite arch nemesis. Oh, I've got your attention. I actually have a voice now. Thank you. Joe wants to take you on. He's saying, "Where was your press when you knew your friend was a paedophile?" That's what he said. His same old shout out.
Who's my what? Hang on, sorry. I just want to establish my position.
Yeah, I've got a voice. It's me. I'm the only woman in this section. I'm talking. My lips work as well. Okay.
Yeah. So I was just trying to finish my explanation to TC.
Your explanation's gone on for like 45 minutes. Come on, dude. It's conversation. There's four people in there.
We've had a back and forth. It's not just me talking.
Yeah, you too. There's 4 people in the chat. Not just you.
Court cases and stuff like that.
Every single time.
No, it's up to Mr. Pap. It's his live stream. If he wants to cut me off, he can cut me off.
No, but you're cutting me off, which I'm just saying as another human being from person to person. It's impolite. If I talk, I expect you to, and it's very rare. I'm listening to you with extreme concentration, to both of you two having a back and forth. But if I want to interject at some point, it's called politeness to go, "Oh, what did you say?" Not just to continue to shout over me. Okay.
No, I wasn't shouting over you. I was just trying to clarify my position to TC so that we...
Come here, sexy little lady.
So anyway, TC, look, we'll have to agree to disagree, and we'll have to just...
Like I say to you, at the end of the day, we're all in the same fight. You choose your road that you're taking. Dan's chose his road. I take my different road. But ultimately, it's all in the same fight.
Yeah, and now you've both gone back and you have a recurring. Yeah,
This is what we've got. We've got a fight, mate. We've got a fight on our rounds, and it doesn't matter how we do it. You know, we've all got to.
Boring.
The government is our fight. You know, the government is our fight. Pharmaceutical companies are our fight. Fucking the military-industrial complex is our fight. These people are the people that we need to fight against, and it doesn't matter how we do it.
Okay.
I'm up for it. I'm up for it.
All right. Listen, people. Sorry, Fluke. Thank you for coming on.
No, thanks for having me on, Dan. Appreciate it.
That's right. Zara, you wanted to say something?
No, it was just, do you remember, you always used to have beef with that. He's irrelevant now. Remember Joe Public? He's somebody who tried to help, and I've never dissed him, and I never would, but he's in the background, and he's making, if you look in the private chat, you'll see, he's making but if you want to have a look, he's literally irrelevant. And he's apparently I was drug driving or something. I've never taken drugs in my life. I got stoned when I was about 18.
Zena, Zena, may I just ask you a question?
Can I
you said you was a human being. Can you prove that?
Yeah.
How do we know you're not a Martian?
You don't.
Right, so we've only got your word for it.
Well, there you go. That's it. Yeah. Unless you want to. Right. I was going to say poke me, but that's not a good thing to say.
No, I don't want to do that. I'm past that age, young lady.
I didn't mean like that. I meant like poke with your finger.
Right.
His channel.
Right. The reason, Joe Public, the reason I haven't brought you in this evening, and I know you've been sitting in the back for a little bit, is because I was meant to go at 2:00, and it's now 3:10. And what was it? Quarter to 3. I said I was going to give it another half an hour, and I don't. Fluke and TC, to be honest, quite an interesting chat. Some of the stuff you brought up as well, but both of you has been quite interesting. But I've hit a wall myself, and I hit it a little while ago. You probably noticed that I started yawning quite frequently a little while ago, and because of the fatigue, I can go for a while, then all of a sudden the fatigue just hits me. My eyes start watering, and I literally can't stop yawning. There we go again. And
we've bored the tits off him, basically.
Fucking hell. And I don't want to sit here and not take it in because my brain's not working properly. So I'm going to have to wrap this up, and that's the reason I haven't brought you in, Joe. So next time we're on, by all means, if you come on, not right at the end, then I'll have you on, no problem. As I'll have anybody on. But if it's going to be, if it's going to be a case of anybody coming on and just literally just slagging somebody else off or anything like that, then it won't last very long.
Well, that's something I never do, Dan. Dan, sorry to interrupt you, mate. I've give you the website link, the username, the password on Facebook Messenger. You know what I'm referring to, don't you?
Yeah, I see that. Yeah,
right.
Mm-hmm. Right. Let me just say before I go, because I am wrapping this up now. Do I still steal cats and hide them in a garage until I see reward notices to get money? No, I don't. No, I was like 12 or 13 at the time. But no, I don't. No, I don't need to anymore. But don't worry.
Can I just say something quickly, Pat, before you go?
Go on.
I'd just like to say thanks to Zara B, and I appreciate your help, and I love your emails and stuff. You always send me nice emails, and that's very kind.
Don't be daft, we're friends. That's it. People. I'm glad to see you well. You're looking a lot better.
Yeah, and so yeah,
don't forget the email.
I'm okay, and TC, if you want to send me an email, feel free. TC, it was really good. I know that was an intense conversation, and I know it was kind of argumentative, probably more on my fault than yours. But that's kind of just the way I am, because I always look at things on a fundamental level. And so maybe I didn't come across quite as well as I could have. So I apologise if I upset you in any way.
No, you don't. Listen, Luke. Sorry, I keep calling you Luke. I don't know why. It's because of the way it's nearly spelled. I have to put my glasses on. Sorry, Fluke.
You want to borrow my glasses?
Skin.
There you go, mate.
Yeah, I have skin thicker than a rhino's. I was brought up with sticks and stones. If that makes any sense to you.
Yeah. Same as me.
So
mate.
it doesn't matter what you say to me. It's water off a duck's back. I don't get upset when people speak or disagree with me. I don't get upset.
He's got skin thicker than Diane Abbott's ball bags.
No, nobody's got skin as thick as that.
Diane Abbott's
No. Next time Dan has a live stream, and I'll quite happily have a discussion about stuff with you, and whatever information I've gathered, I'll quite happily pass over to you.
Yeah, I've got a shitload of stuff here, mate, that I'm sure you'll be interested in. Hunter Biden and his mate at Black Metabitate and Black Beach and Rosemont, Connecticut, with a bloke called Devon Archer and another guy called Christian Hines. All of that upcoming.
I take it you've got your own YouTube channel.
Yeah, but I can't access it at the moment. Sorry, Dan, that's something I was going to actually mention to you, was because a lot of people ask me why I'm just coming on as Fluke and not Fluke Dog.
Fluke Dog, yeah.
Was because my Fluke Dog, basically what happened, long story short, my laptop shut down, couldn't get back into it, had to fucking wipe it. Then it turned out I needed a new hard drive, so I put the new hard drive in and it loaded up, everything was fine, but I couldn't log into my Google account. My Google account I started 5 years ago, but it only took my phone number from the phone number I had 5 years ago. And I've since changed that phone number. And now you can't change the phone number, because what happens is you sign into your Google account, it takes your username and your password, and it wants to send you a 6-digit verification code to the phone number you had 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So I can't get into my YouTube account, basically. I can't get into my Google account. I can't get into my Gmail account. I can't get into none of it.
I know it's long-winded.
So I had to start a new YouTube account called just Fluke. And you can look it up, but it's got no subscribers, nothing, there's no videos. But that's the only way I could comment on channels and enter live streams and you know,
can you not change your number to your own number?
That stuff.
Can you not change your number? Request it.
No,
your own number back again.
You can't do it.
You can't do that.
No. So what you have to do is you have to send Google an email, and then they send you a form to fill in. And you have to select certain emails that they can look at, right, in your Google account, or from your Facebook account, or your not Facebook account. Sorry, wrong.
I don't do social media. I don't know how to do
your YouTube account, and you can send it off to them, and then they can verify whether or not that's your account or not. But it's such a long-winded, pain in the ass fucking thing to do, when really all you should be able to do is log into your YouTube account or your Google account and just change your telephone number, and then they can send you a new security code to your new phone number, and then you can verify it, because it can't go to anybody else's fucking telephone number, can it? It can only go to the fucking phone number you've got. But they won't accept it, and they won't allow you to change your phone number. But that's the genius of Silicon Valley.
Well, eventually you'll get back in there, eh?
So at the moment, I can't access my Fluke Dog account, and I can't access my YouTube channel, and I can't access my Gmail account. I can't access none of it. So I apologize if I'm not putting up videos or this, that, and the other. That's all I can do. So,
all right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have to wrap it there, I'm afraid. What we've got on 7 hours and 20 minutes nearly. So I haven't done too bad. But I have work to do tomorrow for you guys. So I must go. Fluke, TC, Zara, thanks for jumping on. Bobby, I know you're not on still, but you were. So thanks for jumping on. If you watch this bit back later, who else was on? Oh my God, what's his name? Finn. Finn was on earlier as well. So thanks to Finn. Tottenham, yeah, Anthony and Tina. So thanks to everybody that's jumped on this evening or phoned in, although the phone lines weren't as busy as they used to be. But yeah, I'm off. Thank you all again.
Just want to say, Pat,
night, Luke. Night, Zyra.
Night,
Pat, I just want to say, and I appreciate the chat with TC and Zara as always. You know, it's lovely talking to you. And there's certain people in the private chat that can go fuck themselves. And but apart from that, you know, I really appreciate the chat, guys. And this is the whole this is exactly what we need. We need this sort of type of conversation.
Yeah.
No worries. Well, I'm always open to giving people a chance to talk about what they want. So I might not understand it all, but you know what I mean? This is a platform for people to talk and get their views out. If we can do that, then I'll keep doing it, whether I understand it or not.
Mate, half of it I don't understand, so don't feel out of place, mate.
No worries. All right, guys. Thanks very much for joining us, and I will see you all again soon. Those
night to all in the chat.
Thanks for joining us in the chat. Much appreciated. Yeah, tomorrow I will see you in some videos, no doubt, or well, at least in the comment section of some videos. But until then, I shall wish you all a good night, and I hope you sleep well. See you later, everyone.
Night.
Pat, can I just say the private